Institution's 13 future service dogs, who officials hope will someday make a big difference, but inmates say are already making their lives better.
I'll tell you, this has been a fantastic. When I came here, I mean, I myself had a lot of anxiety, so having a dog helped me.
Zhang Li is an inmate at Oshkosh Correctional and is part of the team that helps care for the dogs during their life inside the prison. In addition to helping his anxiety, he says working in the dog program has taught him teamwork and patience, skills he hopes to use to give back when he's released.
When I get out, I like to just volunteer, working in a dog shelter or help train the dogs or use some of the skills that I learned here.
Journey Together Service Dog runs the program. It teaches inmates how to train the dogs and ultimately delivers the dogs to clients. Journey Together President Pam Schubert says inmates help train the dogs for a variety of roles, but the dogs primarily help people suffering from PTSD.
The more that we can help them get back to going out in public, going to the store or going to busy places, the better life that they're going to have. If we can help one person have a better life, that's what we do it all for.
Jeremy Wonderchek says he's serving time for robbery and has been helping care for and train dogs like Dream for just shy of a year. He says he hopes his involvement in the program will help make up for his past.
It really makes me feel good personally, knowing that I'm doing something to pay back some of the wrong that I've done.
Wonderchek says he's seen service dogs make a big difference for people like his nephew, who lives with autism, and says he's glad to know his work could make people's lives better.
We're being given an amazing opportunity to help someone, and I don't think any of us take that very lightly. Just because we've made mistakes doesn't mean we can't be better in the future, and doesn't mean we can't help create things that are great and better for other people.
And our thanks to Seth Humanick for that report. Mutually beneficial. Both the dog, I'm sure, loves it, and they're getting trained. And for these inmates, the turnaround and the camaraderie they have with them, too.
I love that outlook that we may have made a mistake, but, we can atone along the way. A Florida teen is finally back on the water 2 years after a nasty accident nearly cost him his life. Hudson Dome was 15 when his leg got tangled in a boat propeller. He was able to save his own life in the moment, remembering a medical class and tying a tourniquet to his leg to slow the bleeding. 28 surgeries later, Dome is back to boating and walking on that leg. What a great lesson, that tourniquet.
Thanks so much for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday and a great week.
A dramatic weekend in Russia after what might be the most serious challenge to Vladimir Putin's power. Our correspondents around the world break down what comes next and what the U.S. has to say about it.
What started as a bridge collapse is now a major environmental concern. An investigation is underway this morning while cities halt water intake from the Yellowstone River.
A different contaminant is spreading in California's waters, where an algae bloom wreaks havoc on local sea life. Now scientists are concerned about keeping the deadly bloom out of our kitchens.
Pride across America. Some of the largest LGBTQ plus celebrations sent Pride Month's final weekend out with a bang. We will bring you along for the party.
And a real-life hero refuses to let a life-altering injury stop him from giving back to his community. Why he says his loss is truly a blessing. It's Monday, June 26th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Layton. A dramatic weekend in Russia where Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the infamous Wagner mercenary group, staged perhaps the most serious challenge ever to Vladimir Putin's grip on power. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Luongo this morning. Claudia, could you give us a recap of what has gone on this weekend?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, yes, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner group fighting in Ukraine on Friday, turned his men around and launched an armed aggression, an armed rebellion against Russia after he claimed that the Russian army fired at his mercenaries. Then his men crossed the border into Russia. They easily gained control of the city, the major city of Rostov inside Russia, and then marched towards Moscow, almost facing little or no resistance from the Russian army. But when it got to about 120 miles from Moscow, Prigozhin decided to stop the advance, saying or claiming that he wanted to avoid spilling Russian blood. It later emerged that he signed a deal with Vladimir Putin, brokered by Alexander Lukashenko, the leader of Belarus, where Prigozhin is believed to be now.
And Claudio, what do we think this could mean for Putin's rule going forward?
Well, it was a stunning turn of events, of course, over the weekend that leaves more questions than answers. Well, now we don't know what the terms of the deal that Prigozhin signed were and what convinced him to stop his advance, despite the fact that he had Moscow inside. But there was no doubt that this was the biggest insurrection in post-Soviet history and the biggest challenge to Vladimir Putin himself since he came into power. So even if Prigozhin never comes back to Russia, well, this could pave the way to other challenges, and potentially it could pave the way to the slow or fast downfall of President Putin himself. Back to you.
Claudio, thank you.
As the global community was rocked by this weekend's aborted mutiny in Russia, the U.S. is maintaining a steady hand and reaffirming its support for the superpower's war-torn neighbor. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What's been Washington's reaction to the recent events in Russia?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the world was stunned by this weekend's developments in Russia, in which paramilitary group led by Yevgeny Prigozhin called off an armed rebellion that was on its way to Moscow and President Vladimir Putin. Despite the widespread shock from the rest of the world over these events, some in Washington went into the weekend with advanced knowledge. A source confirmed to NBC News on Sunday that the group of congressional leaders known as the Gang of Eight were briefed on the situation in Russia last week. While the intelligence at the time was not definitive, it showed that Prigozhin had been planning a challenge to Russia's military leaders. Meanwhile, the White House says it has been closely monitoring the situation since it began, with President Biden holding a call with leaders of France, Germany, and Great Britain on Saturday. Here's what Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about the situation on Meet the Press on Sunday.
The President brought together the National Security Cabinet. He brought together our key allies and partners to make sure that the unity of purpose, the unity of action that we've had with regard to Ukraine remains, and it does.
And so far, President Biden has not commented publicly on these events, with a White House official telling NBC News that a statement might lead Vladimir Putin to accuse the U.S. of orchestrating the uprising.
So, Bree, talk about this. How is this affecting the United States' continuing support for Ukraine against Russia?
Yeah, so Francis, President Biden and the Biden administration, they're doubling down on their support. They're reaffirming the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine during this crisis. The White House confirmed Sunday that President Biden spoke on the phone with Ukrainian President Zelensky, saying the two leaders discussed Ukraine's counteroffensive against Russia, as well as the events taking place in their neighboring country. In a tweet on Saturday, Zelensky said that the weekend's events showed Russia's obvious weakness, to which he added that no lie can hide any longer. Francis?
They're certainly pivotal on the global stage when it comes to our allies and Russia's. Bree, thank you.
On Saturday, a new immigration law goes into effect in Florida, but the consequences are already being felt. SB 1718 will impose restrictions and penalties on employers to deter them from hiring undocumented workers. Our partners at Telemundo report that potentially vital workers in construction, agriculture, and the service sector are leaving the state in anticipation of the crackdown. The Florida Policy Institute says the legislation could cost the Sunshine State more than $12 billion in just 1 year.
Governor Kathy Hochul is working to make New York a safe haven for transgender youth. Before the New York City Pride March, she signed a bill that protects medical information. The law shields medical professionals and their patients from states that may attempt to punish people who seek gender-affirming medical care.
Federal and local authorities in Montana are investigating after a Saturday bridge collapse and train derailment. Several train cars carrying hazardous material fell into the Yellowstone River. It's not clear right now whether the derailment or collapse happened first. A spokesman for Montana Rail Link said that an unspecified number of cars carrying molten sulfur and asphalt had been compromised, while local officials say there have been no reported negative impacts. Close-by cities, including Billings and Laurel, have suspended their water intake from the Yellowstone River.
Now to a freak accident at the San Antonio International Airport. Officials confirming the shocking death of a ramp worker. They were sucked into and killed by a plane engine as a Delta flight was taxiing to a gate. The worker was an employee of Unify. That's a company that Delta has contracts with. Unify says their initial investigation shows this was unrelated to their safety policies. Federal authorities are also investigating.
Kansas City police responded to a mass shooting early Sunday morning. A so-called subject of interest has been taken into custody after 3 people were killed and 5 more were hospitalized. Police say the shooting happened when a large group gathered in a parking lot. Meanwhile, police in Ohio are investigating an alleged murder-suicide at a grocery store. Authorities say a man entered the Giant Eagle and killed his ex-wife who worked there. At the time of the shooting, there were more than 60 employees and 200 customers in that store.
Marine experts are pointing to a deadly algae in what they say is likely what hundreds of dolphins and seals are dying from off the California coast. Well, they're now worried it could impact the seafood we eat. NBC's Steve Patterson has the details.
The beauty of a California beach day, broken by the startling sight of sickness and death.
It has been quite awful. We've been seeing at least 2 or 3 of them wash up every evening.
Scientists call it a microscopic menace, toxic algae blooms poisoning the California coast.
Toxins build up in their system and can lead to all sorts of issues.
Along the Southern California coast, officials estimate more than 1,000 calls for sea lions and dolphins, either dead or showing signs of sickness.
It affects the brains and the heart. Can lead to seizures, can lead to disorientation, aggression, as well as miscarriages and death.
Biologists say it's likely a toxic algae bloom called pseudonychia, which can be eaten by small sea creatures, then turned into a neurotoxin when consumed by larger marine life. The Marine Mammal Care Center says there's been 50 rescues in the past 2 weeks alone.
And behind me, another dolphin washed up on shore. Researchers now taking measurements, collecting samples, and waiting for test results to find out if it really is this algae. And if it is, it's more than just wildlife at risk.
The California Department of Health warning against eating sport-harvested mussels, clams, or scallops from Santa Barbara County.
I've never seen anything like this. To my recollection, this is the largest pulse of animals that we've had, at least in the marine mammal response side.
Scientists scrambling for answers with wildlife rescue efforts around the clock. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
So Harry Styles might sing about watermelon sugar, but this summer it's all about watermelon snow. This natural event is happening right now in Utah, but it's been documented all over the world. It's algae under the snow giving it that pinkish hue. Typically the tiny organisms are dormant, but when the warm summer sun melts, they begin to bloom.
It is a stormy start to the week here on the East Coast, while the South sweats through record heat. Let's see if they're going to get a break. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking these major events across the country. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And unfortunately, we are not seeing that break in sight, especially in the south. We're going to see these triple digits continuing, and we're looking at well above average temperatures from the southwest all the way to portions of the Tennessee Valley. Also looking at that severe weather risk once again. Here's the big picture. We have an area of low pressure that's spinning over the Great Lakes with a trailing cold front. That's going to bring the chance for those storms along the East Coast today. Then we have a big area of high pressure. Think of it as a heat pump, just bringing that heat, also that moisture from the Gulf. So temperatures still really dangerously hot in the south as we go throughout the next couple of days. As far as the severe weather threat, we're looking at 58 million people at risk from New York to Philadelphia, D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour or over that. Could see some large hail, the chance of a few tornadoes, also some really heavy rainfall. That's going to be over 4 inches in some spots. 33 million impacted by heat alerts, where you see the pink, that is an excessive heat warning. And we're going to see those temperatures soaring into the triple digits once again. That's a look at the big weather stories of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, sweltering once again in the south. We're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. In the northeast, we're looking at summer-like temperatures, 81 in New York, 88 in Philadelphia, 91 in D.C. Also looking at the chance for some storms as we go throughout this afternoon. All right, guys, we're looking at the storms. We're looking at the heat. Will it last for the rest of the week? We'll talk more about that coming up.
All right. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
New pictures from NASA show a red planet in all the colors of the rainbow. These photos come from NASA's MAVEN project. They're ultraviolet photos of Mars during the planet's summer and winter season. The bluer photo shows the Martian South Pole along with one of its deepest craters. The purple picture shows the North Pole, and that purple haze is actually the planet's ozone, which gets destroyed in the spring.
And still to come, how the summertime humidity can change your skin and what you can do to prevent breakouts. When Early Today comes back in 60 seconds.
Our
world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, as we start the first full week of summer, humidity is in full force. A lot of us know it, but the hot, sticky air may just be the fountain of youth for your skin. Samantha Davies from our Dallas-Fort Worth station explains.
Now, the increase in humidity this time of year has to do with the temperatures. Warmer air can hold more moisture than colder air. Now, when humidity levels are low, moisture is stripped from the skin. This leads to the dry, cracked skin and lips that you may have noticed in the winter. When your skin is dehydrated, you also tend to look older. Dry skin exacerbates the appearance of fine line and wrinkles. Now, humid air has the opposite effect on the skin. With more moisture in the air, skin is more hydrated. That allows for more cell turnover, which is your skin shedding properly. Now, that gives you a brighter, plumper complexion. Wrinkles and fine lines are also less noticeable with hydrated skin. With this information, I generally say that humidity is good for the skin, but that may not be the case if you're prone to breakouts.
Humidity can cause your skin to be very oily. It can cause your pores to dilate, collecting more dirt and oil throughout the day. So that can cause more acne breakouts, congestion, and blackheads.
Kyoji Kanehara is an esthetician at Face House in Dallas. If you fall into this category, he recommends switching up your skincare in the summer to include a lighter moisturizer and looking for key ingredients such as salicylic acid and niacinamide, which is vitamin B3.
And our thanks to Samantha Davies for that report.
Well, as the popularity of drugs like Ozempic soar, drug makers are racing to make the next generation of weight loss pills. And results from 2 clinical trials presented at a conference this past weekend point toward progress companies made on those new weight loss pills. Novo Nordisk, the maker of Ozempic, reported an oral version of the drug's active ingredient. And they say it helped people lose about the same amount of weight than taking those weekly injections. A spokesperson for the company said they hope to apply for FDA approval on a weight loss pill sometime this year.
It may have been the last weekend of Pride, but the celebrations still went on strong. The biggest Pride event from coast to coast.
And how a New England town is helping the queer youth feel accepted.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made too.
Our
world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It was a breath of fresh air. It felt like a place I could call home.
I had to hide.
And here you don't.
And I don't here. It's so nice. I can be myself and I can say what I want and everybody's like, yes.
This weekend may have been the last of the Pride Month, but for these teens, a summer of celebration is just beginning. Ren and Via are both participants in the Summer of Sass in Provincetown, Massachusetts. The program was started back in 2017 and welcomes queer youth from places across the country where they don't feel safe into the beach town's LGBTQ community for the season. And you hate to hear the kids don't feel safe being themselves, but fortunately, they can have a great summer with their friends.
And if you've ever been there, that is the place. I mean, P-Town is literally so colorful. That's the place where they can feel so connected and with a beautiful backdrop with a beach just right there.
Can't beat it.
All right, meanwhile, thousands were dancing and marching along Fifth Avenue yesterday, a part of NYC's annual Pride Parade. The celebration's closing out in the city's Greenwich Village neighborhood, commemorating the 54th anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, which launched a movement pushing for LGBTQ+ rights in 1969. But to keep the festivities going, Christina Aguilera hosted a Pride concert in Brooklyn after the march. So they were so happy that she had this concert in what they were calling Pride Island. So from Manhattan, it moved over to Pier 4 in Brooklyn, and they loved it with Christina Aguilera there headlining it all.
And they're still partying because when I was driving in today, I saw the festivities still going on. And on the other side of the country, San Francisco also held its 53rd annual Pride Parade yesterday. Nearly 1 million people showed up on Market Street, showing their love and support for the LGBTQ+ community. Dancers, entertainers, and floats marched along the city by the bay. Among them, Mayor London Breed and Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, advocating for queer rights to be protected nationwide.
Yeah, so culminating the month of some serious advocacy, along with so much colorful fun for everybody to enjoy, too. Okay, Michelle has your forecast for the week when we come back.
And still to come, a firefighter's long recovery to get back on the job and keep saving lives.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back on this Monday. You need the umbrella as you head out on the East Coast today. We're looking at a cold front moving through. That's going to bring some showers throughout the morning into the afternoon, and then the chance for severe storms later on this afternoon into the evening hours. Could see some really heavy rain as well. It's going to be wet on the West Coast as well. Portions of the Intermountain West looking at sweltering heat in the south. Temperatures into the triple digits. It's going to feel like 110 to 120 in some spots by Wednesday. Looking at rain from the Intermountain West and the Northern Plains, the Central Plains also cool and wet in parts of New England. Back to you both.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Cancer couldn't stop this couple from tying the knot. Find out how the bride honored the ducks.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News Special Report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see that, man.
So much work to be done here still.
A motorcycle crash left a Massachusetts firefighter in a coma for 3 weeks, but now he's back to work full-time after his near-death experience. Kristen Glavin has the details on his new journey as an amputee.
Miguel Baez has been suiting up at the Lawrence Fire Department for more than 2 decades.
Firefighting means everything to me.
But every veteran has their war story.
I believe my accident is a blessing. I believe that I'm here for a reason. God is the main reason why I'm here.
For the 49-year-old amputee, it wasn't on the job. It began as a motorcycle accident in August of 2021.
I lost my leg on impact. That motorcycle split my pelvis, catapulted me to the woods, opened up my eyes. I was being introduced in the back of a helicopter. I remember seeing the red light and hearing the propeller.
Baez spent 3 weeks in a coma, having to be resuscitated 6 times. But it was an awakening that changed his life.
When I woke up from the coma, I was told that I had a blood clot near my heart that had nothing to do with the accident. That if they wouldn't have found it during that period of time, I probably would have had a heart attack a few weeks later.
With a new lease on life, embracing both firefighting and faith, Baez made it his mission to stay positive and to get back to work.
I had to learn how to walk again. Through rehab, we started doing a lot of climbing ladders, started doing a lot of pushing things.
Beginning with light duty at the fire station, and now earning his way officially to full-time.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing.
This hero is back on the truck, perhaps after making his biggest rescue of all.
I believe it was a miracle.
Saving himself.
I have no doubt that everything's going to be possible.
And our thanks to Kirsten Glavin for that story. What a positive outlook on life.
And that perspective, right? To have the grace to know that all these challenges that you've been given are for a reason and to turn them around and head in the direction that he is, that is an amazing thing. Good for him. A North Carolina couple invited plenty of guests to their wedding, but 2 of the most special guests were with the bride every step of the way.
Dr. Morris and Dr. Holliday always tell me at my checkups, we do what we do because we give people another life.
That was Sherry Shaw James. She was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer while she was dating her husband. She beat it and invited the doctors who treated her to walk her down the aisle for that special, special day and every step of the way, literally, that she's been through in her journey.
You know, when you have such a life-altering scare, those doctors truly become part of your family. So that's beautiful to see. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you tomorrow. A dramatic weekend in Russia after what might be the most serious challenge to Vladimir Putin's power. Our correspondents around the world break down what comes next and what the U.S. has to say about it.
3 San Antonio police officers charged with murder. See the moments that led up to the deadly shooting and why the victim's family and fellow cops say deadly force was not needed.
Before you back out of your driveway this morning, Honda recalls more than 1 million cars across the country. We'll tell you what to look out for behind the wheel.
Malls across America are shelling out big bucks for some fresh upgrades. From pets to public libraries, these brick and mortar meccas are rethinking the blueprint to bring people back to the mall.
Man's best friend, even behind bars. There's a new program in Wisconsin where inmates train the next generation of service animals. And the results will leave your tail wagging. It's Monday, June 26th. Early today starts right now.
And a very good morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. A dramatic weekend in Russia where Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the infamous Wagner mercenary group, staged perhaps the most serious challenge ever to Vladimir Putin's grip on power. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga. And Claudio, good morning. This escalated so quickly over the weekend before coming to an abrupt end. Break it all down for us.
Good morning, Francis. Well, yes, on Friday, the leader and founder of the Wagner group fighting in Ukraine suddenly turned his men around and launched an armed rebellion against Russia after he claimed that the Russian army fired at his mercenaries. Then his men easily crossed the border into Russia and gained control of the city of Rostov before they started marching towards Moscow, facing little or no resistance from the Russian army. But when they were only 120 miles from the Russian capital, Prigozhin stopped stopped the advance, saying that he didn't want to spill Russian blood. Later, it emerged that he did sign a deal with Vladimir Putin, brokered by Alexander Lukashenko, the leader of Belarus, where Prigozhin is believed to be now, Francis.
And Claudia, what could this mean for Putin's rule going forward?
Well, even if Prigozhin in the end stopped the advance for whatever reasons, we don't know the terms of the deal now. Well, this is definitely the biggest or most serious insurrection in post-Soviet history and the biggest challenge to Vladimir Putin himself since he came into power. The fact that Prigozhin was able to almost march towards Moscow undisturbed, it could mean that Putin doesn't have that grip on power, on the country, on his own military that we previously thought. And this could lead to yet another challenge. Even if Prigozhin never goes back to Russia, that could potentially pave the way to the slow or fast downfall of President Putin himself, Francis.
Yes, the world watching. Claudia Lavanga for us. Claudia, thank you.
As the global community was rocked by this weekend's aborted mutiny in Russia, the U.S. is maintaining a steady hand and reaffirming its support for the superpower's war-torn neighbor. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What's been Washington's reaction to the events in Russia this weekend?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, the world was stunned by this weekend's developments in Russia, in which that paramilitary group led by Yevgeny Prigozhin called off an armed rebellion that was on its way to Moscow and President Vladimir Putin. Despite the widespread shock from the rest of the world over these events, some in Washington went into the weekend with advanced knowledge. A source confirmed to NBC News on Sunday that the group of congressional leaders known as the Gang of Eight were briefed on the situation in Russia last week. While the intelligence at the time was not definitive, it showed that Prigozhin had been planning a challenge to Russia's military leaders. Meanwhile, the White House says it's been closely monitoring the situation since it began, with President Biden holding a call with the leaders of France, Germany, and Great Britain on Saturday. Here's what Secretary of State Antony Blinken said about the situation on Meet the Press on Sunday.
The president brought together the National Security Cabinet. He brought together our key allies and partners to make sure that the unity of purpose, the unity of action that we've had with regard to Ukraine remains, and it does.
And so far, President Biden has not commented publicly on these events, with the White House official telling NBC News that a statement might lead Vladimir Putin to accuse the U.S. of orchestrating the uprising.
And Bree, we wonder how this might be affecting the United States' continuing support for Ukraine against Russia.
Yeah, so President Biden and his cabinet members have reaffirmed the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine during the crisis. The White House confirmed Sunday that Biden spoke on the phone with Ukrainian President Zelensky, saying that the two leaders discussed Ukraine's counteroffensive against Russia, as well as the events taking place in their neighboring country. In a tweet Saturday, Zelensky said that the weekend's events showed Russia's obvious weakness, to which he added that no lie can hide any longer. Jessica.
All right, Bree, thank you.
Federal and local authorities in Montana are investigating after a Saturday bridge collapse and train derailment. Several train cars carrying hazardous material fell into the Yellowstone River. It's not clear whether the derailment or collapse happened first. A spokesman for the Montana Rail Link said that an unspecified number of cars carrying molten sulfur and asphalt had been compromised, while local officials say there have been no reported negative impacts. Close by cities, including Billings and Laurel, have suspended their water intake from the Yellowstone River.
A father and son outing turned into a tragedy at Big Bend National Park. Officials had warned against afternoon hiking as the temperatures in the Texas desert soared to 119 degrees Saturday. According to the National Park Service, a 14-year-old boy passed out while he was hiking, and he ultimately died. His 31-year-old stepfather was looking for help when his vehicle veered off a path and he died in a crash. Both deaths are under investigation.
Now to a freak accident at the San Antonio International Airport. Officials confirming the shocking death of a ramp worker. They say he was sucked into a plane and then killed by the engine as a Delta flight was taxiing to a gate.
The worker was an employee of Unify. That's a company that Delta has contracts with. Unify says their initial investigation shows this was not related to their safety protocols. Federal authorities are also investigating.
New body cam footage shows the final moments before San Antonio police shot and killed a woman in her home. 3 officers are now charged with murder. NBC's Dana Griffin has more, and a warning: some of the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
3 San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder and suspended without pay after killing a woman armed with a hammer inside her own apartment.
Hey, lady, get over here.
Just after midnight Friday, officers were responding to a vandalism call.
Get over here.
46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system. Police followed Perez to her first-floor apartment, where they say she locked herself inside. An officer removes the screen to her open window. Perez hits the officer with what appears to be a glass candle.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You ain't got no warrant!
Here's a wider angle of the confrontation.
You ain't got no warrant! Hey, what's up?
They say Perez then swung a hammer, shattering a window. Officers then fired the deadly shots. According to police, Perez was hit at least twice. Paramedics pronounced her dead at the scene.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
The police chief adding the officers' actions were not consistent with policy and training. Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
I'm just heartbroken. There's no words that can express the hurt this has caused my family.
The police chief vowing to thoroughly investigate. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Scientists say new research points to a big breakthrough in battling cancer that could be coming soon. Researchers are predicting cancer vaccines may be available in the next 5 years. Now, these wouldn't prevent disease like regular vaccines. Instead, they would shrink tumors and stop cancer from returning. The experimental treatments have been targeting breast and lung cancer so far, and experts reported progress in treating melanoma and pancreatic cancer with them as well.
Damaging winds, hail, and heavy downpours all on the menu for the East Coast as we kick off this new week. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has been keeping an eye on the severe storms brewing, along with a record heat in the south. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, a lot going on today. We're looking at the chance for that severe weather this afternoon into the evening hours along the East Coast. We have an area of low pressure, trailing cold front that's going to move through. This is a look at the big picture. There's that low pressure system, high pressure to the south that's bringing in that hot air, really dangerous temperatures in the south. And we're going to see this as we go throughout the next couple of days. So that severe threat throughout portions of the east, a heat wave to the south. And we're looking at 58 million Americans under the chance of severe storms today. We're going to see winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Could see some really large hail, even the chance of a few tornadoes. Also really heavy downpours. So where you see the orange, this is the likeliest spot. Philly, D.C., Richmond, down to Raleigh, even just north of Charlotte. Heavy downpours. This could lead to flash flooding in some spots. We're looking at locally 4 inches in some spots. And we could see rain falling 2 inches per hour at times. 33 million Americans under some sort of heat alert in the south, from the southwest all the way to portions of the Tennessee Valley. Where you see the pink, that is your excessive heat warning. Houston today feeling like 111. That's a look at the big weather stories of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures in the south into the triple digits once again. We're going to see record-breaking heat. It's going to feel like 110 to 120 in some spots. Also very summer-like in the northeast and mid-Atlantic, into the 80s and 90s. Also tracking the chance of some strong thunderstorms. All right, guys, we're starting out with storms and heat. We're going to see how long it's going to last this week in just a few minutes.
All right, busy week for you. Thanks, Michelle. Still to come, Honda revs up for a recall for over 1 million cars.
And why it's a big deal that malls across the country are getting major makeovers.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
As the popularity of drugs like Ozempic soar, drug makers are racing to make the next generation of weight loss products, and results from 2 clinical trials presented at a conference this past weekend point toward progress companies made on new weight loss pills. Novo Nordisk, that's the maker of Ozempic, reported an oral version of the drug's active ingredient has helped people lose about the same amount of weight than taking those weekly injections. A spokesperson for the company said they hope to apply for FDA approval on a weight loss pill sometime this year.
Honda is recalling nearly 1.2 million vehicles in the U.S. over issues with the rear view camera. The problem was caused by a faulty cable connector, which prevents the rear view camera image from appearing on the display. Affected models include the 2018 to 2023 Odyssey, 2019 to 22 Pilot, and the 2019 to 2023 Passport vehicles. Dealers are expected to replace the faulty parts free of charge, and notification letters will be mailed to affected owners.
With more big stores closing their doors, malls have really been in crisis mode across the country. But some of them are getting big makeovers to stay open, meaning the malls of today look a lot different than the ones we all grew up with. NBC's Brian Chung explains.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or 2.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space. The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle. It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty, so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Another example of repurposing
That's right.
in our world these days. All right, still to come. A change in work for Rihanna, her Fenty future after a surprise announcement.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it. Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Looks like the only girl in the world is ready to take a bow from Savage X Fenty. Rihanna is stepping down as CEO of the lingerie company she founded in 2018. She will, though, stay on as executive chair of the brand, which she also co-owns with luxury retailer LVMH. The Diamond singer told Vogue Business Hillary Super, the former lead of Anthropologie Group, will be stepping into her shoes starting today. Rihanna's got a whole lot going on.
Wow, she really does.
She's expecting her second baby. She just, she's off of that amazing Super Bowl performance. She's still going to head Fenty Cosmetics, though, so keeping her toe in that.
That's right, and you're welcome for having those songs in your head all day now. And while one pop icon closes a chapter, another rang in a new one this weekend. Solange Knowles celebrated her 37th birthday on Saturday, sharing a special post to Instagram that brought fans along to the festivities. She showed moments singing with friends, riding on a jet ski with her big sister Beyonce, and dancing with her niece. Beyonce even gave Solange a special shout out at her concert in Munich as the whole stadium wished her a happy birthday.
I love it. Every aspect of that celebration, we're in on it. And from birthday celebrations to the box office redemption, you just can't keep Spider-Man down. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse swung back into the top spot across the country this weekend. The animated hit grossed $19.3 million domestically, bringing its worldwide box office earnings to over $500 million. And with the weather like it is, especially in the South, as hot as it is, relief in the form of movies and the box office, too.
And soda and candy, yes. And up next, Michelle has the week's forecast from coast to coast.
And later, what inmates in Wisconsin are doing to help service dogs support others on the outside.
do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's another stormy start. We're looking at the East Coast today. A cold front's going to move through, and that's going to bring the chance for some strong storms. Could see winds gusting over 65 miles per hour, some large hail, even the chance of a few tornadoes, and also really heavy downpour. So you need the umbrella there. We're going to be wet in the northwest as well, the Intermountain West, and we are sizzling in the south. So really dangerous temperatures in the south. That's going to continue for a while this week. Record heat once again on Wednesday. Looking wet throughout the northern plains, the central plains, and also cool and wet in the northeast.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Inmates at a Wisconsin correctional facility are making a difference for the community by training and working with support dogs that will help people in need. Seth Humanick has more details.
Oshkosh Correctional Institution has over 2,000 inmates, but 43 of them have a special job. They train and care for the institution's 13 future service dogs. who officials hope will someday make a big difference, but inmates say are already making their lives better.
I'll tell you, this has been a fantastic. When I came here, I mean, I myself had a lot of anxiety, so having the dog helped me.
Jong Lee is an inmate at Oshkosh Correctional and is part of the team that helps care for the dogs during their life inside the prison. In addition to helping his anxiety, he says working in the dog program has taught him teamwork and patience, skills he hopes to use to give back when he is released.
When I get out, I like to just volunteer, working in a dog shelter or help train the dogs or use some of the skills that I learned here.
Journey Together Service Dog runs the program. It teaches inmates how to train the dogs and ultimately delivers the dogs to clients. Journey Together President Pam Schubert says inmates help train the dogs for a variety of roles, but the dogs primarily help people suffering from PTSD.
The more that we can help them get back to going out in public, going to the store or going to busy places, the better life that they're going to have. If we can help one person have a better life, that's what we do it all for.
Jeremy Wonderchek says he's serving time for robbery and has been helping care for and train dogs like Dream for just shy of a year. He says he hopes his involvement in the program will help make up for his past.
It really makes me feel good personally, knowing that I'm doing something to pay back some of the wrong that I've done.
Wonderchek says he's seen service dogs make a big difference for people like his nephew, who lives with autism, and says he's glad to know his work could make people's lives better.
We're being given an amazing opportunity to help someone, and I don't think any of us take that very lightly. Just because we've made mistakes doesn't mean we can't be better in the future, and doesn't mean we can't help create things that are great and better for other people.
And our thanks to Seth Humanick for that report. Mutually beneficial. Both the dog, I'm sure, loves it, and they're getting trained. And for these inmates, the turnaround and the camaraderie they have with them, too.
I love that outlook that we may have made a mistake, but, we can atone along the way. A Florida teen is finally back on the water 2 years after a nasty accident nearly cost him his life. Hudson Dome was 15 when his leg got tangled in a boat propeller. He was able to save his own life in the moment, remembering a medical class and tying a tourniquet to his leg to slow the bleeding. 28 surgeries later, Dome is back to boating and walking on that leg. What a great lesson, that tourniquet.
Thanks so much for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Monday and a great week.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Developing right now on Morning News Now, rebellion. A short-lived revolt in Russia could result in potentially long-term impacts worldwide. This morning, mercenary rebels are no longer on the march to Moscow, and their leader is now in exile for what's being called the biggest threat to Vladimir Putin's 23-year reign in Russia.
Now, what we've seen is Russia having to defend Moscow, its capital, against mercenaries of its own making. So in and of itself, that's extraordinary.
Now, Ukraine's president is calling the rebellion a sign of Putin's weakness. We have team coverage, more on the crisis, the fallout, and what it means for the war in Ukraine. Also this morning, summer swelter developing right now. Millions in Texas are bracing for more record-setting heat, with temperatures expected to soar past 100 degrees today. And in other parts of the country, severe weather alerts are in effect from the southwest to the northeast. We're tracking it all. Underwater threat. An international investigation is now underway, looking into what led up to that deadly implosion of the Titanic tourist submersible. The latest on that, plus the renewed concerns about the dangers of so-called adventure tourism. And turning champagne problems into champagne solutions. Taylor Swift's ultra-popular Eras Tour is not just packing stadiums, it's also generating billions of dollars for local economies. So put the money in a bag and find out how Swifties could be behind a big, much-needed boost for the tourism industry. Good to have you with us on this Monday after a busy news weekend. We are going to begin this morning with new questions about the future of Russian President Vladimir Putin following that shocking but short-lived rebellion. In a dizzying turn of events, an armed rebellion threatened to topple Putin from power. And just as suddenly as it started, it appeared to quickly come to a peaceful end. It began on Friday when Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner Group, accused Russia's defense minister of ordering an attack on his soldiers. Now, the Wagner Group had been fighting alongside Russian troops. The mercenary leader also accused Russian leadership of launching the war in Ukraine based on lies. His troops abandoned their positions in Ukraine, then marched into Russia. In a televised address, President Putin called Prigozhin's rebellion a stab in the back and treason and betrayal. Then early Saturday, Prigozhin marched his troops into the South Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. Tanks and mercenary troops took over the streets there and eventually took control of a key military headquarters. From there, a column of mercenaries began marching on Moscow. They eventually moved within 120 miles of the Russian capital. Then late Saturday, an abrupt turnaround, with both sides agreeing to a deal that was brokered by the leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. Under the terms of the deal, the Kremlin said Prigozhin would not face any charges, but would live in exile in Belarus. A lot to cover, and we have full team coverage this morning, including what it means for Putin's future and the future of the war in Ukraine. Let's begin in Ukraine, in the capital, Kyiv. That's where we find NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. So, Kelly, this has been, as we said, the biggest challenge to Vladimir Putin's power in more than 20 years. In the wake of this deal, what's the message out of the Kremlin this morning and from Russian military leaders? Are we hearing from them?
Well, I think the message specifically from the Russian defense ministry is stability. Today, they released video of the defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, visiting troops. Now, we don't know when this video was shot. We don't know where it was shot. But the point is, they released the video showing him doing his job. And it's important because one of the key points raised by Prigozhin, that mercenary leader, was that he wanted Shoigu removed. He wanted him and the military chief of his staff both removed from their positions. That clearly hasn't happened. The other points that are very interesting today are that we have not yet seen or heard from the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, since that 5-minute address to the nation as this rebellion was taking place over the weekend. We also don't know the whereabouts of the man who led this rebellion, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He was, the Kremlin said, was going to be allowed to go to Belarus. All of his Telegram-affiliated channels have gone silent, his social media channels, where he has been very, very active and very effective at spreading his message. But we now do not know his whereabouts. He was last seen on video, apparently leaving that city, Rostov-on-Don, in the south of Russia, the city that his forces had taken control of. Joe?
You know, and Kelly, what's interesting is over the weekend, video from that captured Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, it actually showed Russians cheering Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. Do we know what has been the reaction on the ground in Russia?
Well, I guess it sort of depends where you are. First of all, yes, those crowds were cheering Wagner fighters, and that, remember, is a town that is very, very close to the fight in Ukraine. It's within, I think, 100 kilometers, about 60, 70 miles of the border. So there, in particular, you would find people who are very pro-military, potentially pro-Wagner fighter as well. But it's interesting in hearing from some of the people living in Moscow. Some people described it as shocking, worrying, incomprehensible, confusing. One man said, look, we support Wagner fighters. We support our president. Now we don't know how to reconcile that. So a confusing time, I think, for people in Russia.
And it's also confusing what's going to happen in Ukraine with the war there. What's the reaction where you are in Ukraine to all this internal drama in Russia?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Volodymyr Zelensky, the president here, has been talking about this a lot, trying to take advantage of the message anyway, on messaging, saying that this shows that Russia is weak, that bosses in Russia are weak, that there is chaos in Russia, and that the only country that can protect Europe and protect the world right now is Ukraine. So keep supporting Ukraine. On the actual battlefield, what is the impact? We don't really know yet. We don't know how much of an impact Wagner forces were having when all of this took place, and we don't know how many of those fighters are going to join the regular Russian military. So a lot still to be seen in the days, weeks to come, Joe.
All right, Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, thank you so much. The State Department is keeping a close eye on the situation in Russia this morning following a weekend of startling events. Our coverage continues with NBC's Chuck Todd.
Well, hello there, Joe. This week on Meet the Press, Secretary of State Antony Blinken joined me to discuss the chaos that unfolded over the weekend in Russia between that mercenary force, the Wagner Group, and President Putin. Take a look at what he had to say about the rebellion.
What we've seen is extraordinary. Think about it this way. 16 months ago, Russian forces were on the doorstep of Kyiv in Ukraine, believing they would take the capital in a matter of days and erase the country from the map as an independent country. Now, what we've seen is Russia having to defend Moscow, its capital, against mercenaries of its own making. So in and of itself, that's extraordinary. And in so doing, we've also seen rise to the surface profound questions about the very premises for this Russian aggression against Ukraine that Prigozhin surfaced very publicly, as well as a direct challenge to Putin's authority.
What you ended up seeing versus what the intelligence said, how accurate was it?
Well, Chuck, I'm obviously not going to comment on intelligence matters. What I can say is this. I think it's been no secret to many people over many months that these tensions were rising. They were brewing. Prigozhin was already saying some rather extraordinary things about Russia's conduct of the war in Ukraine and going directly at Russia's military leadership. So this was a rising storm. But I'm not going to comment on the intelligence itself.
The dismantling of the Wagner Group, first of all, do you believe it's being dismantled? And if so, what does this mean in Africa and Syria?
Too soon to tell. We'll see if this means that Wagner forces are coming out of Ukraine. I mean, the very fact that over the weekend, Wagner forces were coming out of Ukraine and going into Russia and toward Moscow, in and of itself is extraordinary.
You can see my full interview with him at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now, every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much. Let's get more now from Washington with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Monica, Secretary Blinken really has been the main voice on this from the White House. Anything else he said we didn't hear there in that interview with Chuck? And is it significant that we haven't yet heard anything from President Biden?
Well, I think the strategy is really by design, Joe. The administration was watching this so closely. There were so many fast-moving developments. They didn't want to get ahead of anything, and they didn't want to also give any kind of perception that the West was at all involved in what they are referring to as this Russian internal affair. So they're really letting the diplomacy do the talking, and that's why the main chief diplomat for the United States, the Secretary of State, was the one out talking about what he is seeing, but also with this conclusion that they're stressing that it's just too soon to draw any conclusions about what this could mean. Take a listen.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. It is too soon to tell exactly where they go and when they get there. But certainly we have all sorts of new questions that Putin is going to have to address in the weeks and months ahead.
Secretary Blinken was working the phones all weekend, talking to critical counterparts. So was Secretary of Defense Austin. And then, of course, President Biden himself. On Saturday, he spoke with the leaders of Germany, France, and the UK to reaffirm support for Ukraine. And then yesterday, he had a call with Ukrainian President Zelensky, which we were expecting, where the two did discuss the events in Russia. That's the way the White House put it. Again, not wanting to put any labels on this until they can get a little bit more information, assess a little bit more. And today is likely the first time we may hear the president speak about this, because over the weekend, when prompted by reporters a couple of times coming and going from Camp David, he declined to answer questions, Joe.
So lots of questions about the future. But Monica, looking back a little bit, we understand U.S. intelligence did actually know about a potential plot to challenge Moscow's military leaders. I mean, what has NBC News learned about that?
Yeah, and you saw there Secretary Blinken alluding to this rising storm. So obviously they were following it, they say, for weeks and months, this tension between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian military specifically. And we had seen that, but in the last 10 days or so, I'm told by U.S. officials, there was an escalatory rise, a significant one that did sort of show that perhaps Prigozhin was planning to mount this challenge. And another sign that U.S. intelligence picked up on that was the fact that he was amassing weapons and forces. So I'm told that senior officials throughout the administration were briefed about some of that intelligence last Wednesday, and then alarm bells really started to go off internally on Friday. And that's why National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who was supposed to travel to Copenhagen for some talks about Ukraine, scrapped the trip, decided to stay back and monitor the situation so he could keep the president informed. He briefed him all weekend at Camp David. And there were a couple of other signs we saw like that as well. But again, the U.S. very careful not to want to comment on this, as it's still a quite volatile situation.
All right, Monica Alba covering the Biden administration. Monica, thank you so much. Let's dig a little deeper into this with NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, always good to have you with us on a story like this. So first of all, just help us understand how unprecedented the events of this past weekend were. Have we seen anything like this in Russia in recent times?
No, not during Putin's reign. He's been in business for 23 years and has had an iron grip on the entire apparatus of the state and the military. But it's not unprecedented in Russia. Russia's history is replete with mutinies of all types and varieties going back all the way back to the 16th century. You see this all the time, however, in autocratic states, because it's the only way that you can have regime change if you get the military behind you. So there's almost always military action and mutinies in situations in which there's going to be, or there's an attempt to have regime change. But what this has done, obviously, is to demonstrate that Putin is not necessarily in total control of the apparatus, and demonstrates the inability of the Russian military to control all of the people under its command, Joe.
Colonel, let's talk about this Wagner Group. We've heard a lot about them in the last year. Richard Engel recently did some incredible reporting about their impact and influence in Africa. Help us understand, how powerful is the Wagner Group, and are they actually capable of taking on Moscow?
Well, the only way they're going to be able to take on Moscow physically is if they get the rest of the Russian army behind them as they march towards Moscow. That's probably not going to happen, and certainly not anytime soon. But Wagner Group is very, very important to the Russian, the persecution of the Russian mission inside Ukraine. They are probably the only organization in the Russian military that is not totally inept. The Russian army has demonstrated that it tactically, neither tactically nor strategically, can accomplish the mission it had assigned itself. And Wagner itself has been successful only in small places. It was hugely successful in Bakhmut initially, but otherwise has not demonstrated any capability to be any further threat to Russia, Joe.
Colonel, real quickly, how much is everything that we just saw happen in Russia going to impact the war in Ukraine now?
The Russians need Wagner's troops, which is why they've been trying desperately to sign the Wagner's troops into the Russian military. At the end of the day, what is going to happen inside Ukraine is wholly dependent upon Western support for Ukraine on the one hand, and the ability of the Russian military to continue the war. And at the moment, the two people at the top of the military ladder in Russia, Gerasimov and Shoigu, have demonstrated that they are not capable of continuing the war successfully. These are very interesting and difficult times for both sides, Joe.
All right, Colonel Jacobs, always appreciate your expertise, especially on a story like this. Thank you so much. Other news now. In Pennsylvania, the trial for the Tree of Life synagogue shooter is entering the penalty phase this morning. The jury will now decide whether 50-year-old Robert Bowers gets life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Earlier this month, that same jury found Bowers guilty of 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes, crimes. 11 people were killed in the 2018 shooting, which was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. It's expected this stage of the trial could take at least 6 weeks. Temperatures are once again soaring in the South today, hitting triple digits for yet another day. This as several states in the Midwest clean up after multiple tornadoes and severe storms tore through the country's midsection. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Houston with more on this. Priscilla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. In just a few hours, this splash pad is going to be filled with kids looking to get some relief from those 100-degree temperatures that we're expected to see here in Houston today. It marks the third week in a row of a historic heat wave that is battering millions across the South.
This morning, terrifying tornadoes and sweltering summer heat combining for a brutal 1-2 punch of wild weather.
I don't think we're done climbing on temperature.
Temperatures across the South again topping triple digits, baking some hard-hit communities for the third straight week. Tens of millions facing even more heat alerts in the coming days.
This year it feels hotter than regular.
In sweltering Southwest Texas, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died while hiking in Big Bend National Park, where temperatures hit nearly 120 degrees. The boy's stepfather rushed to find help and was found dead, officials say, after his car crashed over an embankment. Both deaths remain under investigation. As Southerners hope for relief from the heat, the Midwest is reeling from another round of dangerous twisters.
I think it's going to miss us.
Communities in Minnesota and Indiana hit by multiple tornadoes. Residents forced to take cover.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bathtub.
And in Florida, new video shows the terrifying moments a fast-moving storm swept aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship leaving Port Canaveral. Luckily, the cruise line says there were no serious injuries and the ship set sail as scheduled, as this summer of severe weather shows no signs of slowing down.
And Joe, right now there are around 450,000 people throughout the country without power. We aren't seeing any major outages here in Texas, but the power grid operator here has issued a weather watch saying that they are expecting record high demand this week, but they say they do expect they'll be able to meet that demand. But I will tell you right now already it is about 82 degrees out here, so it is very hot already and only getting hotter. I might need to take another pass through the water here in a second. Joe?
Priscilla, that fountain's going to come in handy for you today, and we forgive you if you're a little drenched during your live shots throughout the day. Priscilla Thompson in Houston, thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
So let's get a check on what's next for the South, the Midwest, the rest of the country, and your morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's here. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Great to see you. And we're going to see more of those dangerous temperatures. We're into the third week of seeing triple digits. It's going to go on and on. So no relief in sight. That's one of the big weather stories. The second one, severe weather. We're watching the risk once again today. It looks like it's going to target the East Coast. So this is what radar looks like right now. We have a couple severe storms moving through portions of the Southeast, but it's really the East Coast, the Southeast through the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, even parts of New England that will see some showers and some thunderstorms today. So why is this happening? This is the big picture. We have an area of low pressure that's spinning over the Great Lakes. We have a trailing cold front that's coming off that area of low pressure. It's going to move off to the east, and that's going to spark the chance for some really strong storms. We could see winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Could see some large hail, the chance of a few tornadoes, and really heavy downpours. We saw a couple of those over the weekend. Then as we look towards the south, we have an area of high pressure. Think of it like a heat pump. It's just pumping in that really warm air, that dangerous heat, and also some moisture. So that's what we're looking at in the south. Once you factor in that humidity, that's where we start to feel like 110, 120. So we have that severe threat. We have the dangerous heat once again. Now with the severe threat, we're looking at enhanced risk. That's pretty high on the scale. So that is where it's most likely where we're going to get those strong storms from Philadelphia to D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. 58 million Americans under the gun for some severe weather. We're looking at the chance for those really gusty winds and also hail. Where you see this blue hatching area, that's where we're going to see the chance for some really gusty winds and heavy downpours. This could lead to flash flooding because we could locally see 4 inches. Where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the chance for some really heavy rainfall. We could see some flooded roads, the creeks, the streams could rise as well. And we're going to see those summer-like downpours with 2 inches per hour or more. So here's the future cast as we go throughout time. We mentioned today, then tomorrow that cold front's going to move way way too slow off to the east. So we're going to keep the shower threat in chance. Could see some storms as well, and also the risk for some really heavy downpours. That's Tuesday. Wednesday, notice that area of low pressure kind of lingering over the northeast. So now scattered storms targeting parts of New England. But we'll mention the heat alerts, too, because we're looking at 33 million people impacted by these heat alerts from the southwest all the way to portions of the Tennessee Valley. And we're talking triple digits. Joe, you've been working the past 3 weeks where we just talk about it every single day. We are stuck in it. It doesn't stop. And that's where it gets super dangerous on the body.
Yeah, and people just have to do their best to stay inside, get that air conditioning, drink plenty of fluids.
And hope you have that.
Exactly. We have not turned on our air conditioner yet, but this morning I was finally tempted because it's so humid here. Oh,
and you
my
can
goodness.
feel it.
You can just, yes.
Yeah. I can't believe you have not turned it on yet.
I know. We've done so good so
Pretty
far,
good.
but it's about to change. All right, Michelle, thanks so much.
Sure.
There is much more to come here in Morning News Now. Later this hour, buzzing with purpose. Beekeepers are working hard to bring back the dwindling honeybee population. We've got to look at their efforts and why it's so important. First, though, after the break, early lead. Former President Donald Trump appears to be the clear frontrunner in the race for the Republican nomination for president. We're going to break down a new NBC News poll when we come back.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back with new poll numbers as the summer presidential campaign heats up. A new NBC News poll shows that former President Trump is actually expanding his lead over that large field of other Republican candidates. This despite being indicted by a federal grand jury. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more on all this. Mark, good to have you with us breaking down these numbers. So we should note this poll was conducted just a week after former President Trump was indicted by a grand jury. Those criminal charges, federal charges are related to his handling of classified documents. So looking at the poll, how do you sum up the impact his legal troubles are having on his standing right now?
Yeah, Joe, in the Republican race for president, it has only helped Donald Trump. Our poll shows that Donald Trump has a 29-point lead over Ron DeSantis and the rest of the Republican field. Former Vice President Mike Pence is at 7%. You end up having former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie at 5% and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley at 4%. Back in April, Joe, after that first Donald Trump indictment on those New York charges, we ended up having Donald Trump with a 15-point lead over Ron DeSantis and the rest of the field. So essentially, Donald Trump went from a 15-point lead in April to a 29-point lead right now.
Mark, I want to take a look at another question from the polling. When asked if Trump should be the leader of the GOP, we have 49% saying yes, 21% saying he was a good leader, but it was time for a fresh take. 29% said the GOP needs a new leader overall. So what does this tell us right now about the future of the Republican Party?
Joe, it tells us the Republican Party is divided right now. It's almost an even split. 49% want Donald Trump as the leader. 50% say that they at least are considering someone else or definitely want somebody else. But it is also worth noting in a multi-candidate field right now, 49% is a pretty solid number. This race is yet to go head-to-head right now. And when it's Donald Trump, where you have 49% of Republican primary voters saying that they want him to be the party's leader, that is something that he can take into the contest in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, and probably and that those could end up being winning percentages for him. I think the caveat here is, Joe, that we have a long time to go, and this is a national poll. It is not a poll of Iowa. It's not a poll of New Hampshire, so it's important to keep those things in mind.
Real quickly, we should talk about the potential for a rematch in the from the 2020 election between Trump and Biden. What does the polling tell us if those two do go head-to-head?
A close race, Joe. We have President Joe Biden at 49% among registered voters, Donald Trump at 45%. That's a 4-point lead for Joe Biden within the poll's margin of error. It is also important to note that that 4-point lead is almost identical to Joe Biden's more than 4-point victory over Donald Trump in 2020. So in a lot of ways, that this country has not moved, or at least the general electorate has not moved all much from 2020.
All right, Mark Murray breaking it down for us. Mark, thank you so much. International news now. Curfews are in effect across Honduras after a series of violent attacks. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labonga joins us now with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, about 20 people have died throughout the weekend in separate attacks all across Honduras. Well, 13 of them died after they were shot at a birthday party. Now, the country's president, Castro, described that particular incident as brutal and ruthless. The curfew is now in effect for Choloma and San Pedro Sula, the country's second largest city. It will run for 15 days. This comes on the heels of an ongoing partial state of emergency that has been in effect since December. This is all in an effort to combat violent gangs and drug crime across the Central American country. Now let's travel over to Greece, where conservative leader Kyriakos Mitsotakis secured the second term as prime minister in a landslide victory. In a statement, Mitsotakis said voters gave us a strong mandate to move faster on the course of big changes our country needs. Greece has remained in headlines amid an ongoing migrant crisis. Hundreds are dead and missing after a boat capsized near the country's coast. Now we end this tour of the world in the UK, where the Duchess of York is recovering after a successful surgery for breast cancer. A spokesperson for Sarah Ferguson says she was advised to undergo the procedure after a routine mammogram caught an early form of breast cancer. The rep added that the prognosis is good and that her diagnosis highlights the importance of regular screening. Ferguson has been an ongoing advocate for cancer research. Back to you, Joe.
I had the privilege of meeting her more than 20 years ago. She was lovely to interview. We wish her all the best. Right, Claudio, thank you so much. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching an investigation into the Titan submersible implosion. The ship that launched the sub on its fatal journey did return to port over the weekend. Now an international investigation has started looking into what caused the implosion. All 5 men on board were killed. Investigators will also make recommendations about whether any civil or criminal sanctions should be pursued. But at a news conference on Sunday, officials added the investigation does not necessarily mean anything criminal has occurred. The full investigation could take up to 2 years. Now, the tragedy involving the Titan submersible is raising new questions about the risks of extreme tourist expeditions like this one. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward takes a closer look.
This horrific disaster at a deep-sea relic of the past is part of a dangerous new world of adventure for profit. Whether it was John Glenn rocketing into orbit or Jacques Cousteau exploring the wonders of the deep sea, risky adventures used to be just for the professionals. But now, if you have enough cash, private companies will take you on the adventure of a lifetime, even if they bend safety rules from time to time. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush, who died in the sub implosion, telling CBS last year,
at some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything.
Adventure travel brought in more than $350 billion last year. But a $250,000 ticket to the Titanic is the outer fringe of that industry. The most popular forms of adventure travel are hiking and cycling. And in the U.S., adventure guides are tightly regulated.
If you're going to be a mountaineering guide, you need to get certified by the American Mountain Guide Association or the International Mountain Guide Association. If you're offering raft trips, your team should be doing swiftwater rescue.
But in the riskiest realms, regulation lags far behind.
Welcome to the new space age.
Tech titans are already charging tens or hundreds of thousands for trips to space, but the FAA is prohibited by Congress from regulating the safety of people on board. And while a record number of permits have been issued for climbers of Mount Everest, that mountain is also largely unregulated, even as a record 12 climbers and Sherpas died and another 5 disappeared there this year. But that does not hurt the appeal.
People are strange, you know. There was the huge Everest disaster years ago. It did not dim the interest in Everest in the slightest.
In fact, according to those who study tourism, after disasters like the OceanGate deaths, interest often grows.
It will probably make it even more attractive. People are attracted by danger. People are attracted by extreme forms of tourism in all shapes and forms. Will this stop people going down? No, it will probably attract even more people now.
Ultimately, this form of tourism seems to have latched onto a quirk of human nature. In spite of a waiver obtained by TMZ that spelled out that the sub was uncertified and carried the risk of death in many forms, the passengers still signed on. NBC has not obtained or verified that waiver.
Do you think people really understand the risk, or do they just sign a form that says they do?
For this particular case, I think they understand the risk because you're going down deep, deep into the ocean. So I can't believe they don't really appreciate the risk that they're going into. Obviously, nobody ever thinks you're going to come to an end. I guess part of the challenge is we get a bit complacent. The excitement just takes over.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. One note on Congress blocking regulation on space travel. That moratorium expires in October, and some in the industry are debating whether it's time for Congress to add safety measures. Coming up, toxic threat. We're going to take you to the California coast where a mysterious algae bloom is killing sea life. Why experts now say the problem could have impacts from the fish market to your dinner table. And beekeepers are working hard to bring back the honeybee population. We'll explain the buzz. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Officials in Montana are continuing to investigate whether the Yellowstone River has been contaminated after a train carrying hazardous materials derailed over the weekend. On Saturday, a bridge collapsed, sending rail cars into the river. Now, it's not yet clear what happened first, the derailment or the collapse. It's also unclear what caused either accident. Officials say a number of the train cars in the river were carrying molten sulfur and asphalt. Two nearby towns, Billings and Laurel, Montana, shut down their water supply system shortly after the derailment. They have since been reopened. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating the incident. Turning now to some troubling news off the coast of California. A mysterious algae bloom is killing off sea life by the hundreds. And now experts are warning that the toxic plants could impact your next seafood dinner. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
The beauty of a California beach day, broken by the startling sight of sickness and death.
It has been quite awful. We've been seeing at least 2 or 3 of them wash up every evening.
Scientists call it a microscopic menace, toxic algae blooms poisoning the California coast.
Toxins build up in their system and can lead to all sorts of issues.
Along the Southern California coast, officials estimate more than 1,000 calls for sea lions and dolphins, either dead or showing signs of sickness.
It affects the brains and the heart. Can lead to seizures, can lead to disorientation, aggression, as well as miscarriages and death.
Biologists say it's likely a toxic algae bloom called pseudonychia, which can be eaten by small sea creatures, then turned into a neurotoxin when consumed by larger marine life. The Marine Mammal Care Center says there's been 50 rescues in the past 2 weeks alone.
And behind me, another dolphin washed up on shore. Researchers now taking measurements, collecting samples, and waiting for test results to find out if it really is this algae. And if it is, it's more than just wildlife at risk.
The California Department of Health warning against eating sport-harvested mussels, clams, or scallops from Santa Barbara County.
I've never seen anything like this. To my recollection, this is the largest pulse of animals that we've had, at least in the marine mammal response side.
Scientists scrambling for answers with wildlife rescue efforts around the clock. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Let's talk about something else that has a huge impact on our food, honeybees. One recent beekeeping survey found that last year, nearly half of their population died out. Now, experts say the bee mortality rate has fluctuated over the last few years, at times hitting troubling lows. Despite this, beekeepers have managed to keep the crucial population alive. For more on how this was accomplished, we're joined by Jay Evans, who's a research entomologist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Good to have you with us. So first of all, what is threatening these honeybees, and how are beekeepers managing to keep this population stable?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Well, the bees are facing threats both from their own diseases, viruses, mites, bacteria. A lot of the things that you might think of for human health affect honeybees. They're also under stress from climate differences and sort of moving across different climates. But all of these issues have been dealt with by beekeepers for decades and decades. Beekeepers excel at kind of nurturing their bees, getting them ready to pollinate crops and move them across country. And so what we're seeing now is just sort of a tipping point with disease, we feel. There's a parasitic mite, actually, that crawls along the bees, bites into them, and transmits viruses. And that mite is getting increasingly hard to control. It can be controlled by management tools and breeding better bees, but it's just voracious. It keeps growing and growing. And we think that's probably a major factor in these most recent winter losses, especially.
So, Jay, for those who are wondering why we're having this conversation, help us understand just how important honeybees are agriculturally. Their impact is bigger than most of us realize, right?
It sure is. Yeah, and all pollinators are important. There are bees, bats, some birds even are pollinators, but honeybees for agriculture and in the environment are just so good at getting to crops, getting out among them, doing their thing and coming home safely. And then the beekeeper, many of whom are sort of these traveling providers of agricultural services, can take the box of bees and move to the next crop and do their thing again. So honeybees are really just the preeminent kind of traveling service insects for pollination, and that's $1 billion industry for the U.S. and many billions across the world. So their real strength is the ability to land at a site, do their thing, come back home to a box, and be ready for the next job.
So looking ahead, could we continue to see some of these low numbers that we've seen? And what can we do? Is there anything we can do to help make sure the bee populations don't drop this low again?
Yeah, that's great. And I do appreciate the interest in it, not just for the economy, but for what they do in nature. Many people are turning towards planting pollinator gardens at a large scale, say along roadways, but also in your backyard. And that really helps honeybees, but also the many thousands of other bee species in the U.S. So looking at plants in your area that do well, especially ones that flower later in the summer when there might be a dearth of other flowers and pollen sources, that's always a good thing. Supporting your beekeepers, maybe supporting a local beekeeper, buying local honey. If you have land, have crops, helping them safely put their bees on that land and do their thing. And keeping the environment clean, no unnecessary use of pesticides, and kind of keeping the habitat wild in some ways as much as we can, even within urban settings. It's been found to help.
Some great advice there. I like buying local honey. Definitely going to do that one right there. Jay Evans, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for your attention to bees.
Coming up, another dangerous encounter between a killer whale and a boat full of people. More on the latest in a string of close calls and what experts say could be behind them. Plus, a first-of-its-kind sports bar celebrating 1 year of success. We're going to take you inside for a look at what makes it so unique. Next on Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. Killer whales took aim at yet another boat off the coast of Spain. So what is behind this alarming aquatic trend? NBC's Maggie Vespa has the story.
The latest deep-sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
Are you coming for the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat, then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans,
you don't consider these attacks.
I don't.
Real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
As we close out Pride Month this week, we're taking you to a sports bar in Oregon that's celebrating 1 year in business. The bar is the first of its kind to only show women's sports. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles sat down with the owner to talk about her larger mission, campaigning for equality.
Women's sports are the main attraction at the bar. That's why it's called the Sports Bra. But inside, it's an inclusive community led by its queer owner.
At the Sports Bra in Portland, Oregon, it's all about support. Sports bras are optional, but women's sports are not, and acceptance isn't either.
We don't have very many queer spaces or queer safe spaces that feel like they're made for us here or even in the entire country.
This bar is the first to only air women's sports. Owner Jenny Nguyen came out to her parents when she was 17.
For me, playing basketball was my safety blanket from having to come out. I got to the point where I remember when I was 17, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Kind of like that double life. And so I was laying in bed, and I remember looking at my digital clock, and it said 10:58 at night. I go, okay, at 11:05, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go upstairs, I'm gonna tell my parents I'm gay.
Now this bar is a safe space for her and others.
What brought you here? The idea of coming and being able to watch sports with a room full of women and not having to battle with men to watch men's sports.
For the first time, this group of Seattle Storm fans can watch a game at a bar.
To have a space that's showing stuff that specifically we are interested in is really special to have access to.
They're big Jenny fans too.
I saw you over there and I went,
Across this bar, representation, while moving the conversation forward.
We have a side of equity, and people can order that, add it to their tab, and at the end of the month or the week, I total it up and I donate all of it. During June and July, we're kind of focusing on transgender rights.
Why is it important, especially now, to wrap your arms around that community?
Trans women and girls are women and girls. And so we believe that everyone deserves a chance to participate in sports.
It may be a sports bar, but what's happening here is bigger than sports.
The win started fundraising for the Voice of Sports Foundation's Side of Equity campaign. It seeks to close the pay gap for female athletes. The foundation says all donations will be given to the athletes competing at this year's Women's World Cup. Back to you.
All right, Nyala, thank you so much. Financial news now. Big oil taking a deep breath as that short-lived Russian mutiny calms. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Yes, the oil prices have been unsteady today, moving between losses and gains following that political turmoil in Russia this weekend. And traders say the situation doesn't appear to pose an immediate threat to oil supply from one of the world's largest producers. Goldman Sachs saying markets could price in a modestly higher chance of domestic volatility in Russia, leading to supply disruptions, but the impact could be limited. OPEC says the world will still need oil and refined products such as gasoline for the foreseeable future. The head of the cartel saying today global oil demand will hit 110 million barrels per day in the next 20 years. Total energy demand is forecast to rise more than 20% from current levels. OPEC believes oil will remain nearly a third of the energy mix over the next few decades. And with many college graduates starting their first jobs, a new report from Bankrate ranks the best cities in the country to launch a career. Now, it ranks the top 50 metro areas based on categories such as job growth, cost of living, remote work, commute time, and the income rank gap. Now, Austin, Texas tops the list with favorable ratings in job growth and remote work. The South is actually home to half of the top 10, with Raleigh, Nashville, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Atlanta joining Austin. Joe. So how about that?
There you go, Silvana. Thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, look what you made her do. Looks like Taylor Swift's ultra-popular Eras Tour is giving a much-needed boost to the tourism industry. Up next, we got the receipts and reasons. It's next on Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. A new world's ugliest dog has been crowned. Scooter, a 7-year-old Chinese crested dog, took the title at the contest in Petaluma, California. He was born with a deformity that leaves his 2 hind legs facing backward and hardly any hair on his body. Our own NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz helped judge this year's contest, which is designed to promote the importance of dog adoption. Gotti said of the winner, "From the second he sits his hairless little booty and backward legs on your lap, you feel his warm, huggable power to change the meaning of the word ugly." Congratulations to Scooter, who's a good boy. There's no such thing as an ugly dog, by the way. They're all adorable. Before it even began, Taylor Swift's Eras tour managed to break Ticketmaster. Well, now new research shows that the big effect that tour is having on economies, it includes spikes in labor near stadiums where she performs. So is it all good news for venues, or could it be a nightmare dressed as a daydream? Dr. Daniel Altman, chief economist at InstaWork, has investigated what he calls the Taylor Swift effect and joins us now. Good to have you with us, Dr. Altman. So let's talk about what you found in your research. What exactly is the Taylor Swift effect? How does it work?
Well, it's not too surprising that Taylor Swift would have a big effect on labor demand right in the stadium and right in the area around the stadium. We know that we're pulling in 60, 70, sometimes 80,000 people, sometimes even more in the parking lots. And so it's not surprising that on our platform, which helps businesses to connect with flexible workers across the country, we see a lot more demand for shifts around the stadium. But what we actually looked at was the area further away from the stadium, sort of a donut with the stadium taken out, going 5-mile radius outside of the stadium. And we found that even in that area, there was still up to a 500% increase in demand for flexible labor all the way across that area. And so it just shows that, especially when a stadium is in an urban area, Taylor Swift is bringing so many people into that area that she's making a huge effect on the local economy.
So you mentioned specifically an urban area there, and that's interesting because you actually found a big difference in the impact of the tour in major cities versus small town locations. Tell us more about what that difference is and why you think the two are so different.
Well, if we look at the big cities like Chicago, where Soldier Field is located near the center of town, where we look at Philadelphia, where Lincoln Financial Field is close to the center of town, in those places, there's a big effect on the local economy because there's so many bars and restaurants and hotels nearby. Those stadiums are kind of sticky. They keep people in that area to keep spending money. But if we look at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, or MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, they're pretty far from the metropolitan centers, and there's not as much around to keep people in that area. People just go to the concert, they hang out at the stadium, and then they leave. And so the effect in those areas is much, much smaller, almost imperceptible. But if you have a stadium in a major city that's smack in the downtown area, it has a huge effect.
All right, so I know you studied Taylor Swift, but I do want to ask you a little bit about Beyonce. That's another megastar currently on tour overseas. Some experts believe her stop in Sweden actually affected that country's inflation rates just a little bit. So should we expect to see the Swift effect happen again when Beyonce starts touring here in America? Would we call that perhaps an economic renaissance?
We're definitely going to be tracking Beyonce when she comes to the United States. What I can tell you is that when labor demand goes up, yes, it can push up hourly pay rates for those people, but it's usually a pretty temporary effect, and it's not something that is going to flow back into prices for the things that we buy every day across the country. So I'm not too worried about the inflation angle.
All right. But it will at least be a good time, and that's an inflation of fun. Let's just call it that, all right?
Sounds great.
All right. Dr. Daniel Altman, fascinating conversation. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, rebellion and exile. New this morning, we're getting a look at Russia's defense minister. This video shows him for the first time since that short-lived uprising in Russia over the weekend aimed at ousting him from power and threatening Vladimir Putin's control over the country. The founder of the mercenary group that led the uprising was once part of Putin's elite. Now he's in exile in neighboring Belarus. It's all part of a cryptic deal brokered on behalf of a now shaken Moscow.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. We have all sorts of new questions that Putin is going to have to address in the weeks and months ahead.
We've got team coverage on what it all means for Putin, as well as the man behind the rebellion and the war in Ukraine. This morning, major marine casualty. That's the Coast Guard's assessment of the loss. The Titan submersible and now search and rescue efforts are officially ending this morning. But that's being replaced by a full international investigation into what caused the tragic loss of the vessel and those 5 men on board. We've got the latest on that investigation this morning, plus the ongoing efforts to recover that ill-fated vessel from the depths of the Atlantic. Also this morning, mall makeover. The unbeatable convenience of online shopping has been steadily emptying out the humble shopping mall for years, but now some are being completely reinvented with a focus on community over commerce. And leave it to Beaver. It is an obsession that's uniquely American. Anybody living below the Mason-Dixon line will tell you Buc-ee's is almost synonymous with the South. And with the grand opening of its newest Tennessee location, the famous gas station chain takes a bite out of a world record. One of my favorite places on the planet. Looking forward to that. We begin this hour, though, with the weekend that shook Moscow. This morning, the Russian capital is on edge following that aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. The extraordinary events of the last 48 hours saw President Putin and the Kremlin stare down one of the biggest threats they've faced in decades. In a deal brokered by Belarus, the Wagner Group halted an unprecedented march toward Moscow following a major feud with the country's top military brass. The group had also briefly taken over the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. This morning, Moscow is attempting to project a message of business as usual, releasing this video of the Russian defense minister meeting troops fighting in Ukraine. But it remains unclear when or where the pictures were taken. In a few moments, we will hear from the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, and NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea, who is in Kyiv. But let's get straight to our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It is surreal to stand here above the streets of Moscow and see how life seems so ordinary. A terror alert that had been imposed here in Moscow has been lifted after a rebellion that rocked Russia and even threatened this city. Overnight, Joe, we've learned that President Biden spoke to President Zelensky as events unfolded over the weekend. But honestly, both men and the world was left to watch from the sidelines. Reasserting authority, or trying to. This morning, new video of Russia's defense minister, the man who faced a mutiny this weekend, pictured overseeing the Ukraine operation. Sergei Shoigu also controls Russia's nuclear arsenal. The video is mute and doesn't say when it was filmed. Other images have not been widely broadcast here. Russians in the city of Rostov-on-Don cheering for the leader of this weekend's aborted rebellion, even taking selfies with Yevgeny Prigozhin. His insurrection bringing the country to the brink of chaos, his mercenary troops closing in on the capital, Moscow. Before an unprecedented deal with President Putin, brokered by another president, Belarus leader Alexander Lukashenko, apparently allowing the man behind the insurrection to go unpunished and into exile. Overnight, Russian TV commentators declaring a senseless massacre was avoided with maturity. Beijing saying this morning it supports Russia maintaining national stability, while the US and Ukraine sensing weakness at the heart of the Kremlin.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. It is too soon to tell exactly where they go.
Some commentators in Russia are calling for the mutiny leaders to be punished, even executed, pointing to President Putin's reputation for not easily forgiving betrayal.
Prigozhin kept his life but lost his Wagner Group, and he should be very careful around open windows in his new surroundings in Belarus.
All that's left behind in Rostov-on-Don, occupied by the rebel group for less than a day, tank tracks and questions. How can one, in a situation where we are in conflict with another country, have an internal war as well, this man says. Vladimir Putin's power challenged like never before. On Saturday, the president called it a stab in the back. How will he and Russia respond now? And NBC News has learned that US intelligence, Joe, was aware that Prigozhin was planning a confrontation with Russian military leaders. But what happens now, frankly, that is anyone's guess.
All right, Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Keir, thank you so much. Our coverage continues now in Ukraine with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, good morning. So the big question right now is how is this going to impact the war in Ukraine, more than a year old? How are Ukrainian officials reacting to this drama that played out over the weekend within Russia?
Well, President Zelensky, along with many of his advisors, have been talking about this, have been tweeting about it over the past several days, ever since the rebellion started playing out on television screens, the world watching. Of course, Ukraine has been watching. President Zelensky has called this chaos. He said the bosses in Russia aren't in control. He said that this is a sign of weakness in Russia. He said the longer the Russian aggression lasts, the more degradation it causes Russia itself. At one point, he even addressed Russians in their own language, saying, as long as you stay with Putin, this is what you will get, disaster after disaster. So very much playing the information fight, very much getting into that propaganda warfare, trying to get his message across to the Russian people. But on the same, at the same time, there is also an ongoing fight here in Ukraine. There's been no pause along the 600-mile front line of this war, and the question on many people's minds is how will this affect the front line? And that's something that we're watching as well, Joe.
Yeah, Kelly. I mean, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said it was extraordinary to see the Wagner forces moving out of Ukraine and into Russia. This is all playing out amid Ukraine's massive counteroffensive. So in light of this internal Russian fight, I know it's only been a couple days now, but do we know if Ukrainian forces have been able to make any headway on the battlefield?
Well, the deputy defense minister said they absolutely have. In fact, just a short time ago, she said that the Ukrainian forces had taken yet another village, the 9th village since their offensive began. She said that they've taken about 50 square miles of territory from the Russians on the southern front. She said that that front has changed quite a bit over the course of the past week. We've also been talking to the spokesperson for the forces on the eastern front, and he said this doesn't change things on a tactical sense. What it changes is the morale of those fighters in the east. They will have been listening to those Telegram channels, the social media. They'll know what is going on, and that will have an effect on how they fight going forward. Of course, Joe, we'll have to see.
All right, Kelly Kobiea reporting from Ukraine's capital. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. Ambassador, good to have you with us. So, I mean, we know Russia has always prided itself on this image of being strong, stable, having predictable leadership. Have this weekend's events tarnished that? I mean, what is your reaction to what's been going on here?
This weekend's events prove that Putin the strongman is not quite Putin the strongman. The most effective military force in Russia was not only coming to get rid of the chief of staff of the military and the defense minister, but its leader was saying that the war on Ukraine was on pretexts which were not true. So directly challenging the Kremlin narrative, this was all about responding to Western aggression, demonstrating that Putin's power is really suspect.
So, Ambassador, we know tensions between the Wagner Group and Moscow's military leaders, they've been brewing for some time. Why do you think this mutiny happened now, and what does it tell us about Putin's grip on power?
Prigozhin has been slamming the defense minister and General Gerasimov since the success of Ukraine's counteroffensive last year became apparent in late September or October. And he also began to question, albeit with real nuance, indirectly, the way the war was handled and also the justification for the war. I believe that Wagner or Prigozhin struck now because of the deadline given by the authorities in Moscow that all Wagner soldiers would have to sign a contract and be under the control of the Ministry of Defense. The deadline for that was July 1. And so I think Prigozhin responded to that.
So going forward, I mean, do you think this deal between the Wagner Group and Moscow is going to hold? Will Prigozhin be allowed much freedom and influence?
Putin will keep Prigozhin in a box. Will Prigozhin agree to stay in the box? We'll see. Many people speculate that Putin needs to actually arrange the demise of Prigozhin because he called him a traitor and then said he can go, demonstrating weakness. The problem for that with Putin is Prigozhin has great legitimacy in Russia. People would understand that Putin did that. So Putin has to tread carefully in his treatment of Prigozhin.
All right, Ambassador Herbst, great to have your expertise on this story. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching an investigation into what caused the Titan submersible to implode. All 5 people on board were killed while heading to a tour of the Titanic shipwreck. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joined us now with the latest on the investigation. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. So the U.S. Coast Guard leading that investigation into what they are calling a major marine casualty. The board can recommend pursuing civil or criminal actions. The NTSB also investigating as the submersible's experimental design is coming under growing scrutiny.
With the multinational inquiry already underway, this morning, the U.S. Coast Guard says it's convening a Marine Board of Investigation, its highest investigative body, to figure out what caused the deep-sea disaster involving the Titanic touring submersible Titan.
The board will first and primarily work to determine the cause of this marine casualty and the 5 associated deaths. It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Authorities say they're reviewing data and voice recorders from the mothership, Polar Prince, which chartered the sub out to its launch point, and conducting interviews with crew members. Pelagic Research Services, who helped in the attempted rescue effort, sharing these images of its remotely operated vehicle Odysseus from a recent dive. The company calling the Titan recovery missions remarkably difficult and risky. Now, experts are focusing on the submersible's carbon fiber hull, amid allegations that its owner, Stockton Rush, who was among the 5 killed in the underwater disaster, apparently ignored repeated warnings about the vessel. The company, which is closed indefinitely, says they have no additional information to share at this time.
They didn't have any external bodies, governmental or otherwise, overseeing what they're doing.
The mother of Suleiman Dawood, the teenager who died with his father, Shahzada, in the Titan, opening up overnight, saying she was originally supposed to be in the sub instead of her son.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
Christine Dawood also remembering her last moments with them.
We just hugged and joked, actually, because Shahzada was so excited to go down. He was like a little child. I missed him. And I really, really missed him.
And you can imagine the heartbreak. Investigating officials say there were 41 people on board the support ship Polar Prince when it set sail on June 18th, including some family members of the victims like Christine Dawood, who you just heard from there. Interviews with those on board already underway by authorities. The U.S. Coast Guard says a key goal of its investigation is making recommendations to improve safety on the water worldwide.
The investigation is going to take quite some time, right?
Absolutely.
All right,
yeah.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
In Pennsylvania, the trial for the Tree of Life synagogue shooter is entering the penalty phase this morning. The jury will decide whether 50-year-old Robert Bowers gets life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Earlier this month, that same jury found Bowers guilty of 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes. 11 people were killed in the 2018 shooting, making it the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to discuss the next stage of the trial. Danny, good morning. So first of all, how does this penalty phase compare to the actual trial? What are going to be the big differences here?
The biggest difference in a federal capital case and most state cases is that unlike a normal non-capital case, the jury decides the penalty, not the judge. In every other federal case, it is the judge that decides the punishment. But in a federal capital case, the jury has a binary decision to make, yay or nay on death. It's either death or it's life in prison. And so everything in a capital sentencing phase in the federal system is about aggravation and mitigation. By now, the government has already given the defense what it thinks are the aggravating factors that weigh in favor of death. And now the defense team's sole job at this stage is to come up with as many mitigating factors, positive factors about their client as they can. Maybe that's developmental disabilities, any reasons that they can put before the court, the jury, to say that this is a life worth saving. It is a difficult, unenviable place to be for a defense team, especially in a case like this.
So, Danny, who are we expecting to take the stand in this phase of the trial? What is some of the testimony that the jury could hear?
The jury's going to hear all kinds of different mitigation evidence that the defense is going to try to crowbar in. And strangely enough, there are some limitations, but the rules here get a little relaxed. Expect to hear from witnesses that will talk about this defendant's life, challenges that he has had. You will see, I'm certain, medical evidence to that, or maybe even psychological evidence that he has suffered from some kind of disability, some kind of problem that makes this a mitigating factor. But look, the prosecution here has already proven, in a sense, a lot of their aggravating factors, one of which is, for example, that this crime was motivated by hate, hatred of Jewish people, hatred of people engaging in religious expression. So in a sense, in the guilt phase, the government's already proven a lot of the things that they need that the jury's already heard. And remember, this is a jury that is not coming with a clean slate to the penalty phase. They've had to sit through horrific testimony. So this is an uphill battle for the defense, to be sure.
For my next question, a little background here. Before the trial, Bauer's lawyers did offer a plea deal to try and resolve the case. They offered a guilty plea on all counts in exchange for life in prison without the possibility of release. Federal prosecutors rejected that offer. We know they're seeking the death penalty here. Is that common in a case like this?
I mean, yes, you can infer that the only reason we're even having a trial in a case like this is probably because the government rejected an offer to plea. I mean, make no mistake about it. The defense team here, by all indications, no one was trying to pull out a victory. No one was trying to say, are you sure that you saw my client in this with the firearm? Are you sure this is the guy? There was never any of that. This entire defense plan from the beginning has been mitigation. There was virtually no cross-examination, no defense put on. This is all about saving this defendant's life if they can do it. And so that's what a lot of federal capital practice is about. It's not about trying to win. That is not going to happen. It's about the end game, which is, if you can, save this defendant's life against overwhelming odds, because it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, so quickly, Danny, what's the timeline then for this phase?
It could be, I mean, I'm sure they've already budgeted a time. That budget often gets exceeded. In a high-profile case, I always say add a few more days. It might take a week. This is where you will see the defense put on witnesses, whereas the guilt phase, they put on virtually no defense. You're going to see a defense here. In fact, this is where the work really begins. Believe me, the defense team, a capital mitigation team, has a lot of extra folks who come in to assist the defense in preparing mitigation and even testifying about mitigation.
All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Turning now to the deadly severe weather in the South and the Midwest. Folks in the South are trying to keep cool in the sweltering heat as temperatures in several states continue to hit triple digits with no sign of relief in sight. In Big Bend National Park, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died Saturday while hiking. Temperatures there hit nearly 120 degrees. Officials say the boy's stepfather rushed to try and find help and was found dead after his car crashed over an embankment. The Park Service is investigating those deaths. And people in parts of the Midwest are cleaning up this morning after getting pummeled with severe storms over the weekend. Multiple tornadoes were reported in Indiana and Minnesota. One person was killed in Indiana after a tornado there caused a home to collapse. Let's get a look at what you can expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Great to see you. And unfortunately, we're going to see more of the same. We're going to see that repeat performance. We're into our third week of this dangerous heat in the South, and we've had day after day of this severe weather risk. We're going to see it once again today. We're watching storms early this morning as we're looking at portions of the Southeast, and we will see the East Coast being the target for the storms as we go throughout today. So taking a quick look at the week ahead, and then we'll get into the stories here. We have that sweltering heat continue, temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. It'll feel like 110 to 120 in spots. We're wet on the West Coast, cool in portions of the West as well. And then the East Coast is wet as well. So we're looking at portions of the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast. We're looking at showers and some storms. And some of these storms could be gusty, especially in the Mid-Atlantic down to the Carolinas. By Wednesday, still more wet weather in portions of the Northeast, New England. It's going to be cool and wet in New England. Record heat continues on Wednesday. We do have some rain in the forecast for the northern plains, parts of the upper Midwest, also the Intermountain West, sun and clouds in the southwest. And then Friday, kind of staying with this same pattern with no heat relief in the south. Still looking at temperatures really warm from the southwest, the southern plains into the southeast. Chance for storms still in the Intermountain West, parts of the central plains, parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and also parts of the mid-Atlantic to the northeast and also New England. So a lot of the same stories as we go throughout this work week. This is the reason why. We have the jet stream sort of kind of cutting off the country into two pieces here. We have an area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. That's bringing a cold front into parts of the east. That's where we're going to see the severe weather and seeing some heavy downpours as well. Down to the south, we have an area of high pressure. It's sort of like a heat pump. It's just pumping in that really dangerous hot air. It's pumping in some moisture, too. So we're going to take those temperatures, add some humidity to it, and that's where we're feeling like 110 to 120. So as far as the heat alerts go, 33 million people impacted by a heat alert. We do have that pink. That's your excessive heat warning, and this is why. Temperatures once again into the triple digits in so many spots. 106 in Abilene. It's going to feel like 109. It'll feel like 111 in Dallas. Same story in Houston, feeling like 110 in Shreveport, and it's warm too in New Orleans. You will feel like 111 there. And unfortunately, this is going to continue throughout the week. We're looking at temperatures still in the triple digits. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Houston, Dallas, we're looking at 107 on Wednesday. As far as that severe weather threat, millions and millions, 58 million people at risk. 4 severe storms today. Where you see that orange color, that's your enhanced risk. That is most likely where we're going to see the strongest storms. Philadelphia to D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. Now, the takeaways is we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. That's the strongest impact with winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Some really large hail as well. Could see a tornado or two is possible, but also looking at heavy rain. So we had some really heavy downpours yesterday. I live in Doylestown in Bucks County. We had like a deluge of storms. And so we're going to see those pop-up storms. That could lead to some flash flooding as well.
All right, I know you'll keep an eye on it. By the way, we want to talk about some good news in the South.
Yes.
Michelle, do you know what this is?
I heard out there, and I want to go. I need to go with you.
This is the shirt for Buc-ee's, which is, it's not enough to call it a gas station. It's like Candyland.
It's everything.
It's like a department store.
I
There's
need
beef
to go.
jerky. It is so much fun. So
Beef
stay
jerky,
with us.
you got me there.
All right, there you go. So stay with us. Coming up here on this hour of Morning News Now, we are really covering it all this morning. We're going to take you to the grand, and I mean grand opening of the world's largest gas station. It is a Buc-ee's, one of those magical chains where if you know, you know. Plus, we've got our eyes on 2024 this morning with brand new NBC News polling that puts former President Trump even further out ahead of his Republican rivals despite those mounting legal troubles. All that and more up next.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just needs to...
We're back now with the race for president, a new NBC News poll that shows despite former President Donald Trump's legal troubles, his lead is growing against his Republican rivals for president. The poll also gives us a look ahead to November next year and the possibility of another close election. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. This Republican race in 2024 is really starting to pick up steam. We got another new candidate in the race last week. We had the first big multi-candidate confab here in Washington over the weekend. And while the 2024 race is taking on a life of its own, it's also starting to look a lot like the 2016 race, with Donald Trump opening up a big lead over his rivals and the rest of the field scrambling to find some way to try to stop him. Donald Trump this weekend expanding his lead over the Republican primary field while mocking his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality. Got to have a little personality. Not much, but a little.
51% of Republican primary voters surveyed tell NBC News they prefer Mr. Trump, with Mr. DeSantis following at 22% and former Vice President Mike Pence in third at 7%. 5 other candidates trail in the low single digits. Mr. Trump's support only growing among Republican voters since his historic second indictment, after he was arraigned in federal court earlier this month on charges he illegally kept classified documents, then obstructed the government's efforts to get them back. The former president marveling at his good fortune at a conservative conference Saturday.
I'm probably the only person in history in this country that's been indicted and my numbers went up.
Most other candidates attempting to tout their conservative credentials.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. But I do believe this moment in the life of our nation will require new leadership in the Republican Party and in the White House.
While former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was booed for taking on the GOP frontrunner directly.
Unwilling to take responsibility for any of the mistakes that were made, any of the faults that he has, and any of the things that he's done. And that is not leadership, everybody. That is a failure of leadership. And you can boo all you want.
But the same NBC News poll also shows the challenge Mr. Trump would face if he does win the GOP nomination. In a hypothetical 2020 general election rematch against President Biden, the president leads Mr. Trump 49 to 45, presenting the possibility of another nail-biter in November. And, Joe, it's shaping up to be a pretty busy week on the campaign trail in both parties. Ron DeSantis is at the Texas-Mexico border today. He's expected to unveil his immigration plan there, a big issue in the Republican primary. And President Biden's on the road. On Wednesday, he's going to give a major speech on the economy in Chicago, hoping to run on his economic credentials. And, Joe, if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, as a Texan, I'm very into the Buc-ee's segment. I even got my daughter a tiny Buc-ee's onesie before she was even born. We're here for it.
You know all about you. Have you had the cream cheese jalapeno dip there?
Have I? Yes.
Yes.
That is a necessary staple when driving hundreds of miles back and forth across the state of Texas.
Absolutely. Love it. Garrett, thank you so much. We're talking more about a point that Garrett just mentioned. One of Trump's rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is in Texas this morning as his campaign moves into high gear. He's touring the southern border ahead of the rollout of his immigration platform. We are expected to learn more about that later today. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joins us from Eagle Pass, Texas, with more. So, Gabe, we know DeSantis toured the border yesterday. What was he trying to accomplish? What's his message as he tries to boost those low poll numbers we just heard about?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, I must say first, I do concur with Garrett. I'm a big Buc-ee's fan. But also here in Texas, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be here, has been here, toured this area late last night. This is his second trip to the border this month. His first one was to Arizona. That one, though, was an official state visit. This is being billed as a campaign stop where he plans to roll out that immigration policy that Garrett just mentioned. Now, a campaign spokesperson also tells me that he is now shifting shifting his strategy in the coming weeks, going from touting his success in Florida to now taking sharper aim at what the campaign sees as the failures of the Biden administration. But immigration, of course, has been a top issue in this GOP primary, and look for Governor DeSantis in the coming weeks to tout his record on immigration heavily. Again, we expect more details on that plan to be rolled out later this morning.
So,
Joe?
Gabe, you know, DeSantis had previously sent Florida personnel to the border to help Texas deal with the migrant influx. You've reported numerous times from the border over the years. What is the situation looking like there right now?
Well, certainly, Joe. Critics of the Biden administration had said for quite a while that with the ending of Title 42, of course, you'll remember that's that pandemic-era COVID border restriction that made it harder for the U.S. to expel migrants. When that lapsed, critics of the Biden administration warned of a huge influx here at the southern border. Now, it did increased just a bit for several days, but then the numbers went down. And actually, from April to May, the overall number of southwest border encounters actually dropped by 25%, leading to critics of Ron DeSantis saying, why did he send teams from Florida taxpayer money here to the southern border? Now, I toured part of the border from a Texas DPS chopper yesterday, and I asked one of those Texas DPS officials what he would say, and you know, also, how have those Florida teams actually impacted the border here? Take a listen.
What do you say to critics who may look at the Florida teams that are coming over here and think, look, why is a Florida team coming all the way from a different state to help here in Texas? What would you tell somebody who makes that point?
I would tell those people that they don't live here. They don't see the amount of people that are coming across. They don't see the crime that has risen.
Still, that official did acknowledge that there has been a drop in unauthorized border crossings since Title 42 ended, Joe.
And quickly, Gabe, what else is on DeSantis' agenda today while in Texas?
Well, he also plans to speak at a VFW hall here, speaking with voters. And again, around 11 o'clock Eastern times, he plans to hold a press conference where he'll roll out that immigration policy proposal. And we also do expect him to try to distinguish himself from former President Trump. It's expected that the Trump campaign will likely make the point that it has been making before, that a lot of these immigration policies were actually copied from the Trump administration, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. To international headlines now, starting with a deadly roller coaster accident in a Swedish amusement park. NBC's Claudio Lavonga has more on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, at least one person has died and several others, including children, are injured in that roller coaster accident or incident. Now, it happened yesterday at the Gröna amusement park in Stockholm. Witnesses say the ride, called the Dateline, derailed, and the victims crashed into the ground. About 14 people were on the ride at that time. The park was evacuated after the incident. Those victims are now being treated at a nearby hospital. Now, let's head over to North Korea, where we are seeing mass anti-U.S. rallies. Over 120,000 people gathered in the West Central part of North Korea for the 73rd anniversary of the start of the Korean War. People held signs saying things like, "The whole U.S. mainland is within our shooting range." This comes as Kim Jong-un continues his controversial nuclear weapons and missiles programs. Now we end with a little southern charm in Ireland. Big blonde wigs took over the small town, looking to set the world record for the largest gathering of Dolly Partons in a public space. But making history like this comes with some rules. According to the Guinness World Record guidelines, participants have to be instantly recognizable as the country music star, and the costumes have to be inspired by an outfit she has worn in the past. They need a minimum of 250 to hit their goal, but this town is no stranger to world records. They actually broke one already when over 1,400 people dressed as whiskey-sipping nuns back in 2012. That looks like a hell of a fun town, Joe.
Yeah, definitely is. How do you judge instantly recognizable? That seems incredibly subjective to me. All right. Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A 13-year-old boy is recovering this morning after being attacked by an alligator while swimming in a Florida creek. The gator latched onto the teen's leg, making it the latest in a string of close calls involving alligators over the last week. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from South Florida.
This is the kind of situation that would make any parent's heart skip a beat. Gabriel Clemis was just trying to cool off in a creek about 20 minutes north of Orlando when he felt the jaws of an alligator lock into his leg and try to pull him underneath the water. Now, Gabriel bravely fought back, punching the alligator on the head several times before breaking free. He's now at home, recovering from this frightening ordeal.
Gabriel Clemis is a regular at Howell Creek in Winter Springs, Florida, and didn't think twice about grabbing a rope swing and jumping into the water on a sweltering summer day last Tuesday. But that swim with his younger brother took a terrifying turn when a gator grabbed onto his leg and wouldn't let go.
And then the gator kind of just grabbed me from there, and then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
Gabriel says he fought back, repeatedly punching the alligator in the head.
I just hit it with my hand, and I just kind of just took a bear fist, and then I just hit it on its I tried to hit it on his head.
Incredibly, the reptile let go, and Gabriel was able to swim back to shore. The 13-year-old went to a nearby house where he calmly called his mom and then 911.
I just got bit by a gator.
Okay. And what part of your body was bit?
My right hip. I'm okay, though. I can walk and I can stand. I'm fine.
Okay, I have the paramedics on the way.
Once at the hospital, Gabriel received stitches for the wound and a bandage from his hip to his upper thigh, even snapping this photo from his hospital bed. While the teenager is home now, he's not completely out of the woods yet.
Huge concern for infection. We talked with infectious disease. They said about 10 days. So we're really out of the woods just because of how deep the wound was and the creek water.
Florida Fish and Wildlife trapped a large 8-foot alligator a few days later in that same area. They say they're fairly confident it's the same one that bit Gabriel, but there's no way to be 100% sure. Meanwhile, further up the coast in South Carolina.
Look, here he comes.
This alligator popped out of a pond last week in Hilton Head and tried to chase down a fisherman in the Low Country. No one was injured, but a spokesperson from the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources explained it's likely the alligator associates people with food after being fed in the past, putting an exclamation point on a week of chilling gator encounters.
Florida Fish and Wildlife estimates that in the state's 67 counties, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.3 million alligators. Now, before you get too worried, they said that unprovoked attacks like these are extremely rare. Over the course of the last decade, the state has averaged about 8 a year. You just don't want to be one of those 8 requiring medical attention. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Coming up, there are new developments this morning in that murder case involving the 4 University of Idaho students. The fresh DNA evidence that the suspect's legal team says could throw his involvement into question. That's next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There
We're back with new details in the case against the man suspected of murdering 4 University of Idaho students last year. Lawyers for Bryan Kohberger say DNA from another man was found at the crime scene, throwing his involvement into question. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more on these latest developments.
Hey there, a flurry of new court documents have been released ahead of a court hearing tomorrow, where Kohberger's legal team will argue for access to the grand jury materials that led to his indictment last month. Kohberger's lawyers have asked the judge to halt proceedings until they have what they say they need to build their case.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree.
A legal battle over evidence playing out between Bryan Kohberger, working to clear his name in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, and the state fighting to prove his guilt. In new court documents, Kohberger's attorney accusing the state of hiding its entire case by seeking to protect information about the genetic genealogy investigation they say led them to Kohberger.
The state here is using a relatively new kind of DNA technology. So this is exactly the kind of thing the defense will argue that they need, because if this is emerging technology, they need all the facts they can if they're going to challenge it.
In a court filing earlier this month, prosecutors said that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on the knife sheath at the scene of the murders last November. In the filing, Kohberger's lawyer said that 2 additional males' DNA was found within the house, as well as another unknown male's DNA on a glove found outside the house, days after the murder. Kohberger's attorney also writing that police were investigating many various possible suspects, adding that many of them provided DNA and at least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette.
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
The judge entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger after he opted to stand silent at his arraignment. He's accused of murdering Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. An expansive gag order has blanketed the case since January, challenged by both the media and one of the victims' family's lawyers. On Friday, the judge upheld the gag order but narrowed it, allowing attorneys in the case to comment on matters like scheduling and correcting misinformation about their client. Tomorrow, both sides will face off in court again. As Kohberger's lawyers argue for the release of materials they say they need to defend the suspected killer. Kohberger's lawyer also went even further in the court filing, saying there is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. Back to you.
All right, Erin McLaughlin, thank you. A new declassified government report is shedding light on the investigation into the origins of the coronavirus. The 10-page document revealed that government agencies remain divided over how COVID-19 began. The National Intelligence Council and 4 unnamed agencies believe it's most likely the virus came from an exposure to an infected animal. But the DOE and the FBI say a possible lab leak is more likely. The CIA was unable to determine the virus's origin. The agencies were able to agree that the coronavirus was not engineered to be a biological weapon. The report also looked into the condition of the Wuhan lab leading up to the COVID pandemic. The results of the investigation found little evidence that supports or disproves the theories about the pandemic's origins. Coming up, stunning new video this morning of some pretty terrifying moments aboard a cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing a port in Florida. Now passengers are speaking out. That's next on Morning News Now.
to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back with video showing the chaos aboard a cruise ship after a sudden gust of wind took the boat by surprise. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the incredible pictures.
Passengers speaking out after these terrifying moments on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing from a port in Florida as high winds turned furniture into projectiles. You can see here a lounge chair falling from a top deck, smashing into a stroller below, the woman running away with a child in her arms. The company says a sudden gust of wind slammed it during departure from Port Canaveral on June 16th. Passenger Jennifer Stansell was in the middle of the chaos.
Chairs started flying, towels started flying, people started scrambling. It happened so quick.
Those chairs are flying.
Royal Caribbean says no one was seriously injured.
I'm still going to cruise. I still love it.
Oh my God, that guy fell.
A freak storm putting passengers in danger and casting a shadow over a sunny summer vacation. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
Now to some financial headlines. YouTube could be expanding to online video games. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so YouTube is testing a product for playing online games, signaling efforts to move beyond hosting videos to games that can easily be played and shared. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that YouTube's parent company, Google, recently invited employees to start testing the product called Playables. Now, it gives users access to games on mobile devices or desktop computers, and they can play games instantly via YouTube's website, on web browsers, or the YouTube app on devices running Android and Apple's iOS software. James Bond's next car might be electric. Aston Martin is teaming up with Lucid to manufacture high-performance electric vehicles. Lucid will supply the British luxury automaker with powertrain parts for future battery electric vehicle models. Aston Martin is targeting the launch of its first battery electric vehicle in 2025. And Netflix says a staggering 60% of subscribers are or have watched a Korean show or movie on the platform. The company's co-CEO Ted Sarandos unveiled that stat at a forum in Seoul, and he's in South Korea to meet with production partners and government officials, including the Prime Minister. And he says viewing of K content is up sixfold globally in just the past 4 years. After Squid Game became a worldwide hit, other Korean shows are also gaining fans like The Glory and All of Us Are Dead, Joe.
That's cool to see. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
For decades, the modern-day shopping mall played a central, almost mythical role in many of our lives. Well, now some struggling malls are reinventing themselves and looking to connect with the community. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung reports.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or two.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space.
The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle.
It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty.
so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Coming up, it is a gas station behemoth, the so-called Mecca of the South, and it just so happens to hold a very special place in my heart, apparently the hearts of nearly every correspondent we've spoken with this hour. The humble Buc-ee's is punching its world record-breaking ticket with a brand new Tennessee location. We're going to take you there next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thousands marched down Fifth Avenue yesterday as confetti rained down upon New York City's 53rd annual Pride March. Parades were also held in Chicago and San Francisco. In all, around 400 events took place across the U.S. Many of this year's parades called for LGBTQ communities to unite against anti-LGBTQ legislation that was passed or introduced in state houses across the country. Finally, this hour, crowds of folks are gathering in East Tennessee for a supersized grand opening. The gas station chain Buc-ee's is unveiling what could be the largest gas station in the world. But it's so much more than a gas station. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is there and has this exclusive tour. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, if you've driven across the southeast or Texas, you'll probably stop at one of these at Buc-ee's. And as you said, it's more than just a gas station. Yes, you can fuel up, but where can you also pick up beaver nuggets, a brisket sandwich, and Joe, it's bathing suit season. You can also get one of these as well. And this morning, folks from all across the country have stopped by to check this all out.
This morning, the largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the Mecca
of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board.
Chopped brisket on the board.
We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is a director of barbecue operations who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're official.
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
Am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
Joe, I think I found my new side hustle. So now that the Sevierville store is officially open, I'm told it will never close. This is a 24/7 operation. And as you know, this is perhaps the world's largest gas station. But this is just temporary. I'm told there is another Buc-ee store under construction right now in Luling, Texas. That one is 75,000 square feet.
They just keep getting bigger. And apparently I need a Buc-ee's bathing suit now.
bigger.
Who knew? All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Developing right now on Morning News Now, rebellion. A short-lived revolt in Russia could result in potentially long-term impacts worldwide. This morning, mercenary rebels are no longer on the march to Moscow, and their leader is now in exile for what's being called the biggest threat to Vladimir Putin's 23-year reign in Russia.
Now, what we've seen is Russia having to defend Moscow, its capital, against mercenaries of its own making. So in and of itself, that's extraordinary.
Now, Ukraine's president is calling the rebellion a sign of Putin's weakness. We have team coverage, more on the crisis, the fallout, and what it means for the war in Ukraine. Also this morning, summer swelter developing right now. Millions in Texas are bracing for more record-setting heat, with temperatures expected to soar past 100 degrees today. And in other parts of the country, severe weather alerts are in effect from the southwest to the northeast. We're tracking it all. Underwater threat. An international investigation is now underway, looking into what led up to that deadly implosion of the Titanic tourist submersible. The latest on that, plus the renewed concerns about the dangers of so-called adventure tourism. And turning champagne problems into champagne solutions. Taylor Swift's ultra-popular Eras Tour is not just packing stadiums, it's also generating billions of dollars for local economies. So put the money in a bag and find out how Swifties could be behind a big, much-needed boost for the tourism industry. Good to have you with us on this Monday after a busy news weekend. We are going to begin this morning with new questions about the future of Russian President Vladimir Putin following that shocking but short-lived rebellion. In a dizzying turn of events, an armed rebellion threatened to topple Putin from power. And just as suddenly as it started, it appeared to quickly come to a peaceful end. It began on Friday when Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner Group, accused Russia's defense minister of ordering an attack on his soldiers. Now, the Wagner Group had been fighting alongside Russian troops. The mercenary leader also accused Russian leadership of launching the war in Ukraine based on lies. His troops abandoned their positions in Ukraine, then marched into Russia. In a televised address, President Putin called Prigozhin's rebellion a stab in the back and treason and betrayal. Then early Saturday, Prigozhin marched his troops into the South Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. Tanks and mercenary troops took over the streets there and eventually took control of a key military headquarters. From there, a column of mercenaries began marching on Moscow. They eventually moved within 120 miles of the Russian capital. Then late Saturday, an abrupt turnaround, with both sides agreeing to a deal that was brokered by the leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko. Under the terms of the deal, the Kremlin said Prigozhin would not face any charges, but would live in exile in Belarus. A lot to cover, and we have full team coverage this morning, including what it means for Putin's future and the future of the war in Ukraine. Let's begin in Ukraine, in the capital, Kyiv. That's where we find NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. So, Kelly, this has been, as we said, the biggest challenge to Vladimir Putin's power in more than 20 years. In the wake of this deal, what's the message out of the Kremlin this morning and from Russian military leaders? Are we hearing from them?
Well, I think the message specifically from the Russian defense ministry is stability. Today, they released video of the defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, visiting troops. Now, we don't know when this video was shot. We don't know where it was shot. But the point is, they released the video showing him doing his job. And it's important because one of the key points raised by Prigozhin, that mercenary leader, was that he wanted Shoigu removed. He wanted him and the military chief of his staff both removed from their positions. That clearly hasn't happened. The other points that are very interesting today are that we have not yet seen or heard from the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, since that 5-minute address to the nation as this rebellion was taking place over the weekend. We also don't know the whereabouts of the man who led this rebellion, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He was, the Kremlin said, was going to be allowed to go to Belarus. All of his Telegram-affiliated channels have gone silent, his social media channels, where he has been very, very active and very effective at spreading his message. But we now do not know his whereabouts. He was last seen on video, apparently leaving that city, Rostov-on-Don, in the south of Russia, the city that his forces had taken control of. Joe.
You know, and Kelly, what's interesting is over the weekend, video from that captured Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, it actually showed Russians cheering Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. Do we know what has been the reaction on the ground in Russia?
Well, I guess it sort of depends where you are. First of all, yes, those crowds were cheering Wagner fighters, and that, remember, is a town that is very, very close to the fight in Ukraine. It's within, I think, 100 kilometers, about 60, 70 miles of the border. So there, in particular, you would find people who are very pro-military, potentially pro-Wagner fighter as well. But it's interesting in hearing from some of the people living in Moscow. Some people described it as shocking, worrying, incomprehensible, confusing. One man said, look, we support Wagner fighters. We support our president. Now we don't know how to reconcile that. So a confusing time, I think, for people in Russia.
And it's also confusing what's going to happen in Ukraine with the war there. What's the reaction where you are in Ukraine to all this internal drama in Russia?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Volodymyr Zelensky, the president here, has been talking about this a lot, trying to take advantage of the message anyway, on messaging, saying that this shows that Russia is weak, that bosses in Russia are weak, that there is chaos in Russia, and that the only country that can protect Europe and protect the world right now is Ukraine. So keep supporting Ukraine. On the actual battlefield, what is the impact? We don't really know yet. We don't know how much of an impact Wagner forces were having when all of this took place, and we don't know how many of those fighters are going to join the regular Russian military. So a lot still to be seen in the days, weeks to come, Joe.
All right, Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, thank you so much. The State Department is keeping a close eye on the situation in Russia this morning following a weekend of startling events. Our coverage continues with NBC's Chuck Todd.
Well, hello there, Joe. This week on Meet the Press, Secretary of State Antony Blinken joined me to discuss the chaos that unfolded over the weekend in Russia between that mercenary force, the Wagner Group, and President Putin. Take a look at what he had to say about the rebellion.
What we've seen is extraordinary. Think about it this way. 16 months ago, Russian forces were on the doorstep of Kyiv in Ukraine, believing they would take the capital in a matter of days and erase the country from the map as an independent country. Now, what we've seen is Russia having to defend Moscow, its capital, against mercenaries of its own making. So in and of itself, that's extraordinary. And in so doing, we've also seen rise to the surface profound questions about the very premises for this Russian aggression against Ukraine that Prigozhin surfaced very publicly, as well as a direct challenge to Putin's authority.
What you ended up seeing versus what the intelligence said, how accurate was it?
Well, Chuck, I'm obviously not going to comment on intelligence matters. What I can say is this. I think it's been no secret to many people over many months that these tensions were rising. They were brewing. Prigozhin was already saying some rather extraordinary things about Russia's conduct of the war in Ukraine and going directly at Russia's military leadership. So this was a rising storm. But I'm not going to comment on the intelligence itself. The
dismantling of the Wagner Group, first of all, do you believe it's being dismantled? And if so, what does this mean in Africa and Syria?
Too soon to tell. We'll see if this means that Wagner forces are coming out of Ukraine. I mean, the very fact that over the weekend, Wagner forces were coming out of Ukraine and going into Russia and toward Moscow, in and of itself is extraordinary.
You can see my full interview with him at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now, every single weekday at 4 p.m.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much. Let's get more now from Washington with NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Monica, Secretary Blinken really has been the main voice on this from the White House. Anything else he said we didn't hear there in that interview with Chuck? And is it significant that we haven't yet heard anything from President Biden?
Well, I think the strategy is really by design, Joe. The administration was watching this so closely. There were so many fast-moving developments. They didn't want to get ahead of anything, and they didn't want to also give any kind of perception that the West was at all involved in what they are referring to as this Russian internal affair. So they're really letting the diplomacy do the talking, and that's why the main chief diplomat for the United States, the Secretary of State, was the one out talking about what he is seeing, but also with this conclusion that they're stressing that it's just too soon to draw any conclusions about what this could mean. Take a listen.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. It is too soon to tell exactly where they go and when they get there. But certainly we have all sorts of new questions that Putin is going to have to address in the weeks and months ahead.
Secretary Blinken was working the phones all weekend, talking to critical counterparts. So was Secretary of Defense Austin. And then, of course, President Biden himself. On Saturday, he spoke with the leaders of Germany, France, and the UK to reaffirm support for Ukraine. And then yesterday, he had a call with Ukrainian President Zelensky, which we were expecting, where the two did discuss the events in Russia. That's the way the White House put it. Again, not wanting to put any labels on this until they can get a little bit more information, assess a little bit more. And today is likely the first time we may hear the president speak about this, because over the weekend, when prompted by reporters a couple of times coming and going from Camp David, he declined to answer questions, Joe.
So lots of questions about the future. But Monica, looking back a little bit, we understand U.S. intelligence did actually know about a potential plot to challenge Moscow's military leaders. I mean, what has NBC News learned about that?
Yeah, and you saw there Secretary Blinken alluding to this rising storm. So obviously they were following it, they say, for weeks and months, this tension between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian military specifically. And we had seen that, but in the last 10 days or so, I'm told by U.S. officials, there was an escalatory rise, a significant one that did sort of show that perhaps Prigozhin was planning to mount this challenge. And another sign that U.S. intelligence picked up on that was the fact that he was amassing weapons and forces. So I'm told that senior officials throughout the administration were briefed about some of that intelligence last Wednesday, and then alarm bells really started to go off internally on Friday. And that's why National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who was supposed to travel to Copenhagen for some talks about Ukraine, scrapped the trip, decided to stay back and monitor the situation so he could keep the president informed. He briefed him all weekend at Camp David. And there were a couple of other signs we saw like that as well. But again, the U.S. very careful not to want to comment on this, as it's still a quite volatile situation.
All right, Monica Alba covering the Biden administration. Monica, thank you so much. Let's dig a little deeper into this with NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, always good to have you with us on a story like this. So first of all, just help us understand how unprecedented the events of this past weekend were. Have we seen anything like this in Russia in recent times?
No, not during Putin's reign. He's been in business for 23 years and has had an iron grip on the entire apparatus of the state and the military. But it's not unprecedented in Russia. Russia's history is replete with mutinies of all types and varieties going back all the way back to the 16th century. You see this all the time, however, in autocratic states, because it's the only way that you can have regime change if you get the military behind you. So there's almost always military action and mutinies in situations in which there's going to be, or there's an attempt to have regime change. But what this has done, obviously, is to demonstrate that Putin is not necessarily in total control of the apparatus, and demonstrates the inability of the Russian military to control all of the people under its command, Joe.
Colonel, let's talk about this Wagner Group. We've heard a lot about them in the last year. Richard Engel recently did some incredible reporting about their impact and influence in Africa. Help us understand, how powerful is the Wagner Group, and are they actually capable of taking on Moscow?
Well, the only way they're going to be able to take on Moscow physically is if they get the rest of the Russian army behind them as they march towards Moscow. That's probably not going to happen, and certainly not anytime soon. But Wagner Group is very, very important to the Russian, the persecution of the Russian mission inside Ukraine. They are probably the only organization in the Russian military that is not totally inept. The Russian army has demonstrated that it tactically, neither tactically nor strategically, can accomplish the mission it had assigned itself. And Wagner itself has been successful only in small places. It was hugely successful in Bakhmut initially, but otherwise has not demonstrated any capability to be any further threat to Russia, Joe.
Colonel, real quickly, how much is everything that we just saw happen in Russia going to impact the war in Ukraine now?
The Russians need Wagner's troops, which is why they've been trying desperately to sign the Wagner's troops into the Russian military. At the end of the day, what is going to happen inside Ukraine is wholly dependent upon Western support for Ukraine on the one hand, and the ability of the Russian military to continue the war. And at the moment, the two people at the top of the military ladder in Russia, Gerasimov and Shoigu, have demonstrated that they are not capable of continuing the war successfully. These are very interesting and difficult times for both sides, Joe.
All right, Colonel Jacobs, always appreciate your expertise, especially on a story like this. Thank you so much. Other news now. In Pennsylvania, the trial for the Tree of Life synagogue shooter is entering the penalty phase this morning. The jury will now decide whether 50-year-old Robert Bowers gets life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Earlier this month, that same jury found Bowers guilty of 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes, crimes. 11 people were killed in the 2018 shooting, which was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. It's expected this stage of the trial could take at least 6 weeks. Temperatures are once again soaring in the South today, hitting triple digits for yet another day. This as several states in the Midwest clean up after multiple tornadoes and severe storms tore through the country's midsection. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Houston with more on this. Priscilla, good morning.
Joe, good morning. In just a few hours, this splash pad is going to be filled with kids looking to get some relief from those 100-degree temperatures that we're expected to see here in Houston today. It marks the third week in a row of a historic heat wave that is battering millions across the South. This morning, terrifying tornadoes and sweltering summer heat combining for a brutal 1-2 punch of wild weather.
I don't think we're done climbing on temperature.
Temperatures across the South again topping triple digits, baking some hard-hit communities for the third straight week. Tens of millions facing even more heat alerts in the coming days.
This year it feels hotter than regular.
In sweltering Southwest Texas, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died while hiking in Big Bend National Park, where temperatures hit nearly 120 degrees. The boy's stepfather rushed to find help and was found dead, officials say, after his car crashed over an embankment. Both deaths remain under investigation. As Southerners hope for relief from the heat, the Midwest is reeling from another round of dangerous twisters.
I think it's going to miss us.
Communities in Minnesota and Indiana hit by multiple tornadoes. Residents forced to take cover.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bathtub.
And in Florida, new video shows the terrifying moments a fast-moving storm swept aboard a Royal Caribbean cruise ship leaving Port Canaveral. Luckily, the cruise line says there were no serious injuries and the ship set sail as scheduled, as this summer of severe weather shows no signs of slowing down. And Joe, right now there are around 450,000 people throughout the country without power. We aren't seeing any major outages here in Texas, but the power grid operator here has issued a weather watch saying that they are expecting record high demand this week, but they say they do expect they'll be able to meet that demand. But I will tell you right now already it is about 82 degrees out here, so it is very hot already and only getting hotter. I might need to take another pass through the water here in a second. Joe?
Priscilla, that fountain's going to come in handy for you today, and we forgive you if you're a little drenched during your live shots throughout the day. Priscilla Thompson in Houston, thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
So let's get a check on what's next for the South, the Midwest, the rest of the country, and your morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's here. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Great to see you. And we're going to see more of those dangerous temperatures. We're into the third week of seeing triple digits. It's going to go on and on. So no relief in sight. That's one of the big weather stories. The second one, severe weather. We're watching the risk once again today. It looks like it's going to target the East Coast. So this is what radar looks like right now. We have a couple severe storms moving through portions of the Southeast, but it's really the East Coast, the Southeast through the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, even parts of New England that will see some showers and some thunderstorms today. So why is this happening? This is the big picture. We have an area of low pressure that's spinning over the Great Lakes. We have a trailing cold front that's coming off that area of low pressure. It's going to move off to the east, and that's going to spark the chance for some really strong storms. We could see winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Could see some large hail, the chance of a few tornadoes, and really heavy downpours. We saw a couple of those over the weekend. Then as we look towards the south, we have an area of high pressure. Think of it like a heat pump. It's just pumping in that really warm air, that dangerous heat, and also some moisture. So that's what we're looking at in the south. Once you factor in that humidity, that's where we start to feel like 110, 120. So we have that severe threat. We have the dangerous heat once again. Now with the severe threat, we're looking at enhanced risk. That's pretty high on the scale. So that is where it's most likely where we're going to get those strong storms from Philadelphia to D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. 58 million Americans under the gun for some severe weather. We're looking at the chance for those really gusty winds and also hail. Where you see this blue hatching area, that's where we're going to see the chance for some really gusty winds and heavy downpours. This could lead to flash flooding because we could locally see 4 inches. Where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows, that's where we're looking at the chance for some really heavy rainfall. We could see some flooded roads, the creeks, the streams could rise as well. And we're going to see those summer-like downpours with 2 inches per hour or more. So here's the future cast as we go throughout time. We mentioned today, then tomorrow, that cold front's going to move way too slow off to the east. So we're going to keep the shower threat in chance. Could see some storms as well, and also the risk for some really heavy downpours. That's Tuesday. Wednesday, notice that area of low pressure kind of lingering over the northeast. So now scattered storms targeting parts of New England. But we'll mention the heat alerts, too, because we're looking at 33 million people impacted by these heat alerts from the southwest all the way to portions of the Tennessee Valley. And we're talking triple digits. Joe, you've been working the past 3 weeks where we're just talking about it every single day. We are stuck in it. It doesn't stop. And that's where it gets super dangerous on the body.
Yeah, and people just have to do their best to stay inside, get that air conditioning, drink plenty of fluids.
And hope you have that.
Exactly. We have not turned on our air conditioner yet, but this morning I was finally tempted because it's so humid here. Oh,
and
my goodness.
You can feel it.
You can just, yes.
Yeah. I can't believe you have not turned it on yet.
I know. We've done so good so far, but it's about to change. All right, Michelle, thanks so much.
Sure.
There is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, buzzing with purpose. Beekeepers are working hard to bring back the dwindling honeybee population. We've got to look at their efforts and why it's so important. First, though, after the break, early lead. Former President Donald Trump appears to be the clear frontrunner in the race for the Republican nomination for president. We're going to break down a new NBC News poll when we come back.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Summertime.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
We're back with new poll numbers as the summer presidential campaign heats up. A new NBC News poll shows that former President Trump is actually expanding his lead over that large field of other Republican candidates. This despite being indicted by a federal grand jury. NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with more on all this. Mark, good to have you with us breaking down these numbers. So we should note this poll was conducted just a week after former President Trump was indicted by a grand jury. Those criminal charges, federal charges are related to his handling of classified documents. So looking at the poll, how do you sum up the impact his legal troubles are having on his standing right now?
Yeah, Joe, in the Republican race for president, it has only helped Donald Trump. Our poll shows that Donald Trump has a 29-point lead over Ron DeSantis and the rest of the Republican field. Former Vice President Mike Pence is at 7%. You end up having former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie at 5% and former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley at 4%. Back in April, Joe, after that first Donald Trump indictment on those New York charges, we ended up having Donald Trump with a 15-point lead over Ron DeSantis and the rest of the field. So essentially, Donald Trump went from a 15-point lead in April to a 29-point lead right now.
Mark, I want to take a look at another question from the polling. When asked if Trump should be the leader of the GOP, we have 49% saying yes, 21% saying he was a good leader, but it was time for a fresh take. 29% said the GOP needs a new leader overall. So what does this tell us right now about the future of the Republican Party?
Joe, it tells us the Republican Party is divided right now. It's almost an even split. 49% want Donald Trump as the leader. 50% say that they at least are considering someone else or definitely want somebody else. But it is also worth noting in a multi-candidate field right now, 49% is a pretty solid number. This race is yet to go head-to-head right now. And when it's Donald Trump, where you have 49% of Republican primary voters saying that they want him to be the party's leader, that is something that he can take into the contest in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada, and probably and that those could end up being winning percentages for him. I think the caveat here is, Joe, that we have a long time to go, and this is a national poll. It is not a poll of Iowa. It's not a poll of New Hampshire, so it's important to keep those things in mind.
Real quickly, we should talk about the potential for a rematch in from the 2020 election between Trump and Biden. What does the polling tell us if those two do go head-to-head?
A close race, Joe. We have President Joe Biden at 49% among registered voters, Donald Trump at 45%. That's a 4-point lead for Joe Biden within the poll's margin of error. It is also important to note that that 4-point lead is almost identical to Joe Biden's more than 4-point victory over Donald Trump in 2020. So in a lot of ways, that this country has not moved, or at least the general electorate has not moved all much from 2020.
All right, Mark Murray breaking it down for us. Mark, thank you so much. International news now. Curfews are in effect across Honduras after a series of violent attacks. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lubanga joins us now with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, about 20 people have died throughout the weekend in separate attacks all across Honduras. Well, 13 of them died after they were shot at a birthday party. Now, the country's president, Castro, described that particular incident as brutal and ruthless. The curfew is now in effect for Choloma and San Pedro Sula, the country's second largest city. It will run for 15 days. This comes on the heels of an ongoing partial state of emergency that has been in effect since December. This is all in an effort to combat violent gangs and drug crime across the Central American country. Now let's travel over to Greece, where conservative leader Kyriakos Mitsotakis secured the second term as prime minister in a landslide victory. In a statement, Mitsotakis said voters gave us a strong mandate to move faster on the course of big changes our country needs. Greece has remained in headlines amid an ongoing migrant crisis. Hundreds are dead and missing after a boat capsized near the country's coast. Now we end this tour of the world in the UK, where the Duchess of York is recovering after a successful surgery for breast cancer. A spokesperson for Sarah Ferguson says she was advised to undergo the procedure after a routine mammogram caught an early form of breast cancer. The rep added that the prognosis is good and that her diagnosis highlights the importance of regular screening. Ferguson has been an ongoing advocate for cancer research. Back to you, Joe.
I had the privilege of meeting her more than 20 years ago. She was lovely to interview. We wish her all the best. Right, Claudio, thank you so much. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching an investigation into the Titan submersible implosion. The ship that launched the sub on its fatal journey did return to port over the weekend. Now an international investigation has started looking into what caused the implosion. All 5 men on board were killed. Investigators will also make recommendations about whether any civil or criminal sanctions should be pursued. But at a news conference on Sunday, officials added the investigation does not necessarily mean anything criminal has occurred. The full investigation could take up to 2 years. Now, the tragedy involving the Titan submersible is raising new questions about the risks of extreme tourist expeditions like this one. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward takes a closer look.
This horrific disaster at a deep-sea relic of the past is part of a dangerous new world of adventure for profit. Whether it was John Glenn rocketing into orbit or Jacques Cousteau exploring the wonders of the deep sea, risky adventures used to be just for the professionals. But now, if you have enough cash, private companies will take you on the adventure of a lifetime, even if they bend safety rules from time to time. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush, who died in the sub implosion, telling CBS last year,
at some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything.
Adventure travel brought in more than $350 billion last year. But a $250,000 ticket to the Titanic is the outer fringe of that industry. The most popular forms of adventure travel are hiking and cycling. And in the U.S., adventure guides are tightly regulated.
If you're going to be a mountaineering guide, you need to get certified by the American Mountain Guide Association or the International Mountain Guide Association. If you're offering raft trips, your team should be doing swiftwater rescue.
But in the riskiest realms, regulation lags far behind.
Welcome to the new space age.
Tech titans are already charging tens or hundreds of thousands for trips to space, but the FAA is prohibited by Congress from regulating the safety of people on board. And while a record number of permits have been issued for climbers of Mount Everest, that mountain is also largely unregulated, even as a record 12 climbers and Sherpas died and another 5 disappeared there this year. But that does not hurt the appeal.
People are strange, you know. There was the huge Everest disaster years ago. It did not dim the interest in Everest in the slightest.
In fact, according to those who study tourism, after disasters like the OceanGate deaths, interest often grows.
It will probably make it even more attractive. People are attracted by danger. People are attracted by extreme forms of tourism in all shapes and forms. Will this stop people going down? No, it will probably attract even more people now.
Ultimately, this form of tourism seems to have latched onto a quirk of human nature. In spite of a waiver obtained by TMZ that spelled out that the sub was uncertified and carried the risk of death in many forms, the passengers still signed on. NBC has not obtained or verified that waiver.
Do you think people really understand the risk, or do they just sign a form that says they do?
For this particular case, I think they understand the risk because you're going down deep into the ocean. So I can't believe they don't really appreciate the risk that they're going into. Obviously, nobody ever thinks you're going to come to an end. I guess part of the challenge is we get a bit complacent. The excitement just takes over.
Our thanks to Jake Ward for that report. One note on Congress blocking regulation on space travel. That moratorium expires in October, and some in the industry are debating whether it's time for Congress to add safety measures. Coming up, toxic threat. We're going to take you to the California coast where a mysterious algae bloom is killing sea life. Why experts now say the problem could have impacts from the fish market to your dinner table. And beekeepers are working hard to bring back the honeybee population. We'll explain the buzz. That's next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it.
into the summertime. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. Officials in Montana are continuing to investigate whether the Yellowstone River has been contaminated after a train carrying hazardous materials derailed over the weekend. On Saturday, a bridge collapsed, sending rail cars into the river. Now, it's not yet clear what happened first, the derailment or the collapse. It's also unclear what caused either accident. Officials say a number of the train cars in the river were carrying molten sulfur and asphalt. Two nearby towns, Billings and Laurel, Montana, shut down their water supply system shortly after the derailment. They have since been reopened. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating the incidents. Turning now to some troubling news off the coast of California. A mysterious algae bloom is killing off sea life by the hundreds. And now experts are warning that the toxic plants could impact your next seafood dinner. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
The beauty of a California beach day, broken by the startling sight of sickness and death.
It has been quite awful. We've been seeing at least 2 or 3 of them wash up every evening.
Scientists call it a microscopic menace, toxic algae blooms poisoning the California coast.
Toxins build up in their system and can lead to all sorts of issues.
Along the Southern California coast, officials estimate more than 1,000 calls for sea lions and dolphins, either dead or showing signs of sickness.
It affects the brains and the heart. Can lead to seizures, can lead to disorientation, aggression, as well as miscarriages and death.
Biologists say it's likely a toxic algae bloom called pseudonychia, which can be eaten by small sea creatures, then turned into a neurotoxin when consumed by larger marine life. The Marine Mammal Care Center says there's been 50 rescues in the past 2 weeks alone.
And behind me, another dolphin washed up on shore. Researchers now taking measurements, collecting samples, and waiting for test results to find out if it really is this algae. And if it is, it's more than just wildlife at risk.
The California Department of Health warning against eating sport-harvested mussels, clams, or scallops from Santa Barbara County.
I've never seen anything like this. To my recollection, this is the largest pulse of animals that we've had, at least in the marine mammal response side.
Scientists scrambling for answers with wildlife rescue efforts around the clock. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Let's talk about something else that has a huge impact on our food, honeybees. One recent beekeeping survey found that last year, nearly half of their population died out. Now, experts say the bee mortality rate has fluctuated over the last few years, at times hitting troubling lows. Despite this, beekeepers have managed to keep the crucial population alive. For more on how this was accomplished, we're joined by Jay Evans, who's a research entomologist with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Good to have you with us. So first of all, what is threatening these honeybees, and how are beekeepers managing to keep this population stable?
Yeah, thank you, Darren. Well, the bees are facing threats both from their own diseases, viruses, mites, bacteria. A lot of the things that you might think of for human health affect honeybees. They're also under stress from climate differences and sort of moving across different climates. But all of these issues have been dealt with by beekeepers for decades and decades. Beekeepers excel at kind of nurturing their bees, getting them ready to pollinate crops and move them across country. And so what we're seeing now is just sort of a tipping point with disease, we feel. There's a parasitic mite, actually, that crawls along the bees, bites into them, and transmits viruses. And that mite is getting increasingly hard to control. can be controlled by management tools and breeding better bees, but it's just voracious. It keeps growing and growing. And we think that's probably a major factor in these most recent winter losses, especially.
So, Jay, for those who are wondering why we're having this conversation, help us understand just how important honeybees are agriculturally. Their impact is bigger than most of us realize, right?
It sure is. Yeah, and all pollinators are important. There are bees, bats, some birds even are pollinators, but honeybees for agriculture and in the environment are just so good at getting to crops, getting out among them, doing their thing and coming home safely. And then the beekeeper, many of whom are sort of these traveling providers of agricultural services, can take the box of bees and move to the next crop and do their thing again. So honeybees are really just the preeminent kind of traveling service insects for pollination, and that's $1 billion industry for the U.S. and many billions across the world. So their real strength is the ability to land at a site, do their thing, come back home to a box, and be ready for the next job.
So looking ahead, could we continue to see some of these low numbers that we've seen? And what can we do? Is there anything we can do to help make sure the bee populations don't drop this low again?
Yeah, that's great. And I do appreciate the interest in it, not just for the economy, but for what they do in nature. Many people are turning towards planting pollinator gardens at a large scale, say along roadways, but also in your backyard. And that really helps honeybees, but also the many thousands of other bee species in the U.S. So looking at plants in your area that do well, especially ones that flower later in the summer when there might be a dearth of other flowers and pollen sources, that's always a good thing. Supporting your beekeepers, maybe supporting a local beekeeper, buying local honey. If you have land, have crops, helping them safely put their bees on that land and do their thing. And keeping the environment clean, no unnecessary use of pesticides, and kind of keeping the habitat wild in some ways as much as we can, even within urban settings. It's been found to help.
Some great advice there. I like buying local honey. Definitely going to do that one right there. Jay Evans, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks for your attention to bees.
Coming up, another dangerous encounter between a killer whale and a boat full of people. More on the latest in a string of close calls and what experts say could be behind them. Plus, a first-of-its-kind sports bar celebrating 1 year of success. We're going to take you inside for a look at what makes it so unique. Next on Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Killer whales took aim at yet another boat off the coast of Spain. So what is behind this alarming aquatic trend? NBC's Maggie Vespa has the story.
The latest deep sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
They coming for the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat, then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans, you don't consider these attacks.
I don't.
Real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
As we close out Pride Month this week, we're taking you to a sports bar in Oregon that's celebrating 1 year in business. The bar is the first of its kind to only show women's sports. NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles sat down with the owner to talk about her larger mission, campaigning for equality.
Women's sports are the main attraction at the bar. That's why it's called the Sports Bra. But inside, it's an inclusive community led by its queer owner.
At the Sports Bra in Portland, Oregon, it's all about support. Sports bras are optional, but women's sports are not, and acceptance isn't either.
We don't have very many queer spaces or queer safe spaces that feel like they're made for us here or even in the entire country.
This bar is the first to only air women's sports. Owner Jenny Nguyen came out to her parents when she was 17.
For me, playing basketball was my safety blanket from having to come out. I got to the point where I remember when I was 17, I was like, I can't do this anymore. Kind of like that double life. And so I was laying in bed, and I remember looking at my digital clock, and it said 10:58 at night. I go, okay, at 11:05, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go upstairs, I'm gonna tell my parents I'm gay.
Now this bar is a safe space for her and others.
What brought you here? The idea of coming and being able to watch sports with a room full of women and not having to battle with men to watch men's sports.
For the first time, this group of Seattle Storm fans can watch a game at a bar.
To have a space that's showing stuff that specifically we are interested in is really special to have access to.
They're big Jenny fans, too.
I saw you over there and I went,
Across this bar, representation, while moving the conversation forward.
We have a side of equity, and people can order that, add it to their tab, and at the end of the month or the week, I total it up and I donate all of it. During June and July, we're kind of focusing on transgender rights.
Why is it important, especially now, to wrap your arms around that community?
Trans women and girls are women and girls, and so we believe that everyone deserves a chance to participate in sports.
It may be a sports bar, but what's happening here is bigger than sports.
The Win started fundraising for the Voice of Sports Foundation's Side of Equity campaign. It seeks to close the pay gap for female athletes. The foundation says all donations will be given to the athletes competing at this year's Women's World Cup. Back to you.
All right, Nyla, thank you so much. Financial news now. Big oil taking a deep breath as that short-lived Russian mutiny calms. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Yes, the oil prices have been unsteady today, moving between losses and gains following that political turmoil in Russia this weekend. And traders say the situation doesn't appear to pose an immediate threat to oil supply from one of the world's largest producers. Goldman Sachs saying markets could price in a modestly higher chance of domestic volatility in Russia, leading to supply disruptions, but the impact could be limited. OPEC says the world will still need oil and refined products such as gasoline for the foreseeable future. The head of the cartel saying today global oil demand will hit 110 million barrels per day in the next 20 years. Total energy demand is forecast to rise more than 20% from current levels. OPEC believes oil will remain nearly a third of the energy mix over the next few decades. And with many college graduates starting their first jobs, a new report from Bankrate ranks the best cities in the country to launch a career. Now, it ranks the top 50 metro areas based on categories such as job growth, cost of living, remote work, commute time, and the income rank gap. Now, Austin, Texas tops the list with favorable ratings in job growth and remote work. The South is actually home to half of the top 10, with Raleigh, Nashville, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Atlanta joining Austin. Joe. So how about that?
There you go, Silvana. Thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, look what you made her do. Looks like Taylor Swift's ultra-popular Eras Tour is giving a much-needed boost to the tourism industry. Up next, we got the receipts and reasons. It's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. The miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A new world's ugliest dog has been crowned. Scooter, a 7-year-old Chinese crested dog, took the title at the contest in Petaluma, California. He was born with a deformity that leaves his 2 hind legs facing backward and hardly any hair on his body. Our own NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz helped judge this year's contest, which is designed to promote the importance of dog adoption. Gotti said of the winner, "From the second he sits his hairless little booty and backward legs on your lap, you feel his warm, huggable power to change the meaning of the word ugly." Congratulations to Scooter, who's a good boy. There's no such thing as an ugly dog, by the way. They're all adorable. Before it even began, Taylor Swift's Eras Tour managed to break Ticketmaster. Well, now new research shows that the big effect that tour is having on economies, it includes spikes in labor near stadiums where she performs. So is it all good news for venues, or could it be a nightmare dressed as a daydream? Dr. Daniel Altman, chief economist at InstaWork, has investigated what he calls the Taylor Swift effect and joins us now. Good to have you with us, Dr. Altman. So let's talk about what you found in your research. What exactly is the Taylor Swift effect? How does it work?
Well, it's not too surprising that Taylor Swift would have a big effect on labor demand right in the stadium and right in the area around the stadium. We know that we're pulling in 60, 70, sometimes 80,000 people, sometimes even more in the parking lots. And so it's not surprising that on our platform, which helps businesses to connect with flexible workers across the country, we see a lot more demand for shifts around the stadium. But what we actually looked at was the area further away from the stadium, sort of a donut with the stadium taken out, going 5-mile radius outside of the stadium. And we found that even in that area, there was still up to a 500% increase in demand for flexible labor all the way across that area. And so it just shows that, especially when a stadium is in an urban area, Taylor Swift is bringing so many people into that area that she's making a huge effect on the local economy.
So you mentioned specifically an urban area there, and that's interesting because you actually found a big difference in the impact of the tour in major cities versus small town locations. Tell us more about what that difference is and why you think the two are so different.
Well, if we look at the big cities like Chicago, where Soldier Field is located near the center of town, where we look at Philadelphia, where Lincoln Financial Field is close to the center of town, in those places, there's a big effect on the local economy because there's so many bars and restaurants and hotels nearby. Those stadiums are kind of sticky. They keep people in that area to keep spending money. But if we look at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, or MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, they're pretty far from the metropolitan centers, and there's not as much around to keep people in that area. People just go to the concert, they hang out at the stadium, and then they leave. And so the effect in those areas is much, much smaller, almost imperceptible. But if you have a stadium in a major city that's smack in the downtown area, it has a huge effect.
All right, so I know you studied Taylor Swift, but I do want to ask you a little bit about Beyonce. That's another megastar currently on tour overseas. Some experts believe her stop in Sweden actually affected that country's inflation rates just a little bit. So should we expect to see the Swift effect happen again when Beyonce starts touring here in America? Would we call that perhaps an economic renaissance?
We're definitely going to be tracking Beyonce when she comes to the United States. What I can tell you is that when labor demand goes up, yes, it can push up hourly pay rates for those people, but it's usually a pretty temporary effect, and it's not something that is going to flow back into prices for the things that we buy every day across the country. So I'm not too worried about the inflation angle.
All right. But it will at least be a good time, and that's an inflation of fun. Let's just call it that, all right?
Sounds great.
All right, Dr. Daniel Altman, fascinating conversation. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, rebellion and exile. New this morning, we're getting a look at Russia's defense minister. This video shows him for the first time since that short-lived uprising in Russia over the weekend aimed at ousting him from power and threatening Vladimir Putin's control over the country. The founder of the mercenary group that led the uprising was once part of Putin's elite. Now he's in exile in neighboring Belarus. It's all part of a cryptic deal brokered on behalf of a now shaken Moscow.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. We have all sorts of new questions that Putin is going to have to address in the weeks and months ahead.
We've got team coverage on what it all means for Putin, as well as the man behind the rebellion and the war in Ukraine. This morning, major marine casualty. That's the Coast Guard's assessment of the loss. The Titan submersible and now search and rescue efforts are officially ending this morning. But that's being replaced by a full international investigation into what caused the tragic loss of the vessel and those 5 men on board. We've got the latest on that investigation this morning, plus the ongoing efforts to recover that ill-fated vessel from the depths of the Atlantic. Also this morning, mall makeover. The unbeatable convenience of online shopping has been steadily emptying out the humble shopping mall for years, but now some are being completely reinvented with a focus on community over commerce. And leave it to Beaver. It is an obsession that's uniquely American. Anybody living below the Mason-Dixon line will tell you Buc-ee's is almost synonymous with the South. And with the grand opening of its newest Tennessee location, the famous gas station chain takes a bite out of a world record. One of my favorite places on the planet. Looking forward to that. We begin this hour, though, with the weekend that shook Moscow. This morning, the Russian capital is on edge following that aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. The extraordinary events of the last 48 hours saw President Putin and the Kremlin stare down one of the biggest threats they faced in decades. In a deal brokered by Belarus, the Wagner Group halted an unprecedented march toward Moscow following a major feud with the country's top military brass. The group had also briefly taken over the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. This morning, Moscow is attempting to project a message of business as usual, releasing this video of the Russian defense minister meeting troops fighting in Ukraine. But it remains unclear when or where the pictures were taken. In a few moments, we will hear from the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, and NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea, who is in Kyiv. But let's get straight to our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It is surreal to stand here above the streets of Moscow and see how life seems so ordinary. A terror alert that had been imposed here in Moscow has been lifted after a rebellion that rocked Russia and even threatened this city. Overnight, Joe, we've learned that President Biden spoke to President Zelensky as events unfolded over the weekend. But honestly, both men and the world was left to watch from the sidelines. Reasserting authority, or trying to. This morning, new video of Russia's defense minister, the man who faced a mutiny this weekend, pictured overseeing the Ukraine operation. Sergei Shoigu also controls Russia's nuclear arsenal. The video is mute and doesn't say when it was filmed. Other images have not been widely broadcast here. Russians in the city of Rostov-on-Don cheering for the leader of this weekend's aborted rebellion, even taking selfies with Yevgeny Prigozhin. His insurrection bringing the country to the brink of chaos, his mercenary troops closing in on the capital, Moscow. Before an unprecedented deal with President Putin, brokered by another president, Belarus leader Alexander Lukashenko, apparently allowing the man behind the insurrection to go unpunished and into exile. Overnight, Russian TV commentators declaring a senseless massacre was avoided with maturity. Beijing saying this morning it supports Russia maintaining national stability, while the US and Ukraine sensing weakness at the heart of the Kremlin.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. It is too soon to tell exactly where they go.
Some commentators in Russia are calling for the mutiny leaders to be punished, even executed, pointing to President Putin's reputation for not easily forgiving betrayal.
Prigozhin kept his life but lost his Wagner Group, and he should be very careful around open windows in his new surroundings in Belarus.
All that's left behind in Rostov-on-Don, occupied by the rebel group for less than a day, tank tracks and questions. How can one, in a situation where we are in conflict with another country, have an internal war as well, this man says. Vladimir Putin's power challenged like never before. On Saturday, the president called it a stab in the back. How will he and Russia respond now? And NBC News has learned that U.S. intelligence, Joe, was aware that Prigozhin was planning a confrontation with Russian military leaders. But what happens now, frankly, that is anyone's guess.
All right, Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Keir, thank you so much. Our coverage continues now in Ukraine with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, good morning. So the big question right now is how is this going to impact the war in Ukraine, more than a year old? How are Ukrainian officials reacting to this drama that played out over the weekend within Russia?
Well, President Zelensky, along with many of his advisors, have been talking about this, have been tweeting about it over the past several days, ever since the rebellion started playing out on television screens, the world watching. Of course, Ukraine has been watching. President Zelensky has called this chaos. He said the bosses in Russia aren't in control. He said that this is a sign of weakness in Russia. He said the longer the Russian aggression lasts, the more degradation it causes Russia itself. At one point, he even addressed Russians in their own language, saying, as long as you stay with Putin, this is what you will get, disaster after disaster. So very much playing the information fight, very much getting into that propaganda warfare, trying to get his message across to the Russian people. But on the same, at the same time, there is also an ongoing fight here in Ukraine. There's been no pause along the 600-mile front line of this war, and the question on many people's minds is how will this affect the front line? And that's something that we're watching as well, Joe.
Yeah, Kelly. I mean, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said it was extraordinary to see the Wagner forces moving out of Ukraine and into Russia. This is all playing out amid Ukraine's massive counteroffensive. So in light of this internal Russian fight, I know it's only been a couple days now, but do we know if Ukrainian forces have been able to make any headway on the battlefield?
Well, the deputy defense minister said they absolutely have. In fact, just a short time ago, she said that the Ukrainian forces had taken yet another village, the 9th village since their offensive began. She said that they've taken about 50 square miles of territory from the Russians on the southern front. She said that that front has changed quite a bit over the course of the past week. We've also been talking to the spokesperson for the forces on the eastern front, and he said this doesn't change things on a tactical sense. What it changes is the morale of those fighters in the east. They will have been listening to those Telegram channels, the social media. They'll know what is going on, and that will have an effect on how they fight going forward. Of course, Joe, we'll have to see.
All right, Kelly Kobiea reporting from Ukraine's capital. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. Ambassador, good to have you with us. So, I mean, we know Russia has always prided itself on this image of being strong, stable, having predictable leadership. Have this weekend's events tarnished that? I mean, what is your reaction to what's been going on here?
This weekend's events prove that Putin the strongman is not quite Putin the strongman. The most effective military force in Russia was not only coming to get rid of the chief of staff of the military and the defense minister, but its leader was saying that the war on Ukraine was on pretexts which were not true. So directly challenging the Kremlin narrative, this was all about responding to Western aggression, demonstrating that Putin's power is really suspect.
So, Ambassador, we know tensions between the Wagner Group and Moscow's military leaders. They've been brewing for some time. Why do you think this mutiny happened now, and what does it tell us about Putin's grip on power?
Prigozhin has been slamming the defense minister and General Gerasimov since the success of Ukraine's counteroffensive last year became apparent in late September or October. And he also began to question, albeit with real nuance, indirectly, the way the war was handled and also the justification for the war. I believe that Wagner or Prigozhin struck now because of the deadline given by the authorities in Moscow that all Wagner soldiers would have to sign a contract and be under the control of the Ministry of Defense. The deadline for that was July 1. And so I think Prigozhin responded to that.
So going forward, I mean, do you think this deal between the Wagner Group and Moscow is going to hold? Will Prigozhin be allowed much freedom and influence?
Putin will keep Prigozhin in a box. Will Prigozhin agree to stay in the box? We'll see. Many people speculate that Putin needs to actually arrange the demise of Prigozhin because he called him a traitor and then said he can go, demonstrating weakness. The problem for that with Putin is Prigozhin has great legitimacy in Russia. People would understand that Putin did that. So Putin has to tread carefully in his treatment of Prigozhin.
All right, Ambassador Herbst, great to have your expertise on this story. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching an investigation into what caused the Titan submersible to implode. All 5 people on board were killed while heading to a tour of the Titanic shipwreck. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joined us now with the latest on the investigation. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. So the U.S. Coast Guard leading that investigation into what they are calling a major marine casualty. The board can recommend pursuing civil or criminal actions. The NTSB also investigating as the submersible's experimental design is coming under growing scrutiny.
With the multinational inquiry already underway, this morning, the U.S. Coast Guard says it's convening a Marine Board of Investigation, its highest investigative body, to figure out what caused the deep-sea disaster involving the Titanic touring submersible Titan.
The board will first and primarily work to determine the cause of this marine casualty and the 5 associated deaths. It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Authorities say they're reviewing data and voice recorders from the mothership, Polar Prince, which chartered the sub out to its launch point, and conducting interviews with crew members. Pelagic Research Services, who helped in the attempted rescue effort, sharing these images of its remotely operated vehicle Odysseus from a recent dive. The company calling the Titan recovery missions remarkably difficult and risky. Now, experts are focusing on the submersible's carbon fiber hull, amid allegations that its owner, Stockton Rush, who was among the 5 killed in the underwater disaster, apparently ignored repeated warnings about the vessel. The company, which is closed indefinitely, says they have no additional information to share at this time.
They didn't have any external bodies, governmental or otherwise, overseeing what they're doing.
The mother of Suleiman Dawood, the teenager who died with his father, Shahzada, in the Titan, opening up overnight, saying she was originally supposed to be in the sub instead of her son.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
Christine Dawood also remembering her last moments with them.
We just hugged and joked, actually, because Shahzada was so excited to go down. He was like a little child. I missed him. And I really, really missed him.
And you can imagine the heartbreak. Investigating officials say there were 41 people on board the support ship Polar Prince when it set sail on June 18th, including some family members of the victims like Christine Dawood, who you just heard from there. Interviews with those on board already underway by authorities. The U.S. Coast Guard says a key goal of its investigation is making recommendations to improve safety on the water worldwide.
The investigation is going to take quite some time, right?
Absolutely.
All right,
yeah.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
In Pennsylvania, the trial for the Tree of Life synagogue shooter is entering the penalty phase this morning. The jury will decide whether 50-year-old Robert Bowers gets life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Earlier this month, that same jury found Bowers guilty of 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes. 11 people were killed in the 2018 shooting, making it the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to discuss the next stage of the trial. Danny, good morning. So first of all, how does this penalty phase compare to the actual trial? What are going to be the big differences here?
The biggest difference in a federal capital case and most state cases is that unlike a normal non-capital case, the jury decides the penalty, not the judge. In every other federal case, it is the judge that decides the punishment. But in a federal capital case, the jury has a binary decision to make, yay or nay on death. It's either death or it's life in prison. And so everything in a capital sentencing phase at the federal system is about aggravation and mitigation. By now, the government has already given the defense what it thinks are the aggravating factors that weigh in favor of death. And now the defense team's sole job at this stage is to come up with as many mitigating factors, positive factors about their client as they can. Maybe that's developmental disabilities, any reasons that they can put before the court, the jury, to say that this is a life worth saving. It is a difficult, unenviable place to be for a defense team, especially in a case like this.
So, Danny, who are we expecting to take the stand in this phase of the trial? What is some of the testimony that the jury could hear?
The jury's going to hear all kinds of different mitigation evidence that the defense is going to try to crowbar in. And strangely enough, there are some limitations, but the rules here get a little relaxed. Expect to hear from witnesses that will talk about this defendant's life, challenges that he has had. You will see, I'm certain, medical evidence to that, or maybe even psychological evidence that he has suffered from some kind of disability, some kind of problem that makes this a mitigating factor. But look, the prosecution here has already proven, in a sense, a lot of their aggravating factors, one of which is, for example, that this crime was motivated by hate, hatred of Jewish people, hatred of people engaging in religious expression. So in a sense, in the guilt phase, the government's already proven a lot of the things that they need that the jury's already heard. And remember, this is a jury that is not coming with a clean slate to the penalty phase. They've had to sit through horrific testimony. So this is an uphill battle for the defense, to be sure.
For my next question, a little background here. Before the trial, Bauer's lawyers did offer a plea deal to try and resolve the case. They offered a guilty plea on all counts in exchange for life in prison without the possibility of release. Federal prosecutors rejected that offer. We know they're seeking the death penalty here. Is that common in a case like this?
I mean, yes, you can infer that the only reason we're even having a trial in a case like this is probably because the government rejected an offer to plea. I mean, make no mistake about it. The defense team here, by all indications, no one was trying to pull out a victory. No one was trying to say, are you sure that you saw my client in this with the firearm? Are you sure this is the guy? There was never any of that. This entire defense plan from the beginning has been mitigation. There was virtually no cross-examination, no defense put on. This is all about saving this defendant's life if they can do it. And so that's what a lot of federal capital practice is about. It's not about trying to win. That is not going to happen. It's about the end game, which is, if you can, save this defendant's life against overwhelming odds, because it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, so quickly, Danny, what's the timeline then for this phase?
It could be, I mean, I'm sure they've already budgeted a time. That budget often gets exceeded. In a high-profile case, I always say add a few more days. It might take a week. This is where you will see the defense put on witnesses, whereas the guilt phase, they put on virtually no defense. You're going to see a defense here. In fact, this is where the work really begins. Believe me, the defense team, a capital mitigation team, has a lot of extra folks who come in to assist the defense in preparing mitigation and even testifying about mitigation.
All right, Danny Savalos, thank you so much. Turning now to the deadly severe weather in the South and the Midwest. Folks in the South are trying to keep cool in the sweltering heat as temperatures in several states continue to hit triple digits with no sign of relief in sight. In Big Bend National Park, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died Saturday while hiking. Temperatures there hit nearly 120 degrees. Officials say the boy's stepfather rushed to try and find help and was found dead after his car crashed over an embankment. The Park Service is investigating those deaths. And people in parts of the Midwest are cleaning up this morning after getting pummeled with severe storms over the weekend. Multiple tornadoes were reported in Indiana and Minnesota. One person was killed in Indiana after a tornado there caused a home to collapse. Let's get a look at what you can expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Great to see you. And unfortunately, we're going to see more of the same. We're going to see that repeat performance. We're into our third week of this dangerous heat in the South, and we've had day after day of this severe weather risk. We're going to see it once again today. We're watching storms early this morning as we're looking at portions of the southeast, and we will see the East Coast being the target for the storms as we go throughout today. So taking a quick look at the week ahead, and then we'll get into the stories here. We have that sweltering heat continue, temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. It'll feel like 110 to 120 in spots. spots. We're wet on the west coast, cool in portions of the west as well. And then the east coast is wet as well. So we're looking at portions of the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, the northeast and mid-Atlantic down to the southeast. We're looking at showers and some storms. And some of these storms could be gusty, especially in the mid-Atlantic down to the Carolinas. By Wednesday, still more wet weather in portions of the northeast, New England. It's going to be cool and wet in New England. Record heat continues on Wednesday. We do have some rain in the forecast for the northern plains, parts of the upper Midwest, also the Intermountain West, sun and clouds in the southwest. And then Friday, kind of staying with this same pattern with no heat relief in the south, still looking at temperatures really warm from the southwest, the southern plains into the southeast. Chance for storms still in the Intermountain West, parts of the central plains, parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and also parts of the mid-Atlantic to the northeast and also New England. So a lot of the same stories as we go throughout this work week. This is the reason why. We have the jet stream sort of kind of cutting off the country into two pieces here. We have an area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. That's bringing a cold front into parts of the east. That's where we're going to see the severe weather and seeing some heavy downpours as well. Down to the south, we have an area of high pressure. It's sort of like a heat pump. It's just pumping in that really dangerous hot air. It's pumping in some moisture, too. So we're going to take those temperatures, add some humidity to it, and that's where we're feeling like 110 to 120. So as far as the heat alerts go, 33 million people impacted by a heat alert. We do have that pink. That's your excessive heat warning, and this is why. Temperatures once again into the triple digits in so many spots. 106 in Abilene. It's going to feel like 109. It'll feel like 111 in Dallas. Same story in Houston, feeling like 110 in Shreveport, and it's warm too in New Orleans. You will feel like 111 there. And unfortunately, this is going to continue throughout the week. We're looking at temperatures still in the triple digits Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Houston. Dallas, we're looking at 107 on Wednesday. As far as that severe weather threat, millions and millions, 58 million people at risk. 4 severe storms today. Where you see that orange color, that's your enhanced risk. That is most likely where we're going to see the strongest storms. Philadelphia to D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. Now, the takeaways is we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. That's the strongest impact with winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Some really large hail as well. Could see a tornado or two is possible, but also looking at heavy rain. So we had some really heavy downpours yesterday. I live in Doylestown in Bucks County. We had like a deluge of storms. And so we're going to see those pop-up storms that could lead to some flash flooding as well.
All right, I know you'll keep an eye on it. By the way, we want to talk about some good news in the South.
Yes.
Michelle, do you know what this is?
I heard out there, and I want to go. I need to go with you.
This is the shirt for Buc-ee's, which is, it's not enough to call it a gas station. It's like Candyland.
It's everything.
It's like a department store.
I
There's
need
beef
to
jerky. It is so much fun. So
beef
stay
jerky,
with us.
you got me there.
All right, there you go. So stay with us. Coming up here on this hour of Morning News Now, we are really covering it all this morning. We're going to take you to the grand, and I mean grand opening of the world's largest gas station. It is a Buc-ee's, one of those magical chains where if you know, you know. Plus, we've got our eyes on 2024 this morning with brand new NBC News polling that puts former President Trump even further out ahead of his Republican rivals despite those mounting legal troubles. All that and more up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrews with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
We're back now with the race for president, a new NBC News poll that shows despite former President Donald Trump's legal troubles, his lead is growing against his Republican rivals for president. The poll also gives us a look ahead to November next year and the possibility of another close election. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. This Republican race in 2024 is really starting to pick up steam. We got another new candidate in the race last week. We had the first big multi-candidate confab here in Washington over the weekend. And while the 2024 race is taking on a life of its own, it's also starting to look a lot like the 2016 race, with Donald Trump opening up a big lead over his rivals and the rest of the field scrambling to find some way to try to stop him. Donald Trump this weekend expanding his lead over the Republican primary field while mocking his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality. Got to have a little personality. Not much, but a little.
51% of Republican primary voters surveyed tell NBC News they prefer Mr. Trump, with Mr. DeSantis following at 22% and former Vice President Mike Pence in third at 7%. 5 other candidates trail in the low single digits. Mr. Trump's support only growing among Republican voters since his historic second indictment, after he was arraigned in federal court earlier this month on charges he illegally kept classified documents, then obstructed the government's efforts to get them back. The former president marveling at his good fortune at a conservative conference Saturday.
I'm probably the only person in history in this country that's been indicted and my numbers went up.
Most other candidates attempting to tout their conservative credentials.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. But I do believe this moment in the life of our nation will require new leadership in the Republican Party and in the White House.
While former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was booed for taking on the GOP frontrunner directly.
Unwilling to take responsibility for any of the mistakes that were made, any of the faults that he has, and any of the things that he's done. And that is not leadership, everybody. That is a failure of leadership. And you can boo all you want.
But the same NBC News poll also shows the challenge Mr. Trump would face if he does win the GOP nomination. In a hypothetical 2020 general election rematch against President Biden, the president leads Mr. Trump 49-45, presenting the possibility of another nail-biter in November. And, Joe, it's shaping up to be a pretty busy week on the campaign trail in both parties. Ron DeSantis is at the Texas-Mexico border today. He's expected to unveil his immigration plan there, a big issue in the Republican primary. And President Biden's on the road. On Wednesday, he's going to give a major speech on the economy in Chicago, hoping to run on his economic credentials. And, Joe, if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, as a Texan, I'm very into the Buc-ee's segment. I even got my daughter a tiny Buc-ee's onesie before she was even born. We're here for it.
You know all about you. Have you had the cream cheese jalapeno dip there?
Have I? Yes. That is a necessary staple when driving hundreds of miles back and forth across the state of Texas.
Absolutely. Love it. Garrett, thank you so much. We're talking more about a point that Garrett just mentioned. One of Trump's rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is in Texas this morning as his campaign moves into high gear. He's touring the southern border ahead of the rollout of his immigration platform. We are expected to learn more about that later today. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joins us from Eagle Pass, Texas, with more. So, Gabe, you know, we know DeSantis toured the border yesterday. What was he trying to accomplish? What's his message as he tries to boost those low poll numbers we just heard about?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, I must say first, I do concur with Garrett. I'm a big Buc-ee's fan. But also here in Texas, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be here, has been here, toured this area late last night. This is his second trip to the border this month. His first one was to Arizona. That one, though, was an official state visit. This is being billed as a campaign stop where he plans to roll out that immigration policy that Garrett just mentioned. Now, a campaign spokesperson also tells me that he is now shifting his strategy in the coming weeks, going from touting his success in Florida to now taking sharper aim at what the campaign sees as the failures of the Biden administration. But immigration, of course, has been a top issue in this GOP primary. And look for Governor DeSantis in the coming weeks to tout his record on immigration heavily. Again, we expect more details on that plan to be rolled out later this morning.
So,
Joe?
Gabe, you know, DeSantis had previously sent Florida personnel to the border to help Texas deal with the migrant influx. You've reported numerous times from the border over the years. What is the situation looking like there right now?
Well, certainly, Joe. Critics of the Biden administration had said for quite a while that with the ending of Title 42, of course, you'll remember that's that pandemic-era COVID border restriction that made it harder for the U.S. to expel migrants. When that lapsed, critics of the Biden administration warned of a huge influx here at the southern border. Now, it did increase just a bit for several days, but then the numbers went down. And actually, from April to May, the overall number of southwest border encounters actually dropped by 25%, leading to critics of Ron DeSantis saying, why did he send teams from Florida taxpayer money here to the southern border? Now, I toured part of the border from a Texas DPS chopper yesterday, and I asked one of those Texas DPS officials what he would say, and you know, also, how have those Florida teams actually impacted the border here? Take a listen.
What do you say to critics who may look at the Florida teams that are coming over here and think, look, why is a Florida team coming all the way from a different state to help here in Texas? What would you tell somebody who makes that point?
I would tell those people that you know, they don't live here. They don't see the amount of people that are coming across. They don't see the crime that has risen.
Still, that official did acknowledge that there has been a drop in unauthorized border crossings since Title 42 ended, Joe.
And quickly, Gabe, what else is on DeSantis' agenda today while in Texas?
Well, he also plans to speak at a VFW hall here, speaking with voters. And again, around 11 o'clock Eastern times, he plans to hold a press conference where he'll roll out that immigration policy proposal. And we also do expect him to try to distinguish himself from former President Trump. It's expected that the Trump campaign will likely make the point that it has been making before, that a lot of these immigration policies were actually copied from the Trump administration, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. To international headlines now, starting with a deadly roller coaster accident in a Swedish amusement park. NBC's Claudio Lavonga has more on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, at least one person has died and several others, including children, are injured in that roller coaster accident or incident. Now, it happened yesterday at the Gröna amusement park in Stockholm. Witnesses say the ride, called the Dateline, derailed, sending victims crashed into the ground. About 14 people were on the ride at that time. The park was evacuated after the incident. Those victims are now being treated at a nearby hospital. Now, let's head over to North Korea, where we are seeing mass anti-U.S. rallies. Over 120,000 people gathered in the west central part of North Korea for the 73rd anniversary of the start of the Korean War. People held signs saying things like, "The whole U.S. mainland is within our shooting range." This comes as Kim Jong-un continues his controversial nuclear weapons and missiles programs. Now we end with a little southern charm in Ireland. Big blonde wigs took over this small town, looking to set the world record for the largest gathering of Dolly Partons in a public space. But making history like this comes with some rules. According to the Guinness World Record guidelines, participants have to be instantly recognizable as the country music star, and the costumes have to be inspired by an outfit she has worn in the past. They need a minimum of 250 to hit their goal, but this town is no stranger to world records. They actually broke one already when over 1,400 people dressed as whiskey-sipping nuns back in 2012. That looks like a hell of a fun town, Joe.
Yeah, definitely is. How do you judge instantly recognizable? That seems incredibly subjective to me. All right. But, Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A 13-year-old boy is recovering this morning after being attacked by an alligator while swimming in a Florida creek. The gator latched onto the teen's leg, making it the latest in a string of close calls involving alligators over the last week. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from South Florida.
This is the kind of situation that would make any parent's heart skip a beat. Gabriel Clemis was just trying to cool off in a creek about 20 minutes north of Orlando when he felt the jaws of an alligator lock into his leg and try to pull him underneath the water. Now, Gabriel bravely fought back, punching the alligator on the head several times before breaking free. He's now at home, recovering from this frightening ordeal. Gabriel Clemis is a regular at Howell Creek in Winter Springs, Florida, and didn't think twice about grabbing a rope swing and jumping into the water on a sweltering summer day last Tuesday. But that swim with his younger brother took a terrifying turn when a gator grabbed onto his leg and wouldn't let go.
And then the gator kind of just grabbed me from there, and then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
Gabriel says he fought back, repeatedly punching the alligator in the head.
I just hit it with my hand, and I just took a bare fist, and then I just hit it on its I tried to hit it on his head.
Incredibly, the reptile let go, and Gabriel was able to swim back to shore. The 13-year-old went to a nearby house where he calmly called his mom and then 911.
I just got bit by a gator.
Okay. And what part of your body was bit?
My right hip. I'm okay, though. I can walk and I can stand. I'm fine.
Okay, I have the paramedics on the way.
Once at the hospital, Gabriel received stitches for the wound and a bandage from his hip to his upper thigh, even snapping this photo from his hospital bed. While the teenager is home now, he's not completely out of the woods yet.
Huge concern for infection. We talked with infectious disease. They said about 10 days. So we're really out of the woods just because of how deep the wound was and the creek water.
Florida Fish and Wildlife trapped a large 8-foot alligator a few days later in that same area. They say they're fairly confident it's the same one that bit Gabriel, but there's no way to be 100% sure. Meanwhile, further up the coast in South Carolina.
Look, here he comes.
This alligator popped out of a pond last week in Hilton Head and tried to chase down a fisherman in the Low Country. No one was injured, but a spokesperson from the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources explained it's likely the alligator associates people with food after being fed in the past, putting an exclamation point on a week of chilling gator encounters. Florida Fish and Wildlife estimates that in the state's 67 counties, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.3 million alligators. Now, before you get too worried, they said that unprovoked attacks like these are extremely rare. Over the course of the last decade, the state has averaged about 8 a year. You just don't want to be one of those 8 requiring medical attention. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Coming up, there are new developments this morning in that murder case involving the 4 University of Idaho students. The fresh DNA evidence that the suspect's legal team says could throw his involvement into question. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
Thanks Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with new details in the case against the man suspected of murdering 4 University of Idaho students last year. Lawyers for Bryan Kohberger say DNA from another man was found at the crime scene, throwing his involvement into question. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more on these latest developments.
Hey there, a flurry of new court documents have been released ahead of a court hearing tomorrow, where Kohberger's legal team will argue for access to the grand jury materials that led to his indictment last month. Kohberger's lawyers have asked the judge to halt proceedings until they have what they say they need to build their case.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree.
A legal battle over evidence playing out between Bryan Kohberger, working to clear his name in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, and the state fighting to prove his guilt. In new court documents, Kohberger's attorney accusing the state of hiding its entire case by seeking to protect information about the genetic genealogy investigation they say led them to Kohberger.
The state here is using a relatively new kind of DNA technology. So this is exactly the kind of thing the defense will argue that they need, because if this is emerging technology, they need all the facts they can if they're going to challenge it.
In a court filing earlier this month, prosecutors said that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on the knife sheath at the scene of the murders last November. In the filing, Kohberger's lawyer said that 2 additional males' DNA was found within the house, as well as another unknown male's DNA on a glove found outside the house, days after the murder. Kohberger's attorney also writing that police were investigating many various possible suspects, adding that many of them provided DNA and at least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette.
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
The judge entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger after he opted to stand silent at his arraignment. He's accused of murdering Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. An expansive gag order has blanketed the case since January, challenged by both the media and one of the victim's family's lawyers. On Friday, the judge upheld the gag order but narrowed it, allowing attorneys in the case to comment on matters like scheduling and correcting misinformation about their client. Tomorrow, both sides will face off in court again. As Kohberger's lawyers argue for the release of materials they say they need to defend the suspected killer. Kohberger's lawyer also went even further in the court filing, saying there is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. Back to you.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. A new declassified government report is shedding light on the investigation into the origins of the coronavirus. The 10-page document revealed that government agencies remain divided over how COVID-19 began. The National Intelligence Council and 4 unnamed agencies believe it's most likely the virus came from an exposure to an infected animal. But the DOE and the FBI say a possible lab leak is more likely. The CIA was unable to determine the virus's origin. The agencies were able to agree that the coronavirus was not engineered to be a biological weapon. The report also looked into the condition of the Wuhan lab leading up to the COVID pandemic. The results of the investigation found little evidence that supports or disproves the theories about the pandemic's origins. Coming up, stunning new video this morning of some pretty terrifying moments aboard a cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing a port in Florida. Now passengers are speaking out. That's next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Do the summertime.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with video showing the chaos aboard a cruise ship after a sudden gust of wind took the boat by surprise. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the incredible pictures.
Passengers speaking out after these terrifying moments on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing from a port in Florida as high winds turned furniture into projectiles. You can see here a lounge chair falling from a top deck, smashing into a stroller below, the woman running away with a child in her arms. The company says a sudden gust of wind slammed it during departure from Port Canaveral on June 16th. Passenger Jennifer Stansel was in the middle of the chaos.
Chairs started flying, towels started flying, people started scrambling. It happened so quick.
Those chairs are flying.
Royal Caribbean says no one was seriously injured.
I'm still going to cruise. I still love it.
Oh my God, that guy fell.
A freak storm putting passengers in danger and casting a shadow over a sunny summer vacation. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
Now to some financial headlines. YouTube could be expanding to online video games. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so YouTube is testing a product for playing online games, signaling efforts to move beyond hosting videos to games that can easily be played and shared. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that YouTube's parent company, Google, recently invited employees to start testing the product called Playables. Now, it gives users access to games on mobile devices or desktop computers, and they can play games instantly via YouTube's website, on web browsers, or the YouTube app on devices running Android and Apple's iOS software. James Bond's next car might be electric. Aston Martin is teaming up with Lucid to manufacture high-performance electric vehicles. Lucid will supply the British luxury automaker with powertrain parts for future battery electric vehicle models. Aston Martin is targeting the launch of its first battery electric vehicle in 2025. And Netflix says a staggering 60% of subscribers are or have watched a Korean show or movie on the platform. The company's co-CEO, Ted Sarandos, unveiled that stat at a forum in Seoul, and he's in South Korea to meet with production partners and government officials, including the Prime Minister. And he says viewing of K-content is up sixfold globally in just the past 4 years. After Squid Game became a worldwide hit, other Korean shows are also gaining fans like The Glory and All of Us Are Dead, Joe.
That's cool to see. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
For decades, the modern-day shopping mall played a central, almost mythical role in many of our lives. Well, now some struggling malls are reinventing themselves and looking to connect with the community. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung reports.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or two.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space.
The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle.
It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty, so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Coming up, it is a gas station behemoth, the so-called Mecca of the South, and it just so happens to hold a very special place in my heart, apparently the hearts of nearly every correspondent we've spoken with this hour. The humble Buc-ee's is punching its world record-breaking ticket with a brand new Tennessee location. We're going to take you there next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Summertime.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Thousands marched down Fifth Avenue yesterday as confetti rained down upon New York City's 53rd annual Pride March. Parades were also held in Chicago and San Francisco. In all, around 400 events took place across the U.S. Many of this year's parades called for LGBTQ communities to unite against anti-LGBTQ legislation that was passed or introduced in state houses across the country. Finally, this hour, crowds of folks are gathering in East Tennessee for a supersized grand opening. The gas station chain Buc-ee's is unveiling what could be the largest gas station in the world. But it's so much more than a gas station. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is there and has this exclusive tour. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, if you've driven across the southeast or Texas, you'll probably stop at one of these at Buc-ee's. And as you said, it's more than just a gas station. Yes, you can fuel up, but where can you also pick up beaver nuggets, a brisket sandwich, and Joe, it's bathing suit season. You can also get one of these as well. And this morning, folks from all across the country have stopped by to check this all out.
This morning, the largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board.
Chop! Brisket on the board!
We
we slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store, and we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is a director of barbecue operations who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're official.
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that
this.
barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
Am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
Joe, I think I found my new side hustle. So now that the Sevierville store is officially open, I'm told it will never close. This is a 24/7 operation. And as you know, this is perhaps the world's largest gas station. But this is just temporary. I'm told there is another Buc-ee store under construction right now in Luling, Texas. That one is 75,000 square feet.
They just keep getting bigger. And apparently I need a Buc-ee's bathing suit now.
bigger.
Who knew? All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, rebellion and exile. New this morning, we're getting a look at Russia's defense minister. This video shows him for the first time since that short-lived uprising in Russia over the weekend aimed at ousting him from power and threatening Vladimir Putin's control over the country. The founder of the mercenary group that led the uprising was once part of Putin's elite. Now he's in exile in neighboring Belarus. It's all part of a cryptic deal brokered on behalf of a now shaken Moscow.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. We have all sorts of new questions that Putin is going to have to address in the weeks and months ahead.
We've got team coverage on what it all means for Putin, as well as the man behind the rebellion and the war in Ukraine. This morning, major marine casualty. That's the Coast Guard's assessment of the loss. The Titan submersible and now search and rescue efforts are officially ending this morning. But that's being replaced by a full international investigation into what caused the tragic loss of the vessel and those 5 men on board. We've got the latest on that investigation this morning, plus the ongoing efforts to recover that ill-fated vessel from the depths of the Atlantic. Also this morning, mall makeover. The unbeatable convenience of online shopping has been steadily emptying out the humble shopping mall for years, but now some are being completely reinvented with a focus on community over commerce. And leave it to Beaver. It is an obsession that's uniquely American. Anybody living below the Mason-Dixon line will tell you Buc-ee's is almost synonymous with the South. And with the grand opening of its newest Tennessee location, the famous gas station chain takes a bite out of a world record. One of my favorite places on the planet. Looking forward to that. We begin this hour, though, with the weekend that shook Moscow. This morning, the Russian capital is on edge following that aborted mutiny by the mercenary Wagner Group. The extraordinary events of the last 48 hours saw President Putin and the Kremlin stare down one of the biggest threats they faced in decades. In a deal brokered by Belarus, the Wagner Group halted an unprecedented march toward Moscow following a major feud with the country's top military brass. The group had also briefly taken over the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don. This morning, Moscow is attempting to project a message of business as usual, releasing this video of the Russian defense minister meeting troops fighting in Ukraine. But it remains unclear when or where the pictures were taken. In a few moments, we will hear from the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst, and NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea, who is in Kyiv. But let's get straight to our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, who is in Moscow. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It is surreal to stand here above the streets of Moscow and see how life seems so ordinary. A terror alert that had been imposed here in Moscow has been lifted after a rebellion that rocked Russia and even threatened this city. Overnight, Joe, we've learned that President Biden spoke to President Zelensky as events unfolded over the weekend. But honestly, both men and the world was left to watch from the sidelines.
Reasserting authority
or trying to. This morning, new video of Russia's defense minister, the man who faced a mutiny this weekend, pictured overseeing the Ukraine operation. Sergei Shoigu also controls Russia's nuclear arsenal. The video is mute and doesn't say when it was filmed. Other images have not been widely broadcast here. Russians in the city of Rostov-on-Don cheering for the leader of this weekend's aborted rebellion, even taking selfies with Yevgeny Prigozhin. His insurrection bringing the country to the brink of chaos, his mercenary troops closing in on the capital, Moscow. Before an unprecedented deal with President Putin, brokered by another president, Belarus leader Alexander Lukashenko, apparently allowing the man behind the insurrection to go unpunished and into exile. Overnight, Russian TV commentators declaring a senseless massacre was avoided with maturity. Beijing saying this morning it supports Russia maintaining national stability, while the US and Ukraine sensing weakness at the heart of the Kremlin.
I think we've seen more cracks emerge in the Russian facade. It is too soon to tell exactly where they go.
Some commentators in Russia are calling for the mutiny leaders to be punished, even executed, pointing to President Putin's reputation for not easily forgiving betrayal.
Prigozhin kept his life but lost his Wagner group, and he should be very careful around open windows in his new surroundings in Belarus.
All that's left behind in Rostov-on-Don, occupied by the rebel group for less than a day, tank tracks and questions. How can one, in a situation where we are in conflict with another country, have an internal war as well, this man says. Vladimir Putin's power challenged like never before. On Saturday, the president called it a stab in the back. How will he and Russia respond now? And NBC News has learned that US intelligence, Joe, was aware that Prigozhin was planning a confrontation with Russian military leaders. But what happens now, frankly, that is anyone's guess.
All right, Keir Simmons reporting from Moscow. Keir, thank you so much. Our coverage continues now in Ukraine with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Kelly, good morning. So the big question right now is how is this going to impact the war in Ukraine, more than a year old? How are Ukrainian officials reacting to this drama that played out over the weekend within Russia?
Well, President Zelensky, along with many of his advisors, have been talking about this, have been tweeting about it over the past several days, ever since the rebellion started playing out on television screens, the world watching. Of course, Ukraine has been watching. President Zelensky has called this chaos. He said the bosses in Russia aren't in control. He said that this is a sign of weakness in Russia. He said the longer the Russian aggression lasts, the more degradation it causes Russia itself. At one point, he even addressed Russians in their own language, saying, as long as you stay with Putin, this is what you will get, disaster after disaster. So very much playing the information fight, very much getting into that propaganda warfare, trying to get his message across to the Russian people. But on the same, at the same time, there is also an ongoing fight here in Ukraine. There's been no pause along the 600-mile front line of this war, and the question on many people's minds is how will this affect the front line, and that's something that we're watching as well, Joe.
Yeah, Kelly. I mean, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said it was extraordinary to see the Wagner forces moving out of Ukraine and into Russia. This is all playing out amid Ukraine's massive counteroffensive. So in light of this internal Russian fight, I know it's only been a couple days now, but do we know if Ukrainian forces have been able to make any headway on the battlefield?
Well, the deputy defense minister said they absolutely have. In fact, just a short time ago, she said that the Ukrainian forces had taken yet another village, the 9th village since their offensive began. She said that they've taken about 50 square miles of territory from the Russians on the southern front. She said that front has changed quite a bit over the course of the past week. We've also been talking to the spokesperson for the forces on the eastern front, and he said This doesn't change things on a tactical sense. What it changes is the morale of those fighters in the East. They will have been listening to those Telegram channels, the social media. They'll know what is going on, and that will have an effect on how they fight going forward. Of course, Joe, we'll have to see.
All right, Kelly Kobiea reporting from Ukraine's capital. Kelly, thank you so much. Let's bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John Herbst. Ambassador, good to have you with us. So, I mean, we know Russia has always prided itself on this image of being strong, stable, having predictable leadership. Have this weekend's events tarnished that? I mean, what is your reaction to what's been going on here?
This weekend's events prove that Putin the strongman is not quite Putin the strongman. The most effective military force in Russia was not only coming to get rid of the chief of staff of the military and the defense minister, but its leader was saying that the war on Ukraine was on pretexts which were not true. So directly challenging the Kremlin narrative, this was all about responding to Western aggression, demonstrating that Putin's power is really suspect.
So, Ambassador, we know tensions between the Wagner Group and Moscow's military leaders, they've been brewing for some time. Why do you think this mutiny happened now, and what does it tell us about Putin's grip on power?
Prigozhin has been slamming the defense minister and General Gerasimov since the success of Ukraine's counteroffensive last year became apparent in late September or October. And he also began to question, albeit with real nuance, indirectly, the way the war was handled and also the justification for the war. I believe that Wagner or Prigozhin struck now because of the deadline given by the authorities in Moscow that all Wagner soldiers would have to sign a contract and be under the control of the Ministry of Defense. The deadline for that was July 1. And so I think Prigozhin responded to that.
So going forward, I mean, do you think this deal between the Wagner Group and Moscow is going to hold? Will Prigozhin be allowed much freedom and influence?
Putin will keep Prigozhin in a box. Will Prigozhin agree to stay in the box? We'll see. Many people speculate that Putin needs to actually arrange the demise of Prigozhin because he called him a traitor and then said he can go, demonstrating weakness. The problem for that with Putin is Prigozhin has great legitimacy in Russia. People would understand that Putin did that. So Putin has to tread carefully in his treatment of Prigozhin.
All right, Ambassador Herbst, great to have your expertise on this story. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching an investigation into what caused the Titan submersible to implode. All 5 people on board were killed while heading to a tour of the Titanic shipwreck. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now with the latest on the investigation. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. So the U.S. Coast Guard leading that investigation into what they are calling a major marine casualty. The board can recommend pursuing civil or criminal actions. The NTSB also investigating as the submersible's experimental design is coming under growing scrutiny.
With the multinational inquiry already underway, this morning, the U.S. Coast Guard says it's convening a Marine Board of Investigation, its highest investigative body, to figure out what caused the deep-sea disaster involving the Titanic touring submersible Titan.
The board will first and primarily work to determine the cause of this marine casualty and the 5 associated deaths. It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Authorities say they're reviewing data and voice recorders from the mothership, Polar Prince, which chartered the sub out to its launch point, and conducting interviews with crew members. Pelagic Research Services, who helped in the attempted rescue effort, sharing these images of its remotely operated vehicle, Odysseus, from a recent dive. The company calling the Titan recovery missions remarkably difficult and risky. Now, experts are focusing on the submersible's carbon fiber hull, amid allegations that its owner, Stockton Rush, who was among the 5 killed in the underwater disaster, apparently ignored repeated warnings about the vessel. The company, which is closed indefinitely, says they have no additional information to share at this time.
They didn't have any external bodies, governmental or otherwise, overseeing what they're doing.
The mother of Suleiman Dawood, the teenager who died with his father, Shahzada, in the Titan, opening up overnight, saying she was originally supposed to be in the sub instead of her son.
It was supposed to be Shahzada and I going down. But
But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go.
Christine Dawood also remembering her last moments with them.
We just hugged and joked, actually, because Shehzada was so excited to go down. He was like a little child. I missed him. And I really, really missed him.
And you can imagine the heartbreak. Investigating officials say there were 41 people on board the support ship Polar Prince when it set sail on June 18th, including some family members of the victims, like Christine Dawood, who you just heard from there. Interviews with those on board already underway by authorities. The U.S. Coast Guard says a key goal of its investigation is making recommendations to improve safety on the water worldwide.
The investigation's going to take quite some time, right?
Absolutely.
All right,
yeah.
Emily, thank you so much.
Thanks, Joe.
In Pennsylvania, the trial for the Tree of Life synagogue shooter is entering the penalty phase this morning. The jury will decide whether 50-year-old Robert Bowers gets life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Earlier this month, that same jury found Bowers guilty of 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes. 11 people were killed in the 2018 shooting, making it the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to discuss the next stage of the trial. Danny, good morning. So, first of all, how does this penalty phase compare to the actual trial? What are going to be the big differences here?
The biggest difference in a federal capital case and most state cases is that unlike a normal non-capital case, the jury decides the penalty, not the judge. In every other federal case, it is the judge that decides the punishment. But in a federal capital case, the jury has a binary decision to make, yay or nay on death. It's either death or it's life in prison. And so everything in a capital sentencing phase at the federal system is about aggravation and mitigation. By now, the government has already given the defense what it thinks are the aggravating factors that weigh in favor of death. And now the defense team's sole job at this stage is to come up with as many mitigating factors, positive factors about their client as they can. Maybe that's developmental disabilities, any reasons that they can put before the court, the jury, to say that this is a life worth saving. It is a difficult, unenviable place to be for a defense team, especially in a case like this.
So, Danny, who are we expecting to take the stand in this phase of the trial? What is some of the testimony that the jury could hear?
The jury's going to hear all kinds of different mitigation evidence that the defense is going to try to crowbar in. And strangely enough, there are some limitations, but the rules here get a little relaxed. Expect to hear from witnesses that will talk about this defendant's life, challenges that he has had. You will see, I'm certain, medical evidence to that, or maybe even psychological evidence that he has suffered from some kind of disability, some kind of problem that makes this a mitigating factor. But look, the prosecution here has already proven, in a sense, a lot of their aggravating factors, one of which is, for example, that this crime was motivated by hate, hatred of Jewish people, hatred of people engaging in religious expression. So in a sense, in the guilt phase, the government's already proven a lot of the things that they need that the jury's already heard. And remember, this is a jury that is not coming with a clean slate to the penalty phase. They've had to sit through horrific testimony. So this is an uphill battle for the defense, to be sure.
For my next question, a little background here. Before the trial, Bowers' lawyers did offer a plea deal to try and resolve the case. They offered a guilty plea on all counts in exchange for life in prison without the possibility of release. Federal prosecutors rejected that offer. We know they're seeking the death penalty here. Is that common in a case like this?
I mean, yes, you can infer that the only reason we're even having a trial in a case like this is probably because the government rejected an offer to plea. I mean, make no mistake about it. The defense team here, by all indications, no one was trying to pull out a victory. No one was trying to say, are you sure that you saw my client in this with the firearm? Are you sure this is the guy? There was never any of that. This entire defense plan from the beginning has been mitigation. There was virtually no cross-examination, no defense put on. This is all about saving this defendant's life if they can do it. And so that's what a lot of federal capital practice is about. It's not about trying to win. That is not going to happen. It's about the end game, which is, if you can, save this defendant's life against overwhelming odds, because it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, so quickly, Danny, what's the timeline then for this phase?
It could be, I mean, I'm sure they've already budgeted a time. That budget often gets exceeded. In a high-profile case, I always say add a few more days. It might take a week. This is where you will see the defense put on witnesses, whereas the guilt phase, they put on virtually no defense. You're going to see a defense here. In fact, this is where the work really begins. Believe me, the defense team, a capital mitigation team, has a lot of extra folks who come in to assist the defense in preparing mitigation and even testifying about mitigation.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you so much. Turning now to the deadly severe weather in the South and the Midwest. Folks in the South are trying to keep cool in the sweltering heat as temperatures in several states continue to hit triple digits with no sign of relief in sight. In Big Bend National Park, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died Saturday while hiking. Temperatures there hit nearly 120 degrees. Officials say the boy's stepfather rushed to try and find help and was found dead after his car crashed over an embankment. The Park Service is investigating those deaths. And people in parts of the Midwest are cleaning up this morning after getting pummeled with severe storms over the weekend. Multiple tornadoes were reported in Indiana and Minnesota. One person was killed in Indiana after a tornado there caused a home to collapse. Let's get a look at what you can expect this week with your Morning News Now weather forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Great to see you. And unfortunately, we're going to see more of the same. We're going to see that repeat performance. We're into our third week of this dangerous heat in the South, and we've had day after day of this severe weather risk. We're going to see it once again today. We're watching storms early this morning as we're looking at portions of the Southeast, and we will see the East Coast being the target for the storms as we go throughout today. So taking a quick look at the week ahead, and then we'll get into the stories here. We have that sweltering heat continue, temperatures soaring once again into the triple digits. It'll feel like 110 to 120 in spots. We're wet on the West Coast, cool in portions of the West as well. And then the East Coast is wet as well. So we're looking at portions of the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast. We're looking at showers and some storms. And some of these storms could be gusty, especially in the Mid-Atlantic down to the Carolinas. By Wednesday, still more wet weather in portions of the Northeast, New England. It's going to be cool and wet in New England. Record heat continues on Wednesday. We do have some rain in the forecast for the northern plains, parts of the upper Midwest, also the Intermountain West, sun and clouds in the Southwest. And then Friday, kind of staying with this same pattern with no heat relief in the South. Still looking at temperatures really warm from the Southwest, the southern plains into the Southeast. Chance for storms still in the Intermountain West, parts of the Central Plains, parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and also parts of the Mid-Atlantic to the Northeast and also New England. So a lot of the same stories as we go throughout this work week. This is the reason why. We have the jet stream sort of kind of cutting off the country into two pieces here. We have an area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. That's bringing a cold front into parts of the east. That's where we're going to see the severe weather and seeing some heavy downpours as well. Down to the south, we have an area of high pressure. It's sort of like a heat pump. It's just pumping in that really dangerous hot air. It's pumping in some moisture, too. So we're going to take those temperatures, add some humidity to it, and that's where we're feeling like 110 to 120. So as far as the heat alerts go, 33 million people impacted by a heat alert. We do have that pink. That's your excessive heat warning, and this is why. Temperatures once again into the triple digits in so many spots. 106 in Abilene. It's going to feel like 109. It'll feel like 111 in Dallas. Same story in Houston, feeling like 110 in Shreveport, and it's warm too in New Orleans. You will feel like 111 there. And unfortunately, this is going to continue throughout the week. We're looking at temperatures still in the triple digits. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Houston. Dallas, we're looking at 107 on Wednesday. As far as that severe weather threat, millions and millions, 58 million people at risk. 4 severe storms today. Where you see that orange color, that's your enhanced risk. That is most likely where we're going to see the strongest storms. Philadelphia to D.C., Richmond, also Raleigh. Now, the takeaways is we're looking at the chance for really gusty winds. That's the strongest impact with winds gusting over 65 miles per hour. Some really large hail as well. Could see a tornado or two is possible, but also looking at heavy rain. So we had some really heavy downpours yesterday. I live in Doylestown in Bucks County. We had like a deluge of storms. And so we're going to see those pop-up storms. That could lead to some flash flooding as well.
All right, I know you'll keep an eye on it. By the way, we want to talk about some good news in the South.
Yes.
Michelle, do you know what this is?
I heard out there, and I want to go. I need to go with you.
This is the shirt for Buc-ee's, which is, it's not enough to call it a gas station. It's like Candyland.
It's everything.
It's like a department store. There's beef jerky. It is so much fun. So
beef
stay
jerky,
with us.
you got me there.
All right, there you go. So stay with us. Coming up here on this hour of Morning News Now, We are really covering it all this morning. We're going to take you to the grand, and I mean grand opening, the world's largest gas station. It is a Buc-ee's, one of those magical chains where if you know, you know. Plus, we've got our eyes on 2024 this morning with brand new NBC News polling that puts former President Trump even further out ahead of his Republican rivals, despite those mounting legal troubles. All that and more up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now with the race for president, a new NBC News poll that shows despite former President Donald Trump's legal troubles, his lead is growing against his Republican rivals for president. The poll also gives us a look ahead to November next year and the possibility of another close election. NBC's Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. This Republican race in 2024 is really starting to pick up steam. We got another new candidate in the race last week. We had the first big multi-candidate confab here in Washington over the weekend. And while the 2024 race is taking on a life of its own, it's also starting to look a lot like the 2016 race, with Donald Trump opening up a big lead over his rivals and the rest of the field scrambling to find some way to try to stop him.
Donald Trump this weekend expanding his lead over the Republican primary field while mocking his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality. Got to have a little personality. Not much, but a little.
51% of Republican primary voters surveyed tell NBC News they prefer Mr. Trump, with Mr. DeSantis following at 22% and former Vice President Mike Pence in third at 7%. 5 other candidates trail in the low single digits. Mr. Trump's support only growing among Republican voters since his historic second indictment, after he was arraigned in federal court earlier this month on charges he illegally kept classified documents, then obstructed the government's efforts to get them back. The former president marveling at his good fortune at a conservative conference Saturday.
I'm probably the only person in history in this country that's been indicted and my numbers went up.
Most other candidates attempting to tout their conservative credentials.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. But I do believe this moment in the life of our nation will require new leadership in the Republican Party and in the White House.
While former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was booed for taking on the GOP frontrunner directly.
Unwilling to take responsibility for any of the mistakes that were made, any of the faults that he has, and any of the things that he's done. And that is not leadership, everybody. That is a failure of leadership. And you can boo all you want.
But the same NBC News poll also shows the challenge Mr. Trump would face if he does win the GOP nomination. In a hypothetical 2020 general election rematch against President Biden, the president leads Mr. Trump 49-45, presenting the possibility of another nail-biter in November.
And Joe, it's shaping up to be a pretty busy week on the campaign trail in both parties. Ron DeSantis is at the Texas-Mexico border today. He's expected to unveil his immigration plan there, a big issue in the Republican primary. And President Biden's on the road. On Wednesday, he's going to give a major speech on the economy in Chicago, hoping to run on his economic credentials. And Joe, if you'll allow me a point of personal privilege, as a Texan, I'm very into the Buc-ee's segment. I even got my daughter a tiny Buc-ee's onesie before she was even born. We're here for it.
You know all about you. Have you had the cream cheese jalapeno dip there?
Have I? Yes.
Yes.
That is a necessary staple when driving hundreds of miles back and forth across the state of Texas.
Absolutely. Love it. Garrett, thank you so much. We're talking more about a point that Garrett just mentioned. One of Trump's rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, is in Texas this morning as his campaign moves into high gear. He's touring the southern border ahead of the rollout of his immigration platform. We are expected to learn more about that later today. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is there. He joins us from Eagle Pass, Texas, with more. So, Gabe, we know DeSantis toured the border yesterday. What was he trying to accomplish? What's his message as he tries to boost those low poll numbers we just heard about?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. Well, I must say first, I do concur with Garrett. I'm a big Buc-ee's fan. But also here in Texas, the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be here, has been here, toured this area late last night. This is his second trip to the border this month. His first one was to Arizona. That one, though, was an official state visit. This is being billed as a campaign stop where he plans to roll out that immigration policy that Garrett just mentioned. Now, a campaign spokesperson also tells me that he is now shifting his strategy in the coming weeks, going from touting his success in Florida to now taking sharper aim at what the campaign sees as the failures of the Biden administration. But immigration, of course, has been a top issue in this GOP primary. And look for Governor DeSantis in the coming weeks to tout his record on immigration heavily. Again, we expect more details on that plan to be rolled out later this morning.
So,
Joe?
Gabe, DeSantis had previously sent Florida personnel to the border to help Texas deal with the migrant influx. You've reported numerous times from the border over the years. What is the situation looking like there right now?
Well, certainly, Joe. Critics of the Biden administration had said for quite a while that with the ending of Title 42, of course, you'll remember that's that pandemic-era COVID border restriction that made it harder for the U.S. to expel migrants. When that lapsed, critics of the Biden administration warned of a huge influx here at the southern border. Now, it did increase just a bit for several days, but then the numbers went down. And actually, from April to May, the overall number of southwest border encounters actually dropped by 25%, leading to critics of Ron DeSantis saying, why did he send teams from Florida taxpayer money here to the southern border? Now, I toured part of the border from a Texas DPS chopper yesterday, and I asked one of those Texas DPS officials what he would say, and also how have those Florida teams actually impacted the border here. Take a listen.
What do you
you say to critics who may look at the Florida teams that are coming over here and think, look, why is a Florida team coming all the way from a different state to help here in Texas? What would you tell somebody who makes that point?
I would tell those people that they don't live here. They don't see the amount of people that are coming across. They don't see the crime that has risen.
Still, that official did acknowledge that there has been a drop in unauthorized border crossings since Title 42 ended, Joe.
And quickly, Gabe, what else is on DeSantis' agenda today while in Texas?
Well, he also plans to speak at a VFW hall here, speaking with voters. And again, around 11 o'clock Eastern times, he plans to hold a press conference where he'll roll out that immigration policy proposal. And we also do expect him to try to distinguish himself from former President Trump. It's expected that the Trump campaign will likely make the point that it has been making before, that a lot of these immigration policies were actually copied from the Trump administration, Joe.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. To international headlines now, starting with a deadly roller coaster accident in a Swedish amusement park. NBC's Claudio Lavanga has more on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, at least one person has died and several others, including children, are injured in that roller coaster accident or incident. Now, it happened yesterday at the Gröna amusement park in Stockholm. Witnesses say the ride, called the Dateline, derailed, sending victims crashed into the ground. About 14 people were on the ride at that time. The park was evacuated after the incident. Those victims are now being treated at a nearby hospital. Now, let's head over to North Korea, where we are seeing mass anti-U.S. rallies. Over 120,000 people gathered in the west central part of North Korea for the 73rd anniversary of the start of the Korean War. People held signs saying things like, "The whole U.S. mainland is within our shooting range." This comes as Kim Jong-un continues his controversial nuclear weapons and missiles programs. Now we end with a little southern charm in Ireland. Big blonde wigs took over the small town, looking to set the world record for the largest gathering of Dolly Partons in a public space. But making history like this comes with some rules. According to the Guinness World Record guidelines, participants have to be instantly recognizable as the country music star, and the costumes have to be inspired by an outfit she has worn in the past. They need a minimum of 250 to hit their goal, but this town is no stranger to world records. They actually broke one already when over 1,400 people dressed as whiskey-sipping nuns back in 2012. That looks like a one hell of a fun town, Joe.
Yeah. Definitely is. How do you judge instantly recognizable? That seems incredibly subjective to me. All right. But Claudio, thank you so much. Appreciate it. A 13-year-old boy is recovering this morning after being attacked by an alligator while swimming in a Florida creek. The gator latched onto the teen's leg, making it the latest in a string of close calls involving alligators over the last week. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest from South Florida.
This is the kind of situation that would make any parent's heart skip a beat. Gabriel Clemis was just trying to cool off in a creek about 20 minutes north of Orlando when he felt the jaws of an alligator lock into his leg and try to pull him underneath the water. Now, Gabriel bravely fought back, punching the alligator on the head several times before breaking free. He's now at home, recovering from this frightening ordeal.
Gabriel Clemis is a regular at Howell Creek in Winter Springs, Florida, and didn't think twice about grabbing a rope swing and jumping into the water on a sweltering summer day last Tuesday. But that swim with his younger brother took a terrifying turn when a gator grabbed onto his leg and wouldn't let go.
And then the gator kind of just grabbed me from there, and then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
Gabriel says he fought back, repeatedly punching the alligator in the head.
I just hit it with my hand, and I just kind of took a bare fist, and then I just hit it on its I tried to hit it on his head.
Incredibly, the reptile let go, and Gabriel was able to swim back to shore. The 13-year-old went to a nearby house where he calmly called his mom and then 911.
I just got bit by a gator.
Okay. And what part of your body was bit?
My right hip. I'm okay, though. I can walk and I can stand. I'm fine.
Okay, I have the paramedics on the way.
Once at the hospital, Gabriel received stitches for the wound and a bandage from his hip to his upper thigh, even snapping this photo from his hospital bed. While the teenager is home now, he's not completely out of the woods yet.
Huge concern for infection. We talked with infectious disease. They said about 10 days. So we're really out of the woods just because of how deep the wound was and the creek water.
Florida Fish and Wildlife trapped a large 8-foot alligator a few days later in that same area. They say they're fairly confident it's the same one that bit Gabriel, but there's no way to be 100% sure. Meanwhile, further up the coast in South Carolina.
Look, here he comes.
This alligator popped out of a pond last week in Hilton Head and tried to chase down a fisherman in the Low Country. No one was injured, but a spokesperson from the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources explained it's likely the alligator associates people with food after being fed in the past, putting an exclamation point on a week of chilling gator encounters.
Florida Fish and Wildlife estimates that in the state's 67 counties, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.3 million alligators. Now, before you get too worried, they said that unprovoked attacks like these are extremely rare. Over the course of the last decade, the state has averaged about 8 a year. You just don't want to be one of those 8 requiring medical attention. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Coming up, there are new developments this morning in that murder case involving the 4 University of Idaho students. The fresh DNA evidence that the suspect's legal team says could throw his involvement into question. That's next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand of everything.
All right, it just fit too. Summertime.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with new details in the case against the man suspected of murdering 4 University of Idaho students last year. Lawyers for Brian Kohberger say DNA from another man was found at the crime scene, throwing his involvement into question. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has more on these latest developments.
Hey there, a flurry of new court documents have been released ahead of a court hearing tomorrow, where Kohberger's legal team will argue for access to the grand jury materials that led to his indictment last month. Kohberger's lawyers have asked the judge to halt proceedings until they have what they say they need to build their case.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree.
A legal battle over evidence playing out between Brian Kohberger, working to clear his name in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, and the state fighting to prove his guilt. In new court documents, Kohberger's attorney accusing the state of hiding its entire case by seeking to protect information about the genetic genealogy investigation they say led them to Kohberger.
The state here is using a relatively new kind of DNA technology. So this is exactly the kind of thing the defense will argue that they need, because if this is emerging technology, they need all the facts they can if they're going to challenge it.
In a court filing earlier this month, prosecutors said that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on the knife sheath at the scene of the murders last November. In the filing, Kohberger's lawyer said that 2 additional males' DNA was found within the house, as well as another unknown male's DNA on a glove found outside the house, days after the murder. Kohberger's attorney also writing that police were investigating many various possible suspects, adding that many of them provided DNA and at least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette.
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
The judge entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger after he opted to stand silent at his arraignment. He's accused of murdering Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. An expansive gag order has blanketed the case since January, challenged by both the media and one of the victim's family's lawyers. On Friday, the judge upheld the gag order but narrowed it, allowing attorneys in the case to comment on matters like scheduling and correcting misinformation about their client. Tomorrow, both sides will face off in court again. As Kohberger's lawyers argue for the release of materials they say they need to defend the suspected killer. Kohberger's lawyer also went even further in the court filing, saying there is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. Back to you.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. A new declassified government report is shedding light on the investigation into the origins of the coronavirus. The 10-page document revealed that government agencies remain divided over how COVID-19 began. The National Intelligence Council and 4 unnamed agencies believe it's most likely the virus came from an exposure to an infected animal. But the DOE and the FBI say a possible lab leak is more likely. The CIA was unable to determine the virus's origin. The agencies were able to agree that the coronavirus was not engineered to be a biological weapon. The report also looked into the condition of the Wuhan lab leading up to the COVID pandemic. The results of the investigation found little evidence that supports or disproves the theories about the pandemic's origins. Coming up, stunning new video this morning of some pretty terrifying moments aboard a cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing a port in Florida. Now passengers are speaking out. That's next on Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with video showing the chaos aboard a cruise ship after a sudden gust of wind took the boat by surprise. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the incredible pictures.
Passengers speaking out after these terrifying moments on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing from a port in Florida as high winds turned furniture into projectiles. You can see here a lounge chair falling from a top deck, smashing into a stroller below, the woman running away with a child in her arms. The company says a sudden gust of wind slammed it during departure from Port Canaveral on June 16th. Passenger Jennifer Stansell was in the middle of the chaos.
Chairs started flying, towels started flying, people started scrambling. It happened so quick.
Those chairs are flying.
Royal Caribbean says no one was seriously injured.
I'm still going to cruise. I still love it.
Oh my God, that guy fell.
A freak storm putting passengers in danger and casting a shadow over a sunny summer vacation. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
Now to some financial headlines. YouTube could be expanding to online video games. CNBC's Silvana Henao is back with that and other financial headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so YouTube is testing a product for playing online games, signaling efforts to move beyond hosting videos to games that can easily be played and shared. Now, the Wall Street Journal reports that YouTube's parent company, Google, recently invited employees to start testing the product called Playables. Now, it gives users access to games on mobile devices or desktop computers, and they can play games instantly via YouTube's website, on web browsers, or the YouTube app on devices running Android and Apple's iOS software. James Bond's next car might be electric. Aston Martin is teaming up with Lucid to manufacture high-performance electric vehicles. Lucid will supply the British luxury automaker with powertrain parts for future battery electric vehicle models. Aston Martin is targeting the launch of its first battery electric vehicle in 2025. And Netflix says a staggering 60% of subscribers are or have watched a Korean show or movie on the platform. The company's co-CEO Ted Sarandos unveiled that stat at a forum in Seoul, and he's in South Korea to meet with production partners and government officials, including the Prime Minister. And he says viewing of K content is up sixfold globally in just the past 4 years. After Squid Game became a worldwide hit, other Korean shows are also gaining fans like The Glory and All of Us Are Dead, Joe.
That's cool to see. All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
For decades, the modern-day shopping mall played a central, almost mythical role in many of our lives. Well, now some struggling malls are reinventing themselves and looking to connect with the community. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung reports.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or two.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space.
The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle.
It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty, so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Coming up, it is a gas station behemoth, the so-called Mecca of the South, and it just so happens to hold a very special place in my heart, apparently the hearts of nearly every correspondent we've spoken with this hour. The humble Buc-ee's is punching its world record-breaking ticket with a brand new Tennessee location. We're going to take you there next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. Thousands marched down Fifth Avenue yesterday as confetti rained down upon New York City's 53rd annual Pride March. Parades were also held in Chicago and San Francisco. In all, around 400 events took place across the U.S. Many of this year's parades called for LGBTQ communities to unite against anti-LGBTQ legislation that was passed or introduced in state houses across the country. Finally, this hour, crowds of folks are gathering in East Tennessee for a supersized grand opening. The gas station chain Buc-ee's is unveiling what could be the largest gas station in the world. But it's so much more than a gas station. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is there and has this exclusive tour. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, if you've driven across the southeast or Texas, you'll probably stop at one of these at Buc-ee's. And as you said, it's more than just a gas station. Yes, you can fuel up, but where can you also pick up beaver nuggets, a brisket sandwich, and Joe, it's bathing suit season. You can also get one of these as well. And this morning, folks from all across the country have stopped by to check this all out.
This morning, the largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca
of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms, and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board.
Chopped brisket on the board. We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is the director of barbecue operations, who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
Am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
Joe, I think I found my new side hustle. So now that the Sevierville store is officially open, I'm told it will never close. This is a 24/7 operation. And as you know, this is perhaps the world's largest gas station. But this is just temporary. I'm told there is another Buc-ee's store under construction right now in Luling, Texas. That one is 75,000 square feet.
They just keep getting bigger. And apparently I need a Buc-ee's bathing suit now. Who knew? All right, Kathy Park, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Monday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, June 26th. Brink of chaos. Mercenary troops closed in on the Russian capital of Moscow over the weekend before ending their rebellion and agreeing to an unprecedented deal with President Putin. How the failed coup is revealing potential weaknesses at the Kremlin.
Alligator attack. A 13-year-old Florida boy was swimming in a creek with his younger brother when a gator latched onto his leg. We'll tell you how the teen was finally able to break free.
Waiting for care. A shortage of psychiatric hospital beds is leaving people waiting for hours and even days in emergency rooms. More on the impact delayed care is having on the U.S. mental health crisis.
And worth the hype. For years, researchers have been studying anti-aging supplements to see if they can really help people look and feel younger. So we're going to talk to a doctor about what exactly you should know before trying the latest trend.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the growing fallout after a dramatic but short-lived mutiny in Russia. It marks the most significant challenge yet to President Vladimir Putin's firm grip on power. That crisis started on Friday. That is when Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russian forces of attacking his troops. Now, he is the leader of the Kremlin-backed Wagner mercenary group. He ordered his fighters to march toward Moscow to oust the Russian military leaders. On their way to the capital, though, the Wagner group seized control of a key city in southern Russia with very little resistance.
And then on Saturday, Putin called the move treason and then promised to crush the armed rebellion. Then, in a stunning reversal just hours later, Prigozhin abandoned the plan and ordered his troops to return to their bases. Now, he reportedly reached a deal to go into exile into neighboring Belarus in exchange for charges against him being dropped. But according to Russian state media today, the criminal case is in fact still open. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel joins us now. He's been following it since the beginning. Richard, this was sort of a stunning change of events. The Kremlin seems to be sort of trying at this point to downplay the crisis and show that they are in fact still in control. What are they saying today?
Well, there's also just been a new development. We're hearing from Prigozhin himself in a new audio statement that was released on social media. And he is providing more justification for what he did. He said that it was not an attempt to overthrow the government. He said that his fighters, the Wagner Group, which he estimates to be about 25,000, a number that I have heard, a similar number from Western intelligence officials, were in Ukraine. They were fighting, and they were ordered to disband. That the order came down from the Ministry of Defense. Wagner had a long rivalry with the Ministry of Defense. Wagner and Prigozhin had accused the Ministry of Defense of being jealous of his men, of starving them of ammunition, of using them as cannon fodder in battles of Ukraine. That when the order came down for his unit, the Wagner forces, to join the Ministry of Defense and cease to exist as a private mercenary army, that his fighters didn't want to do it. Then they were attacked, he claimed. And after that attack, in which he said 30 of his members were killed, 2 columns broke off. One went to Rostov, the city where they said they took over the military base and handed over their weapons. The other column heading toward Moscow, and he said they stopped deliberately short of Moscow to send a message, and that the message had been sent, that the message was received, and that the message showed the insecurity in Russia that had been caused by the war and the lack of effectiveness of the Ministry of Defense. And he said, had his men been leading the war in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine would have been over quickly and not dragged on for over a year, and about a year and a half now.
Those still sound like fighting words, Richard. Before we let you go, a source is telling NBC News U.S. intelligence agencies knew Prigozhin was planning to challenge Russian military leaders. How is the Biden administration reacting to all of this? And do we expect to hear anything from the president publicly?
No idea if the president is going to comment. I would be surprised, because U.S. officials I've been speaking to are still trying to make sense of all of these developments. This is a power rivalry within the leadership of the Kremlin, of Putin's inner circle. And I think it's easy to understand if you think of it as a mafia family, as a criminal syndicate. And Prigozhin was a low-level operative who was rising, and he made a move against the boss. So it is very hard to know how this is going to play out. And it does not seem like it is completely over. In this statement that was just released by Prigozhin, the audio statement, there was no mention of Vladimir Putin at all.
All right, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, thank you so much.
We turn now to the severe weather and triple-digit temperatures both in the South and in the Midwest. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson explains how millions are under heat alert and tens of thousands are without power as a historic heat wave rages on for now the second straight week. Take a look.
Well, today, this splash pad is going to be filled with kids as temperatures here in Houston reach 100 degrees. It marks another week of a historic heat wave that is impacting millions across the South.
Terrifying tornadoes and sweltering summer heat combining for a brutal 1-2 punch of wild weather.
I don't think we're done climbing on temperature.
Temperatures across the South again topping triple digits, baking some hard-hit communities for the third straight week. Tens of millions facing even more heat alerts in the coming days.
This year it feels hotter than regular.
In sweltering Southwest Texas, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died while hiking in Big Bend National Park, where temperatures hit nearly 120 degrees. The boy's stepfather rushed to find help and was found dead, officials say, after his car crashed over an embankment. Both deaths remain under investigation. As Southerners hope for relief from the heat, the Midwest is reeling from another round of dangerous twisters.
I think it's going to miss us.
Communities in Minnesota and Indiana hit by multiple tornadoes. Residents forced to take cover.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bath.
This summer of severe weather shows no signs of slowing down.
Right now, there are around 450,000 people throughout the country without power. Here in Texas, we aren't seeing any major outages, but the Texas Power Grid operator has said that they are expecting to see record demand this week, and they have issued a weather watch, but say that they do believe that they will be able to meet that demand. And I've got to tell you guys, already it is more than 80 degrees out here. It is very hot and only going to get hotter, so I may need to take a pass through that water here in a second. Back to you.
Priscilla, thank you. The suspect in the attack that killed 5 people at Colorado's Club Q in November has pleaded guilty today. The 23-year-old faces a life sentence for state murder and hate crime charges. Today's hearing is the first time in months that many survivors and victims' families were face-to-face with that suspect. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. So, Steve, walk us through the details of this guilty plea and what happens next.
Yeah, Vicki, Aldridge pleading guilty to those 5 sentences for first-degree murder, to 46 counts of attempted murder, and no contest to hate, bias-motivated crimes. The deal simply is that there is no trial. The victims don't have to go through the anguish of hearing the details of what happened over and over in court again. The defense and the prosecution don't have to prepare this for months and months. The suspects essentially will learn what happens to them without delay, and what would seeming to be more and more based on the factual information, something that was going to be inevitable. This does not, however, have any jurisdiction on a coinciding federal investigation, which the FBI has been investigating for months, which may still end in a federal execution. But this suspect now has no opportunity for appeal and no possibility of parole, Vicki.
We know some survivors, as we mentioned, attended the hearing today. How are they reacting to this outcome, Steve?
Yeah, it's just been heartrending, Vicki. I mean, the hearing is being played over live stream, so I've been listening to it up until the point that you and I are now talking. We're talking about mothers and fathers, wives and husbands, partners, people in the LGBTQ plus community who are talking about how unbelievably heartbreaking this is, how their peace has been shattered, but also some catharsis of seeing this suspect, knowing that this suspect will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars, and that he will have no opportunity for the warmth and the joy that this community is now showing each other. Back to you.
NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, thank you so much.
Well, you know what time it is. It's time for our CNBC Money Minute, and a bit of good news today. There may finally be just a bit of relief in sight for renters. Rent is falling for the very first time here across the country, at least 3 years. That's how long it's been since we've seen this. The median asking rent in May was down 0.5% year over year, and that's all according to Realtor.com.
Phew. CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. So, Pippa, rents are still about 25% higher than they were in 2019, but when are we going to see these rents starting to drop?
Well, Vicki, rent prices are expected to drop for the rest of this year and into the next, according to Realtor.com economists. The rent relief partially driven by an increase in multifamily construction activity, which is expected to increase rental supply. Federal regulators are investigating Ford following a recall of more than 250,000 Explorer SUVs. Ford issued that recall because the vehicles could roll away even when placed in park. The National Highway and Traffic Safety Administration is looking into claims about issues with the subsequent repairs. 2 people complained that the fix caused their SUVs to still have issues. And the owner of the Red Sox is teeing up an entrance into the golf world. Fenway Sports Group will be the second of 6 teams to join Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's TGL Primetime Golf League. TGL is hoping to draw in a new, younger crowd to the sport by merging physical and virtual golf. I feel like those simulators are now so common in buildings and stuff. I guess they're really trying to merge.
I'm telling you, I feel like I end up at one of those simulators every weekend because of my husband. Yeah.
Dining Hall Dave loves a golf simulator.
Loves a good simulator, man. Like, I'm losing my weekend. I'm telling you, Pippa. CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens. Pippa, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Still ahead, a teenager's calm call for help after being bitten by an alligator. We will take you inside that terrifying moment. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
A full investigation into the implosion of the Titan submersible, which took the lives of 5 men exploring the Titanic wreckage, is currently underway. The U.S. Coast Guard is leading the probe, and they can recommend pursuing civil or even criminal actions. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda with the details.
With the multinational inquiry already underway, the U.S. Coast Guard says it's convening a Marine Board of Investigation, its highest investigative body, to figure out what caused the deep-sea disaster involving the Titanic touring submersible Titan.
The board will first and primarily work to determine the cause of this marine casualty and the 5 associated deaths. It can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary.
Authorities say they're reviewing voice and data recorders from the mothership Polar Prince, which chartered the sub out to its launch point, and conducting interviews with crew members as they work to find out what exactly caused the disaster. The military also addressing the cost of its rescue efforts.
The Coast Guard doesn't charge for search and rescue, nor do we associate a cost with human life. We always answer the call.
Pelagic Research Services, who helped in the attempted rescue effort, sharing these images of its remotely operated vehicle Odysseus from a recent dive. The company calling the Titan recovery missions remarkably difficult and risky, challenged by incredible atmospheric pressures, temperatures, and environmental stresses. The Titan sub disappeared last Sunday on a dive to the Titanic shipwreck. By Thursday, officials announced the discovery of debris near the Titanic's bow, saying the sub's exploration appears to have ended in a catastrophic implosion. Now, experts are focusing on the submersible's carbon fiber hull, amid allegations that its owner, Stockton Rush, who was among the 5 killed in the underwater disaster, apparently ignored repeated warnings about the vessel. The company, which is closed indefinitely, says they have no additional information to share at this time.
They didn't have any external bodies, governmental or otherwise, overseeing what they're doing.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
A 13-year-old boy in Florida is now recovering after he was attacked by an alligator. The teen says he was swimming in a creek last week when a gator suddenly locked onto his leg. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains how the boy's bravery and quick thinking helped him escape.
Gabriel Clemis is a regular at Howell Creek in Winter Springs, Florida, and didn't think twice about grabbing a rope swing and jumping into the water on a sweltering summer day last Tuesday. But that swim with his younger brother took a terrifying turn when a gator grabbed onto his leg and wouldn't let go.
And then the gator kind of just grabbed me from there, and then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
Gabriel says he fought back, repeatedly punching the alligator in the head.
I just hit it with my hand, and I just took a bare fist, and then I just hit it on its I tried to hit it on his head.
Incredibly, the reptile let go, and Gabriel was able to swim back to shore. The 13-year-old went to a nearby house where he calmly called his mom and then 911.
I just got bit by a gator.
Okay. And what part of your body was bit?
My right hip. I'm okay though. I can walk and I can stand. I'm fine.
Okay, I have the paramedics on the way.
Once at the hospital, Gabriel received stitches for the wound and a bandage from his hip to his upper thigh, even snapping this photo from his hospital bed. While the teenager is home now, he's not completely out of the woods yet.
Huge concern for infection. We talked with infectious disease. They said about 10 days. So we're really out of the woods just because of how deep the wound was and the creek water.
Florida Fish and Wildlife trapped a large 8-foot alligator a few days later in that same area. They say they're fairly confident it's the same one that bit Gabriel, but there's no way to be 100% sure. Meanwhile, further up the coast in South Carolina.
Look, here he comes.
This alligator popped out of a pond last week in Hilton Head and tried to chase down a fisherman in the Low Country. No one was injured, but a spokesperson from the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources explained it's likely the alligator associates people with food after being fed in the past, putting an exclamation point on a week of chilling gator encounters.
Florida Fish and Wildlife estimates that in the state's 67 counties, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.3 million alligators. Now, before you get too worried, they said that unprovoked attacks like these are extremely rare. Over the course of the last decade, the state has averaged about 8 a year. You just don't want to be one of those 8 requiring medical attention. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
British royal Sarah Ferguson reveals she's been diagnosed with breast cancer. Her message to women about getting yearly mammograms up next. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Three San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder after shooting a woman inside her apartment. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin shows us video of the deadly confrontation, but a warning, some of these images may be disturbing.
Three San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder and suspended without pay after killing a woman armed with a hammer inside her own apartment.
Hey, lady, get over here.
Just after midnight Friday, officers were responding to a vandalism call.
Get over here.
46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system. Police followed Perez to her first-floor apartment, where they say she locked herself inside. An officer removes the screen to her open window. Perez hits the officer with what appears to be a glass candle.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You ain't got no work!
Here's a wider angle of the confrontation.
You ain't got no work! Hey, watch out!
They say Perez then swung a hammer, shattering a window. Officers then fired the deadly shots. According to police, Perez was hit at least twice. Paramedics pronounced her dead at the scene.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
The police chief adding the officers' actions were not consistent with policy and training. Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
I'm just heartbroken. There's no words that can express the hurt that this has caused my family.
The police chief vowing to thoroughly investigate. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
This weekend marked 2 years since the devastating condo collapse in Surfside, Florida. Ari Otzer from NBC Miami spoke with the victims' family members and friends about how they're remembering their loved ones.
The images from that day are still mind-boggling, and for the victims, they are indelible reminders of loss.
It's just pain now. It's just sadness, constant sadness that lives with us.
2 years have gone by. Has it lessened the pain at all?
Hasn't really lessened. It's a different kind of pain.
Pablo Rodriguez lost his mother, Elena Blosser, and his grandmother, Elena Chavez. He's haunted by knowing his son will grow up without them and by his inability to come to terms with how they died.
I can't wrap my head around what happened. I still can't process the actual effect of what happened. It's just dealing with the aftermath.
The aftermath for the Nybriff family means trying to move forward without Elon, their forever 21-year-old son and brother, a brilliant student at the University of Chicago.
But there is no way to fix it. So it's part of our scars. And we see it every day.
Elon's mom says she's learned what she heard from a grief counselor is painfully true.
Sadness and depression are almost identical. They mirror each other. The difference is with depression, you can treat it. With sadness due to grief is untreatable.
Matter of fact, these jeans that I'm wearing right now was what I was rescued in.
Steve Rosenthal lost everything in the collapse except what's most important, his life. He was sleeping when he thought an earthquake had struck.
My neighbors are yelling, help me, get me out. And the destruction literally stopped 10 feet from the 05 line, from my unit. It's unbelievable. I don't know how it just stopped.
Now he struggles with the big question.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not finding a cure for cancer. I don't have any children or grandchildren that I have to support. So why was I spared? Where doctors and parents and children and young people died. There's no answer to that.
For survivors and victims, Surfside will always represent the worst moments of their lives.
I tear up. It's very difficult for me just to even pass by the area. let alone see the site and know that that's where we lost them.
We just drove by coming this way, and it's that pit in your stomach. It's going back in time. It's gotten harder.
Our thanks to Ari Adser from WTVJ reporting there for us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back, and thanks again so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. An airport worker has died after he was sucked into a plane engine in a freak accident at San Antonio International Airport. Authorities say it happened Friday night as a Delta Airlines flight was making its way to a gate using just one engine. The victim has not yet been identified. An NTSB investigation is now underway.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is endorsing term limits for Supreme Court justices. In an MSNBC interview on Sunday, Pelosi said the justices' lifelong positions mean they have, quote, no accountability. Pelosi also slammed Justice Thomas and Justice Alito for, quote, shameful behavior following a series of ethics revelations in just recent months.
And a record-breaking number of Americans are expected to travel this Independence Day weekend. AAA says more than 50 million Americans are set to leave home, which would break the previous July 4th record from 2019. Drivers can expect to hit the most traffic on Thursday and Friday. Experts also say Sunday and Monday will be the best days to travel.
Now we turn to some new revelations in the case against Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students just last November.
Yeah, new court documents show Kohberger's lawyer is arguing other male DNA was found at the scene of the crime. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
Hey there, a flurry of new court documents have been released ahead of a court hearing tomorrow, where Kohberger's legal team will argue for access to the grand jury materials that led to his indictment last month. Kohberger's lawyers have asked the judge to halt proceedings until they have what they say they need to build their case.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree.
A legal battle over evidence playing out between Brian Kohberger, working to clear his name in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, and the state fighting to prove his guilt. In new court documents, Kohberger's attorney accusing the state of hiding its entire case by seeking to protect information about the genetic genealogy investigation they say led them to Kohberger.
The state here is using a relatively new kind of DNA technology. So this is exactly the kind of thing the defense will argue that they need, because if this is emerging technology, they need all the facts they can if they're going to challenge it.
In a court filing earlier this month, prosecutors said that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on the knife sheath at the scene of the murders last November. In the filing, Kohberger's lawyer said that 2 additional males' DNA was found within the house, as well as another unknown male's DNA on a glove found outside the house, days after the murder. Kohberger's attorney also writing that police were investigating many various possible suspects, adding that many of them provided DNA and at least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette.
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
The judge entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger after he opted to stand silent at his arraignment. He's accused of murdering Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. An expansive gag order has blanketed the case since January, challenged by both the media and one of the victims' family's lawyers. On Friday, the judge upheld the gag order but narrowed it, allowing attorneys in the case to comment on matters like scheduling and correcting misinformation about their client. Tomorrow, both sides will face off in court again. As Kohberger's lawyers argue for the release of materials they say they need to defend the suspected killer. Kohberger's lawyer also went even further in the court filing, saying there is no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims. There is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. Back to you.
Erin, thank you. Sarah Ferguson, who's also known as the Duchess of York, she's opening up for the first time about her new battle with breast cancer. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter with a message Ferguson wants all women to hear.
Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, opening up on her podcast Tea Talks, publicly revealing for the first time her breast cancer diagnosis and urging others to get checked.
I want every single person that is listening to this podcast to go get checked, go get screened, and go do it.
A spokesman says she was recently diagnosed with an early form of breast cancer detected at a routine mammogram screening. She was advised she needed to undergo surgery, which has taken place successfully, adding she was otherwise symptom-free and believes her experience underlines the importance of regular screening.
Cancer can be so silent, such a silent little hiding thing which hides in the cells.
The podcast was taped the day before her surgery here in London at the royal favourite Edward VII Hospital.
Don't say it's not going to happen to you. Doesn't matter if you feel fine.
The Duchess is also a longtime cancer patients' care advocate, opening a blood cancer ward for young adults with her daughters Beatrice and Eugenie last year.
Completely and utterly have the greatest honour to officially open the UCLH new hematology ward.
And it comes as we saw quite a bit of her daughter Beatrice out and about over the weekend. The Duchess of York's eldest daughter stunning at the Royal Ascot horse races, and Sunday seen at the famed Glastonbury Music Festival on the day Elton John took the stage. While younger sister Eugenie has a newborn earlier this month, announcing the birth of her second child, Ernest George, little brother to their first son, August. And now their 63-year-old grandmother recuperating at home, taking charge of her health and encouraging others to do the same.
I'm going to go out there and get super fit and super well, super strong. If I have to shout about this from the top of the mountains, then I'll shout about it. Because I think it's vital that we need to wake everybody up to go screen. Not just breast cancer, I'm talking prostate and all the checks.
Now, the morning after she shared that news, the Duchess posting this Instagram, thanking everyone for their kindness and support. Such a good reminder not to skip those screenings. And in the U.S., all doctors recommend that mammograms start at age 40. I'll send it back to you.
Well, according to the National Institute of Health, people simply aren't always getting the mental health care that they really need. In fact, if you look at a third of all United States, there's less inpatient psychiatric care than what people truly need. Part of the reason, a shortage of psychiatric beds. NBC News correspondent Erin Gilchrist spoke with one mom about how her family waited for almost a month to get her son the care that he was looking for.
Cheryl Chafos adored her son Zachary.
He was diagnosed with epilepsy and also intellectual disability, but was very happy, loved his family, loved Disney, Pixar.
Zachary was autistic and nonverbal, and he sometimes struggled with aggression. When he hit a breaking point in late 2020, his parents took him to the ER.
When you try to get to a psychiatric bed, you have to start off in the ER. He was in the ER for 28 days waiting on a bed.
Chafos says her son's condition rapidly declined as he waited for that psych bed.
He also was very violent with the staff members, where they had to strap him physically to the bed for hours and sedate him.
Chafos says she was told that if she pulled her son out of the ER, he would lose his spot on the wait list.
In many places around the country, there are available psychiatric beds, but there aren't enough nurses or technicians or psychiatrists.
162 million Americans, almost half the country, live in an area with a mental health workforce shortage.
This is not a new issue. It's just gotten worse.
When COVID struck, beds were already at historic lows, and even more were lost as some psychiatric units were converted to impromptu COVID wards, or they had to reduce capacity to keep patients isolated.
A lot of the people delivering care have been under a lot of stress themselves. We have had a surge of people who have chosen to retire earlier than otherwise might have happened.
Now, policymakers scrambling to restore beds and staffing levels. The city of Boston is planning to launch a program to pay college tuition for 200 students entering the behavioral health field.
In terms of need for behavioral health services, they're dire. In Boston, for every 10 behavioral health clinicians who are coming into the field, there are actually 13 leaving the field.
In Washington, a bipartisan group of senators is pushing legislation to repay mental health professionals student loans, while the governor of New York is demanding hospitals bring more pre-pandemic beds back online. And back in Maryland, Cheryl Chafos is now pushing for a state law to limit ER wait times to 48 hours before a patient gets a psych bed.
The ER staff, doctors, nurses, they are there to treat broken bones and wounds. They are not equipped to handle psychiatric patients.
Zachary went to the ER again in 2021 for 7 weeks. Just 10 days after getting a psych bed, he died after having a seizure.
It's important that no other family has to live through this nightmare, and it was a nightmare for us.
Erin Gilchrist, NBC News.
In the wake of the Titan implosion, there is a growing chorus of criticism and concern over the safety of extreme adventure tourism.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward takes a closer look at how much of this industry really remains unregulated and also highly risky, from sea to space.
This week's horrific disaster at a deep-sea relic of the past is part of a dangerous new world of adventure for profit. Whether it was John Glenn rocketing into orbit or Jacques Cousteau exploring the wonders of the deep sea, risky adventures used to be just for the professionals. But now, if you have enough cash, private companies will take you on the adventure of a lifetime, even if they bend safety rules from time to time. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush, who died in the sub-implosion, telling CBS last year,
at some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything.
Adventure travel brought in more than $350 billion last year. But a $250,000 ticket to the Titanic is the outer fringe of that industry. The most popular forms of adventure travel are hiking and cycling. And in the U.S., adventure guides are tightly regulated.
If you're going to be a mountaineering guide, you need to get certified by the American Mountain Guide Association or the International Mountain Guide Association. If you're offering raft trips, your team should be doing swiftwater rescue.
But in the riskiest realms, regulation lags far behind.
Welcome to the new space age.
Tech titans are already charging tens or hundreds of thousands for trips to space, but the FAA is prohibited by Congress from regulating the safety of people on board. And while a record number of permits have been issued for climbers of Mount Everest, that mountain is also largely unregulated, even as a record 12 climbers and Sherpas died and another 5 disappeared there this year. But that does not hurt the appeal.
People are strange, you know. There was the huge Everest disaster years ago. It did not dim the interest in Everest in the slightest.
In fact, according to those who study tourism, after disasters like the OceanGate deaths, interest often grows.
It will probably make it even more attractive. People are attracted by danger. People are attracted by extreme forms of tourism in all shapes and forms. Will this stop people going down? No, it will probably attract even more people now.
Ultimately, this form of tourism seems to have latched onto a quirk of human nature. In spite of a waiver obtained by TMZ that spelled out that the sub was uncertified and carried the risk of death in many forms, the passengers still signed on. NBC has not obtained or verified that waiver.
Do you think people really understand the risk, or do they just sign a form that says they do?
For this particular case, I think they understand the risk because you're going down deep, deep into the ocean. So I can't believe they don't really appreciate the risk that they're going into. Obviously, nobody ever thinks you're going to come to an end. I guess part of the challenge is we get a bit complacent. The excitement just takes over.
Jake Ward, NBC News.
Coming up next, the truth behind anti-aging supplements and the one ingredient that might actually have a real benefit. We're separating fact from fiction coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
All right, so as you've probably seen, anti-aging products and supplements, they've really taken the beauty and skincare industries by storm. Of course, some are backed by science, others just a fad. But a new study published by Science Medical Journal shows promising results in one ingredient.
Yeah, it's called taurine, okay? It's the most commonly found in energy drinks, and researchers say it could help certain body systems function better. We have NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joining us now. So, Dr. Azar, tell us more about this ingredient. What does it actually do?
So taurine is actually an amino acid. It's found in meat products, things like eggs. It is involved in a lot of different bodily functions, but particularly energy production. And so what they did in this study, and I just want to, start off with the caveat that this was a study that was done in mice, and we can learn a lot about that, but we never want to extrapolate fully to humans from this. But they basically found that these taurine levels decline naturally with age. And when they supplemented taurine levels in these mice, they found that not only did they live longer, about 12% longer in female mice and 10% longer in male mice, but look at these other things that they found. That they were less likely to gain weight, they had improved bone and muscle strength, they had reduced insulin resistance, and they also had improvements in immune function, suggesting that perhaps this could be one of the many holy grails of aging and should be further explored in humans.
Which is really interesting because, of course, there's been a lot of research about the harm in consuming energy drinks, almost all of which contain this taurine. So are there any other ways, Dr. Azar, to actually get the ingredient without consuming the energy drink?
Absolutely. And I think that's always a word to the wise that supplements are different than food. Of course, supplements are not regulated by the FDA. So what are some good food sources? Well, shellfish, other fish like tilapia and tuna. We're talking dark meat, turkey, dark meat, chicken, seaweed, eggs, dairy. So a lot of things that you would consume in your everyday life as well. You don't need to reach for those energy drinks, especially because they contain a lot of caffeine and sugar. We don't want all of those added things.
And usually better to get your vitamins and minerals from natural sources, right, Dr. Azar? Let's step away from taurine for 1 second. Yes. Let's talk about your face. Do you recommend topical treatments or skin creams or oral supplements when it comes to anti-aging that would slow what your skin looks like on your face?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two things on the list that we have for our viewers, SPF and retinol, are probably my top two. And I think it's very appropriate that SPF takes the first spot on this because any kind of aging that you can prevent from that UV exposure is super, super important. Other things that dermatologists like could be some collagen supplements. Vitamin C is definitely good for brightening skin. Hyaluronic acid, these are the building blocks of collagen. And again, retinol is one of dermatologists' favorites. A lot of these can make you more sun sensitive, so definitely you want to get guidance from a dermatologist on this, but there are things that you can do. Which is interesting about taurine is that this really had a lot to do with internal aging processes, but of course, the humans that we are, and vanity as it is, we like to look good on the outside too.
Well, speaking of humans as we are, obviously aging impacts everyone differently. I mean, what's your sort of universal advice for the most healthy, the most holistic approach to aging, not just in terms of your looks, but, also in terms of your well-being?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do, you guys, with the heart and brain connection. We talk a lot about the things that we do to improve our heart health, and we really, really understand now that things that improve our cardiovascular system also will improve our neurological function and preventing dementia. And my guidance is so straightforward and so basic. It's like the things that your mom would tell you to do, but it really does boil down to healthy Mediterranean diet, adequate sleep, exercise.
Our medical contributor,
and staying in touch with your loved ones.
Dr. Azar, thanks so much.
so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so all across the country, organizations like the American Library Association are tracking more book bans than ever, and many of them are aimed at books with the LGBTQ+ themes. But a best-selling author and his partner are fighting back by turning a school bus into a fully mobile library.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo shows us how the Rainbow Book Bus will travel cross-country to share books with communities facing these bans.
This bus, once used to cart kids off to school, will soon be bringing books directly to them. Books they may no longer be able to find in nearby schools. It's called the Rainbow Book Bus.
Yeah.
Actor Adam Powell and historian Eric Cervini say it's their answer to school book bans spreading nationwide.
I think given the political context, we really wanted to get out on the road and go to the communities that are being most affected. So we decided to buy a 22-foot school bus and turn it into a traveling queer book fair.
PEN America, a nonprofit aimed at promoting free expression, found more than 1,400 incidents of books being banned in the most recent school year alone. Those bans spanning 66 school districts in 21 states. And the American Library Association marked the highest number of book bans or challenges on record last year, most of them written by or about people of color and members of the LGBTQ+ community.
Not everywhere has access to these books. And I know growing up, it would have been amazing to go to a library and just have a bunch of LGBTQ+ books and make me feel loved and supported in my community.
But turning their experience as independent bookstore owners into a queer bookshop on wheels did come with a few
sometimes things fall down.
Bumps in the road.
In the beginning, we thought we were going to take this little school bus, take some IKEA shelves, and just, hammer them to a wall, fill up some books, and just go.
Ta-da! Ooh, it is dirty. Look at that. It was surprisingly difficult in some ways and surprisingly easy in some ways. For example, buying a school bus is shockingly easy.
Okay. Okay.
There you go. But I think what really surprised us was just how many people came out to support us and offered their services either pro bono. We're working with this amazing trans LA-based architect here who designed the interior and made it so much more incredible than we could have possibly imagined.
Now they plan to take their colorful creation on a cross-country trek, including through Texas, where recent LGBTQ and drag events have been met by protesters, some of them armed.
I, as a drag queen, will be in drag. So yes, I do get nervous as we travel across the country for our safety. But, I think we're able to connect up to these LGBT centers, which we will be welcomed with open arms.
If other folks can survive and thrive throughout history, despite the dangers that we face as a community, then we can certainly take our little bus on a road trip.
While security is on their minds, the pair says the joy of spreading stories is on their hearts.
When you study our history as a queer and trans community, we have been through so much worse. We defeated those efforts. We can certainly defeat the hatred that we're experiencing now.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
All right, here is what is trending right now. The BET Awards celebrated 50 years of hip-hop on Sunday night. Wow. Performers paid homage to late hip-hop stars Tupac, Notorious B.I.G., and Pop Smoke. The night also featured a tribute to the genre's most iconic moments, curated by Kid Capri. Busta Rhymes was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Elton John performed at the Glastonbury Festival on Sunday night for what could be his last UK concert. The 76-year-old took the stage in an all-gold suit for the final show of his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. Fans hailed the show as the, quote, best Glastonbury headliner ever, as more than 7 million people watched from home.
And actor John Hamm and actress Ana Oceola have tied the knot. The couple wed in the same location where they both filmed the series finale to Mad Men. That was back in 2015. The wedding took place just before sunset on Saturday, and the star-studded guest list included names like Larry David, Brooke Shields, and Tina Fey.
Congratulations to those two.
Absolutely.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much. You are watching NBC News Daily right now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Everyone, thank you so much for joining us this Monday. Our pleasure to be with you. I'm Morgan Radford.
Yes, thank you for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, June 26. Growing fallout. Russian President Vladimir Putin faced a significant challenge to his power just over the weekend when mercenary troops descended on the capital. What the civil crisis in Russia means for the country's war in Ukraine.
Cruise ship chaos. A violent storm hit a Royal Caribbean cruise ship that was departing from a Florida port. We will hear from the passengers who ran for cover when, as you can see, their furniture started flying across the deck.
Health alert. Pharmaceutical companies are racing to make pill versions of popular weight loss drugs, whether they're as effective as Ozempic and Wegovy, and when they could actually hit the market.
Need for speed. Race car drivers gathered in Portland, Oregon for a competition that's off the beaten path. We'll show you how electric cars are driving the extreme sport into the future.
Thanks so much for joining us this Monday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the aftermath of an attempted coup in Russia, where new questions are swirling as we speak about the country's leadership. Now, just over the weekend, Evgeny Prigozhin ordered his paramilitary troops to march on Moscow, and he's the leader of the Kremlin-backed Wagner mercenary group. After facing threats from Russian President Vladimir Putin, Prigozhin called off the rebellion and reportedly reached a deal to go into exile in neighboring Belarus.
But earlier today, Prigozhin defended defended his actions. In an audio message, he said his goal was not to overthrow the Russian government. Instead, he claims the Wagner Group wanted to protest the way it was being treated. And just last hour, President Biden weighed in on the situation for the first time. He says the U.S. is prepared for what he described as a range of scenarios.
I also convened our key allies on a Zoom call to make sure we're all on the same page. Let me emphasize, we gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Kyiv for us now. Raf, good to see you. So what else are we hearing from Prigozhin today? And how are officials at the Kremlin responding to these new claims?
So, Vicky, this is the first time that we've heard from Prigozhin since we saw him leaving the city of Rostov-on-Don inside Russia on Saturday night after calling off his rebellion. And in this 11-minute voice note, he gives a justification for his actions. He says that Wagner mercenaries were the best fighters on the Russian side, that they were totally loyal to President Putin and to the state, but that they felt that they had no choice to do this because they were being starved of ammunition and of supplies and support here inside Ukraine. He says the immediate spark for his rebellion was what he says was a Russian military strike on a Wagner base on Friday that killed 30 of his own mercenaries. That's something the Kremlin denied happening. He's also saying that the reason he called off his advance at the gates of Moscow was to avoid the spectacle of Russian forces opening fire on each other, to avoid what he said would be Russian-on-Russian bloodshed. But he's also apologizing because as his Wagner troops did advance north, they killed a number of Russian pilots in helicopters and in aircraft. He says he deeply regrets that. What he did not say, guys, where he is now, what his future looks like, and who is in charge of the Wagner Group and what his mercenaries are going to do. So still a lot of questions even after that long voice note.
Well, Raf Morgan here. Speaking of those lingering questions, I mean, when we just sort of look at the big picture at this point, how could the sort of short-lived rebellion impact now the war in Ukraine as we look to the days ahead? I mean, what is the message today from the Ukrainian president? What is Vladimir Zelensky saying?
So Zelensky making a surprise trip, Morgan, to the east, where he met with Ukrainian troops taking part in the counteroffensive. Real contrast between the Ukrainian leader and the Russian leader. Zelensky on camera meeting with his men. Putin, we don't know where he is. We haven't seen him since Saturday. We spoke to a Ukrainian military officer earlier today. He said even if this rebellion is over, it has damaged Russian morale. He is sure it is going to have an impact on Russia's performance on the battlefield. But Morgan, we have not yet seen any sort of major collapse of the Russian lines. We haven't seen the Ukrainians be able to take advantage of this in a big way. Guys.
All right. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez following all of this from the beginning. Raf, thank you so much.
Morgan, a full investigation into the implosion of the Titan submersible is now underway. The U.S. Coast Guard is looking into what happened before the 5 men on board died while they were exploring the Titanic wreckage. At stake now, whether the company behind the dive should face civil or criminal actions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now. So, Tom, we've heard a lot about the company and the waiver. It was very detailed. It's everybody who went on that submersible had to sign it. It mentioned death several times in that contract.
Yeah.
How much legal protection does that actually give them from potential civil claims? Because it sounds like they may still face criminal charges at this point.
I think it's too early to tell whether that waiver would in any way protect Ocean Gate, the company, from any sort of litigation. Keeping in mind, they could face litigation in several courts, right? A U.S. court, a Canadian court, a U.K. court. I think that is still to be determined. I can tell you, however, you're looking at video right there, photos of the Polar Prince. That is the ship, the mothership that was above the surface or on the surface when the Titan mini-sub went into the water. The Canadian Transportation Safety Board investigators have already interviewed the crew and the people who were on board that ship. In addition, they have now retrieved the so-called black box, the voyage data recorder. That black box Those are my words. The Voyage data recorder is on its way right now to Ottawa, the Canadian capital, for a full readout. So we have a Canadian Transportation Safety Board investigation. You've got a Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigation, the equivalent of the U.S. FBI. And then similar to that, you've now got the U.S. Coast Guard launching what it calls a Marine Board investigation. That is the most serious, high-level investigation the Coast Guard can, in fact, undertake. It is the highest level of an investigation in coordination with the NTSB in America. So you've got multiple investigative bodies now conducting their own investigations. And yes, they will collaborate, but the Canadians making a point to us today to say, listen, we conduct our own investigation. We will share that information with the appropriate authorities. But the ultimate lead investigation on this, it seems, will in fact be the Coast Guard. This was a U.S. registered vessel, the sub, in other words, and an American died on board. Then the Canadian mothership, that's why the Canadians have an interest, plus their Coast Guard responded. You've got an awful lot of folks who are very much involved in this.
A lot to be learned from these multiple investigations. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, thank you so much.
You bet.
Vicky, now to some new revelations in the case against Bryan Kohberger, the man who's accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students last November. Now, new court documents show Kohberger's lawyer is arguing other male DNA was actually found at the scene of the crime. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is following the latest for us.
Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree.
A legal battle over evidence playing out between Bryan Kohberger, working to clear his name in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students, and the state fighting to prove his guilt. In new court documents, Kohberger's attorney accusing the state of hiding its entire case by seeking to protect information about the genetic genealogy investigation they say led them to Kohberger.
The state here is using a relatively new kind of DNA technology. So this is exactly the kind of thing the defense will argue that they need, because if this is emerging technology, they need all the facts they can if they're going to challenge it.
In a court filing earlier this month, prosecutors said that Kohberger's DNA is a statistical match to DNA found on the knife sheath at the scene of the murders last November. In the filing, Kohberger's lawyer said that 2 additional males' DNA was found within the house, as well as another unknown male's DNA on a glove found outside the house, days after the murder. Kohberger's attorney also writing that police were investigating many various possible suspects, adding that many of them provided DNA and at least one had his DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette.
Your Honor, we will be standing aside.
The judge entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger after he opted to stand silent at his arraignment. He's accused of murdering Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin as they slept in an off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. An expansive gag order has blanketed the case since January, challenged by both the media and one of the victims' family's lawyers. On Friday, the judge upheld the gag order but narrowed it, allowing attorneys in the case to comment on matters like scheduling and correcting misinformation about their client. Tomorrow, both sides will face off in court again. As Kohberger's lawyers argue for the release of materials they say they need to defend the suspected killer. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The U.S. is making more investments into clean energy. The Department of Transportation is awarding nearly $1.7 billion in grants for zero and low emission buses, and that money will go to projects in 46 states and territories.
That's right, a lot underway. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now to break it all down. Dom, it's great to see you this Monday. First off, the grants, they're part of the Biden administration's 2021 infrastructure bill, if we all remember that. How exactly will the project work?
So, Morgan, Vicky, the money will enable those state and local governments, like Vicky points out, to buy 1,700 U.S.-built buses. Now, about half of them will be zero-emission vehicles. The Biden administration hopes the move towards those electric buses will help fight climate change and improve public health, since less diesel exhaust leads to less people breathing it in the air. So, a big move there for the U.S. buses on the EV side of things. Also watching shares of IBM, which are trading higher after the company announced it will acquire Aptio from Vista Equity Partners for just around $4.6 billion. The software company provides cloud-based services and tools to help companies manage their software and services. This does mark IBM's 7th acquisition this year, as the company hopes to expand further into cloud computing and artificial intelligence markets. And Hollywood stars Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are setting their sights on Formula One. According to multiple reports, F1 team Alpine has secured a $218 million investment from a group of investors that includes those two actors. French automotive company Renault Group, which is Alpine's parent company, said Monday that the group has acquired a 24% stake in the F1 team. So it was Wrexham Soccer, and now it's Formula One. It seems as though, Ryan Reynolds, Rob McElhenney have their hands in everything these days. It's an empire in the making.
Cell phones, Dom, as well, right? Didn't he just sell something to Mint Mobile?
Mint Mobile sold to T-Mobile US, correct? So it's a big deal here. They're making a lot of moves in the business world.
It's a dynamic duo.
I feel like anything they touch sort of turns to gold. Is it going to be open to the public to invest in too, Dom?
This is not going to be one. This is very much a private transaction right now. And Renault, the French car company, owns the team. So this is them kind of giving this investor group a piece of the pie, so to speak.
We need to watch this space.
I know, seriously.
Watch this space.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom.
All right, chaos at sea caught on camera. How passengers are doing after furniture just went flying on a cruise ship. Coming up next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're getting dramatic new video of a chaotic scene on board a Royal Caribbean cruise ship. A surprise storm slammed the ship with heavy rain and dangerous winds. You can see there people scrambling as furniture flew across the deck. It happened right after passengers boarded the cruise in Florida. Luckily, no serious injuries were reported. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has more.
Passengers speaking out after these terrifying moments on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing from a port in Florida as high winds turned furniture into projectiles. You can see here a lounge chair falling from a top deck, smashing into a stroller below, the woman running away with a child in her arms. The company says a sudden gust of wind slammed it during departure from Port Canaveral on June 16th. Passenger Jennifer Stansell was in the middle of the chaos.
Chairs started flying, towels started flying, people started scrambling. It happened so quick.
Those chairs are flying.
Royal Caribbean says no one was seriously injured.
I'm still going to cruise. I still love it.
Oh my God, that guy fell.
A freak storm putting passengers in danger and casting a shadow over a sunny summer vacation. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
A New York City teenager now dead after an accident while subway surfing. His death comes as videos show kids walking and dancing atop moving trains are going viral. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has more on this very dangerous viral trend.
Tragedy on the tracks in New York City. Subway surfers like the ones in these viral videos facing deadly consequences.
Could be any one of our kids, man.
A 14-year-old boy killed, another critically injured, officials say, while subway surfing on top of a train in Brooklyn Thursday afternoon. Police saying the teens were knocked off the roof of the train when it went into an underground tunnel. First responders saying they found the pair under that train moments later. One pronounced dead at the scene, the other rushed to a nearby hospital in critical condition.
God bless them. God bless the parents, the mom and the kids. And keep them in our prayers.
In response, New York City Mayor Eric Adams issuing a stark warning.
Subway surfing kills. It kills.
Thursday's death, the latest in a string of teenagers killed while subway surfing in recent months. In February, 15-year-old Zachary Nazario lost his life while subway surfing on a train crossing the Williamsburg Bridge.
He was amazing, an amazing son.
City officials sounding the alarm.
Subway surfing is not only illegal, it is super reckless, extremely dangerous, and people die doing so.
But just days later, a 14-year-old killed when he fell between two subway cars in the Bronx. Social media videos like these may be to blame for the growing trend. Viral videos viewed by millions showing people sitting, walking, even dancing on top of moving trains. The results are jaw-dropping. The MTA says incidents of people riding outside subway trains have skyrocketed in recent years, rising 350% from 2021 to 2022. And transit officials tracked more than 100 additional incidents in just the first 2 months of this year alone. Mayor Eric Adams on Thursday blasting social media companies for allowing the videos on their platforms.
I am calling today for TikTok to ban these videos immediately and take them down.
In a statement to NBC New York, TikTok said, quote, "This dangerous activity predates our platform, and we strictly remove such content if we see it on TikTok." Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, declined to comment for this report. Twitter, as well as Google, which owns YouTube, did not respond to our request for comment, but YouTube taking down one video after NBC News asked them about it. The disturbing trend leaving families devastated.
I would never see him graduate from college, get married, have kids of its own.
Now shattered communities left to reckon with the pain that is becoming all too familiar.
Off a ride. Off a fun ride.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Well, pharmaceutical companies are racing to develop an approved weight loss pill. What we are learning about the side effects of these medicines, we'll have that story for you coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
All right, so you guys remember what it was like getting ready Saturday morning to go to the mall, maybe visit Wet Seal, Charlotte Russe. I'm telling my age here. Look, some experts predict about 25% of malls in the country will shut down in the next 5 years. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung has more on what's causing this decline and how some malls are making some pretty big changes to stay afloat.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or two.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space.
The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle.
It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty, so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Love the idea. All right. The number of states where young queer people say they don't feel safe, well, that is growing. But one town in Massachusetts is looking to change all of that. Abby Nisgoda from our NBC affiliate WBTS shows us a group that is working to build an inclusive community on the Cape.
At the tip of Cape Cod, what's long been a haven for the queer community. And this summer on Bradford Street.
Okay, well, I guess we're all playing. All right, here we go.
A house full of queer young people experiencing it for the first time.
I had never even heard of Provincetown before this point.
Ren LaPlante is from Texas, and this year he's one of 8 participants in Summer of Sass. The program brings 18 to 20-year-olds looking to escape intolerance in their hometowns to P-Town for the summer.
It was a breath of fresh air. It felt like a place I could call home.
Ren has never seen so many pride flags in his life, and Via Croto from Florida has never felt safer.
I had to hide.
And here you don't.
And I don't here. It's so nice. I can be myself and I can say what I want, and everybody's like, yes.
They get jobs, pay rent, have access to therapy and community.
We meet them where they are. We help them get where they're going.
It's only grown since P-Town comedian Kristen Becker started it back in 2017, moving into this mansion this year thanks to a private donation.
Somebody did say to me, like, oh, not all gay people are sassy. And I was like, no, but being yourself is the sassiest thing you can do.
And that's something that's getting tougher to do these days, depending on where you live, which is why she says this kind of program is more important than ever.
As the temperature rises on the queer community, it's our job to step up and say, hey, we have to help these people.
Because for years, they've been told it gets better. But for at least one summer, they get to live in a place where it actually is.
This whole program has changed my life in so many ways. And I'm just ready to see where the rest of the summer goes.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Abby Nesgoda.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too.
We're back on this Monday. Glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. One person is dead and more injured after a roller coaster derailed Sunday in Stockholm. Police say 7 people were taken to the hospital from that amusement park, and the Swedish government is investigating the exact cause of that incident.
Human remains have been recovered from a California mountain range months after actor Julian Sands went missing in that area. Hikers reported their discovery on Mount Baldy on Saturday. The remains are being investigated to determine the identity and cause of death.
And a record-breaking number of Americans expected to travel this Independence Day weekend. AAA says over 50 million Americans set to leave home, which would break the previous July 4th record back in 2019. Drivers can expect to hit the most traffic on Thursday and on Friday, Sunday and Monday, which means will be the best days to travel.
Summer tornadoes and blistering temperatures are still battering the Midwest and southern parts of the country.
In fact, millions are under severe heat alerts and tens of thousands are without power as this historic heat wave rages on now for a 3rd straight week. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is following the latest.
Well, today, this splash pad is going to be filled with kids as temperatures here in Houston reach 100 degrees. It marks another week of a historic heat wave that is impacting millions across the South.
Terrifying tornadoes and sweltering summer heat combining for a brutal 1-2 punch of wild weather.
I don't think we're done climbing on temperature.
Temperatures across the South again topping triple digits, baking some hard-hit communities for the third straight week. Tens of millions facing even more heat alerts in the coming days.
This year it feels hotter than regular.
In sweltering southwest Texas, the National Park Service says a 14-year-old boy got sick, lost consciousness, and died while hiking in Big Bend National Park, where temperatures hit nearly 120 degrees. The boy's stepfather rushed to find help and was found dead, officials say, after his car crashed over an embankment. Both deaths remain under investigation. As Southerners hope for relief from the heat, the Midwest is reeling from another round of dangerous twisters.
I think it's going to miss us.
Communities in Minnesota and Indiana hit by multiple tornadoes. Residents forced to take cover.
Slammed the door at the last minute, locked it, ran in and jumped over my little boy in the bath.
This summer of severe weather shows no signs of slowing down. Right now, there are around 450,000 people throughout the country without power. Here in Texas, we aren't seeing any major outages, but the Texas Power Grid operator has said that they are expecting to see record demand this week, and they have issued a weather watch, but say that they do believe that they will be able to meet that demand. And I've got to tell you guys, already it is more than 80 degrees out here. It is very hot and only going to get hotter, so I may need to take a pass through that water here in a second. Back to you.
All right, the man who was convicted of shooting and killing 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018 is entering the penalty phase at this point of his trial.
A Pennsylvania jury is deciding whether to sentence him to life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now. Rahema, thanks for being here with us on set. So earlier this month, the same jury found Robert Bowers guilty for 63 criminal counts, including multiple hate crimes. What typically now happens during the penalty phase?
It's a two-tiered process. First, these jurors have to decide if Bowers is even eligible for the death penalty. If they decide that, then they go into the next phase to determine whether or not he should get life or death for the crimes that he's been convicted of. Experts say it's going to be an uphill battle for the prosecution, and the reason for that is now the jurors are going to hear about Bowers' mental health and his mental state. And for the first time, they expect the defense to put on witnesses who will talk about his background and his upbringing. There's also been a filing by the defense that shows that they are going to try and present witnesses who will talk about he suffers from schizophrenia, epilepsy, structural and functional impairments of the brain. And so each side is expected to call about 8 witnesses. This penalty phase could last about 2 weeks. And experts say that the death penalty is rarely used in this country. And so, again, it's going to be an uphill battle for the prosecution.
You talk about the sort of rare use of the death penalty, and Rahim, it really hit home when you said this is about life or death at this point. And a lot of the families of the victims say they support the death penalty in this case. Can you talk a little bit about the community and specifically the Jewish community's reaction to this moment?
One of the things that they're saying is remember how heavy hearts are in this community. It was 4.5 years ago that we're looking at, and now they're beginning to get justice. But they're saying they are so appreciative that the criminal justice system has brought them to this point where this man has been convicted of this. They want to see this process go forward and let it come to its conclusion, as the jurors will find. What some members of the Jewish community are saying specifically of whether that means life or death, they have not said. It seems that they're willing to allow the justice system to make that decision about what will happen to Bowers.
And we will see what the justice system does. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Rahima. Well, drug makers are racing to be the first to market with an approved weight loss pill. You may be familiar with drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy that have surged in popularity for their side effects of helping people shed pounds quickly, but they all require an injection. Now, some companies are working to make oral versions of those same drugs without people having to take a shot, and it could be cheaper for patients as well. NBC News medical contributor and emergency medicine physician Dr. Uche Blackstock is here now with everything you need to know. So, Dr. Blackstock, first, just explain the difference here for us and the pros and cons of the pill versus the injection.
Right. Hi, Vicki. Thanks so much for having me. So these pills can be, they could be really huge for changing how people are dealing with obesity in terms of taking their medication. They have to be taken daily. and they sometimes have to be taken on an empty stomach or can be taken within 30 minutes of eating, and they're going to be significantly less expensive than the injection form. Whereas the injection form is taken once a week and can be taken on an empty stomach or full stomach. It really doesn't matter, and it's quite expensive. Without insurance, people are paying over $1,000 a month for these medications.
What are the side effects of the oral pill, and is it as effective as the injection?
Right, and so we're seeing with the oral pill that there are more side effects, which kind of makes sense, right? Because they're ingesting the pill into their stomach, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, and constipation. And so we're also seeing that depending on the pill, some are as effective as the injection form. There's the one that is similar to Mounjaro. That oral medication is slightly less effective than the Mounjaro injection.
Let's talk about timeline. How quickly could we see these available to patients? And also clarify for folks, are we talking about these medicines being used only for diabetics, or would they also be approved for weight loss?
So these studies were actually done. One of them was actually done in patients with obesity, but those who did not have diabetes. So these oral pills are actually being vetted to be used in people just with obesity. So obesity is defined as a body mass index of over 30. And so we'll probably see these on the market as early as 2024, even though some of the companies are going to file for the FDA approval this year. We probably won't see it approved for use until later in 2024, but it could be a big game changer.
Yeah, they're calling it the magic weight loss pill at this point. We'll see how it all comes out. All right, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock, thank you.
Well, Vicki, let's head over to Portland, Oregon, where race car drivers gathered over the weekend for a competition with a sustainable spin. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has a look at the all-electric race and the innovative technology that's driving it.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. I felt in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. Racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one around
I'm
here.
feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I need a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time.
Okay.
But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone from the owners to the vendors to the fans can win.
Julia Paulet drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
With kids home from school for the summer, we have some ideas to keep screen time down. Very important. That's all when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
The world's newest and largest gas station is officially open for business, but get this, it's not just any gas station. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park got a first-hand look at the new supersized Buc-ee's location in Sevierville, Tennessee. Take a look.
Chances are, if you've driven across the Southeast or even Texas, you have stopped at a Buc-ee's. And yes, you can fuel up on gas, but you can do so much more. You can also pick up a bag of beaver nuggets, a brisket sandwich, and it's bathing suit season, so you can also grab one of these as well. And today, folks from across the country have stopped by to check this all out.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station? Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
And Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board.
Chopped brisket on the board. We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is a director of barbecue operations who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're official.
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that
this.
barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling you.
Am I hired?
You're in.
I'm standing inside the world's largest gas station for now. I'm told that this is just temporary because another Buc-ee's is under construction right now. This one is going to be even bigger, 75,000 square feet. Its location, Luling, Texas. Back to you.
Go there for the gas, leave with the barbecue. Okay, Morgan. School is out for the summer, and that means kids have more free time to spend online. But experts say too much screen time is never a good thing. Deanna Giles from our NBC affiliate WILX shows us how parents can create rules to help limit all that screen time.
School's out for kids, and that means more time in front of a video screen.
It's candy for the brain. How much candy is good? Well, a little bit here and there is just fine, but you don't want to exist on a diet of just candy, right?
Dr. Zakia Olive is a child psychiatrist and professor at Michigan State University. She says as a mother, too much of a good thing is not always a good thing.
The time spent in front of screen does not help. It does not provide any benefit.
There are benefits to screen time when used for learning and communicating, although without moderation, we lose those benefits.
You want to avoid long stretches of inactivity sitting in front of a screen.
Before asking your child to put their cell phone away, experts suggest you create a tech-free zone for yourself, creating an environment for interaction between you and your child.
If the parents don't do that, then they really don't have much room to enforce something like that for their kids. So they need to unplug. Parents need to set aside some time themselves.
Creating a tech-free zone for both parents and the children.
So it's not so much about, saying to yourself or your children, oh, you are not going to go use the computer or be on your screen. Rephrase that to say, let's make time to connect with each other as people, as a unit.
Our thanks to Deanna Giles from our NBC affiliate WILX for that report.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
One Direction is one of the most successful boy bands of the last decade. Crowds from coast to coast lined up for their record-breaking tour back in 2014.
And 2 years later, when the band took a break, the future of the individual members, well, it was still pretty uncertain. Now, 7 years later, Niall Horan sat down with Sunday Today host Willie Geist to talk new music, 1D, and much more.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
And I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. But I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
It was just me and the piano and in the house. Just gonna sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords, and hope for the best. When I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines and the lyrics came out, I was like, oh, maybe this is the time now. Maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The show is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans.
It feels to me there's a weightiness, or some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah. I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac, and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe.
Horan has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are unbelievable. I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and, like, have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hands.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
There's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Hopefully you write a good song here and there, and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
He's so talented. Our thanks to Sunday Today host Willie Geist.
And here is what's trending right now. Meghan Markle is not the lucky one after superstar Taylor Swift declined her personal invite to appear on her Spotify podcast. The Wall Street Journal reports Markle wrote a personal letter to the multi-Grammy Award winner. Swift turned down the invitation through a representative. Markle and Prince Harry recently announced that their deal with the audio streaming service has come to an end.
The world's ugliest dog has been crowned. The grand prize goes to Scooter.
So cute.
It's always this kind of breed, though. 7 years old, Chinese crested dog. He was actually born, look at that, Morgan, reversed back legs, and of course, the classic proud drooping tongue. This contest is almost 50 years old. It's in Petaluma. I grew up in Sonoma County. This is like one of our pride events. We're very happy about this.
I like that.
Exciting.
I'm happy about this little guy.
The
So
unique
cute.
culture of these little dogs. Congrats to Scooter and his owners.
A unique beauty. We love to see it.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Summertime. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, June 26, 2023, breaking news. Russia in crisis, an armed rebellion posing the biggest threat to Vladimir Putin's power in decades. What the dramatic standoff could mean for the war in Ukraine and for the U.S.
Extreme weather. Tens of millions on the East Coast facing the threat of severe storms. But in the South, it's the oppressive heat causing utter misery. Bill Cairns tracks how long both will last.
Close encounter. A 13-year-old Florida boy up close and personal with an alligator.
Once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
The surprisingly simple thing he did to get away safely.
And a younger you. More and more ads for anti-aging products are hitting social news feeds. The new study revealing one ingredient that could actually deliver on that promise.
It's 11 a.m. in Palm Springs, 1 p.m. in Oklahoma City, and 2 p.m. in New York.
We start today with the uncertainty spreading across Russia after an armed military rebellion rapidly advanced on Moscow over the weekend.
That attempt was by a private army of mercenaries, the Wagner Group. It ultimately ended abruptly in a dramatic turnaround after a deal was reached between the Kremlin and the rebel group's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He said he waged the rebellion over what he believed were failures within Russia's military strategy in Ukraine. Ukraine. In an interview, he claims he never intended to take hold of power and so changed course to avoid Russian bloodshed. We'll have more on that in a moment.
Meanwhile, at the White House today, President Biden said he is receiving hourly updates on the situation and has been in close contact with U.S. allies, among them Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky.
They agreed with me that we had to make sure we gave Putin no excuse. Let me emphasize, we gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
We have full team coverage of this developing story from across the region. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiela is in Kyiv, Ukraine. But first, here's Keir Simmons in Moscow, Russia.
Hey there, good day to you. It is a stunning development. The leader of the Wagner Group militia, Yevgeny Prigozhin, putting out an 11-minute audio statement in which he insists that his men, his soldiers, do not want to sign up to join the Russian mainstream military, in which he says that he did not intend to overthrow President Putin, but in fact is trying to help raise questions, though, about President Putin's special military operation in Ukraine, in which he says that the deal was done with the leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, included Lukashenko extending his hand and offering to find ways for Wagner to continue its work illegally. So while President Putin was seen today, he was seen in a video talking to young Russian engineers, not mentioning the rebellion, and a video that possibly was recorded before this weekend's events. At the same time, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner Group, making a statement insisting that he's holding the line on the position that he already held and making it from another country, from exile. It does set up some real challenges for President Putin. He has some very difficult decisions to make. So far today, we haven't really heard from him.
Keir Simmons in Moscow, thank you. Let's bring in Kelly Kobiela, who is in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Kelly, let's listen to part of what the former U.S. ambassador to Russia had to say this morning on the Today Show, and then we'll talk after.
Had Putin not invaded Ukraine, you wouldn't be having this chaos in Russia. And the longer the war in Ukraine goes on, the more likelihood you're going to have similar kinds of breakdowns like we just witnessed over this weekend.
So, Kelly, Ukraine is in the middle of a counteroffensive. Is there any indication that this rebellion is impacting the way Ukraine's military is conducting operations on the battlefield?
I think not at this point. I think it's too early for any sort of change in strategy for the Ukrainians. I mean, you have to keep in mind, of course, that the Russians have been digging in all winter long. There are minefields, there are trenches, there are anti-tank traps, there are all sorts of defensive lines that the Ukrainians have to get through. So changing tactics just based on what happened over the weekend, changing tactics that quickly, trying to move forward more quickly isn't necessarily practical. We haven't seen any signs of that. We've talked to Ukrainian officials through the weekend about what kind of an effect the events in Russia will have on the battlefield here. And actually, the spokesperson for the Eastern forces told us they haven't seen any tactical changes from their opponents on the other side, on the side of the Russians. But what they believe is that it will have an impact on morale. Of course, that's going to take a longer time to have an effect on the battlefield. The Ukrainians have said that they're making gains, small-ish gains, but they are making gains, they say.
And Kelly, I know President Biden said he's actually been in touch with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky over the weekend. What do we know about their conversations?
Yeah, so they didn't talk much about what was said between the two of them. President Biden and Zelensky both said that the president reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to stand by Ukraine through all of this, to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. And President Zelensky said he's pushing yet again for more weapons, saying that, you know, Ukraine is the country that protects Europe's eastern flank, that essentially protects those NATO countries.
Kelly Kobiella in Kyiv, thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, turning now to the U.S. right now, tens of millions of people up and down the East Coast are at risk of experiencing severe storms. This system moving east from the Midwest is bringing the threat of damaging hail and high winds. Just take a look at these tornadoes in Indiana on Sunday.
Meanwhile, in the South, particularly in the Lone Star State, brutal heat continues to bring dangerously high temperatures with highs in the 90s and even triple digits. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast, but first we begin in a sweltering hot Houston, Texas. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is there.
So, hey, Priscilla, we see you're in the short sleeves. Understandable. How are people coping with this heat? And what are you hearing about the Texas power grid's ability to not crash? We know that has happened before. It's buckled, right?
Yeah, Zinclay, and that is always a question here. The Texas Power Grid operator has issued a weather watch saying that they are expecting record-breaking demand this week, but they have also said they believe they will be able to handle that demand. I just checked, and right now grid conditions are looking normal, but we're only at about 99 degrees right now, and it is going to continue to tick up into the triple digits today. I spoke to some folks out here about that power grid and how concerned they are about that. I want to play a little bit of that conversation. Are you at all nervous about the grid?
I'm a little bit scared that we would not be able to use our air conditioner. I think for the same reason we're taking precautions, not using like our electrical appliances as much during the day and keeping the temperature at 76 as much as we can stand it, just so that we don't have to be victims of that this year.
And so people aren't just sitting in the AC all day, even amid this heat. They are getting outside. That woman you just heard from told me that her key is to be near water, to find water, to make sure folks are staying hydrated, wearing their sunscreen, all of those things so that they can be out of the house but still be safe in this just incredibly record-breaking heat wave. Zinclay?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much. Let's bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, what are you seeing?
I mean, we're just watching this heat wave go on and on. We're like in week 2 or week 3 in some cases, and it's not going to end this week either, unfortunately. So we're also watching a lot of severe weather today. It's going to be widespread in the East Coast, high population centers. Not so many tornadoes, but damaging wind and hail. We have our first severe thunderstorm watch until 9 o'clock from Syracuse to Binghamton, much of central and eastern portions of Pennsylvania, and also the Philadelphia area. Some of the strongest storms we have now are in western New York. Severe thunderstorm warnings just south of the Buffalo area. This will be widespread as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. The area of concern goes from South Carolina all the way up to central New York, but now includes 57 million people. Again, an isolated tornado or two is possible, but not likely as other times. We will see about 65 to 70 mile per hour winds with the strongest storms, and the enhanced risk goes from D.C. southwards to Richmond and also towards Raleigh. And this area in blue shows you where we have our greatest risk of those 60 mile per hour winds. The other thing, 35 million people are under heat alerts from Tucson, and now we've extended excessive heat watches all the way over to the panhandle of Florida, so a good chunk of the southern half of the country. In Del Rio, Texas, they have broken their record high 6 days in a row, and they likely will probably do it again today. 109, Dallas 103, and as we've been saying, ladies, it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. Look at Dallas, 107 on Wednesday.
Oh, no end in sight. Bill Cairns and Priscilla Thompson, thank you both.
Now to Decision 2024 and a new NBC News poll that shows despite former President Donald Trump's legal issues, his lead is growing against his Republican rivals for president. The poll also gives us a look ahead to November and the possibility of another close election. NBC's Garrett Hake has more.
Donald Trump this weekend expanding his lead over the Republican primary field while mocking his closest competitor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
He's falling like a rock. People are getting to know him. They know he's got no personality. Got to have a little personality. Not much, but a little.
51% of Republican primary voters surveyed tell NBC News they prefer Mr. Trump, with Mr. DeSantis following at 22% and former Vice President Mike Pence in third at 7%. 5 other candidates trail in the low single digits. Mr. Trump's support only growing among Republican voters since his historic second indictment, after he was arraigned in federal court earlier this month on charges he illegally kept classified documents, then obstructed the government's efforts to get them back. The former president marveling at his good fortune at a conservative conference Saturday.
I'm probably the only person in history in this country that's been indicted and my numbers went up.
Most other candidates attempting to tout their conservative credentials.
I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. But I do believe this moment in the life of our nation will require new leadership in the Republican Party and in the White House.
While former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie was booed for taking on the GOP frontrunner directly.
Unwilling to take responsibility for any of the mistakes that were made, any of the faults that he has, and any of the things that he's done. And that is not leadership, everybody. That is a failure of leadership. And you can boo all you want.
But the same NBC News poll also shows the challenge Mr. Trump would face if he does win the GOP nomination. In a hypothetical 2020 general election rematch against President Biden, the president leads Mr. Trump 49-45, presenting the possibility of another nail-biter in November.
Our thanks to Garrett Haight for that report. Coming up, how a Florida teenager fought back during an up-close and personal encounter with an alligator.
Plus, sailors describe the moment a group of killer whales rammed into their sailboat. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Sailors off the coast of Spain nearly stranded after a pod of killer whales took aim at their boat. You see some of the video here. It is the latest in a series of frightening orca encounters. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
The latest deep-sea scare with a trio of orcas targeting this Dutch yacht off the coast of Spain.
Are you coming from the rudder?
Watch as the so-called killer whales circle the boat, then repeatedly ram its rudder.
Oh my God. They're gonna get the rudder?
The crew competing in a race Thursday along the Gibraltar Strait dropped their sails, slowing down. After 15 minutes, the orcas leave. No damage or injuries.
It was a scary moment on board because, you don't have any control anymore over the rudders and the boat. And we know some incidents that the orcas made some boats sink.
This orca encounter, part of a puzzling pattern, with one group near Spain nearly sinking this boat last month. In another video, you can see a whale chewing on a chunk of a boat. Experts say killer whale interactions have been on the rise since 2020, with more than 200 last year. And while Hollywood provides no shortage of stories about oceanic predators taking aim at humans,
You don't consider these attacks?
I don't.
real-life experts deem this trend a likely fluke.
I think that one individual came into contact with the underside of a sailboat, found it interesting or pleasurable, and other members of the population took up the behavior.
Oh my God.
One theory behind a wave of whale run-ins. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Maggie, thank you. Well, a 13-year-old boy in Florida is now recovering after he was attacked by an alligator. The teen says he was swimming in a creek last week when a gator suddenly locked onto his leg. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has his story.
Gabriel Clemis is a regular at Howell Creek in Winter Springs, Florida, and didn't think twice about grabbing a rope swing and jumping into the water on a sweltering summer day last Tuesday. But that swim with his younger brother took a terrifying turn when a gator grabbed onto his leg and wouldn't let go.
And then the gator kind of just grabbed me from there. And then he just once he wrapped his jaws on me, I knew that there was no getting out.
Gabriel says he fought back, repeatedly punching the alligator in the head.
I just hit it with my hand and I just took a bare fist and then I just hit it on its I tried to hit it on his head.
Incredibly, the reptile let go and Gabriel was able to swim back to shore. The 13-year-old went to a nearby house where he calmly called his mom and then 911.
I just got bit by a gator.
Okay. And what part of your body was bit?
My right hip. I'm okay though. I can walk and I can stand. I'm fine.
Okay, I have the paramedics on the way.
Once at the hospital, Gabriel received stitches for the wound and a bandage from his hip to his upper thigh, even snapping this photo from his hospital bed. While the teenager is home now, he's not completely out of the woods yet.
Huge concern for infection. We talked with infectious disease. They said about 10 days. So we're really out of the woods just because of how deep the wound was and the creek water.
Florida Fish and Wildlife trapped a large 8-foot alligator a few days later in that same area. They say they're fairly confident it's the same one that bit Gabriel, but there's no way to be 100% sure. Meanwhile, further up the coast in South Carolina.
Look, here he comes.
This alligator popped out of a pond last week in Hilton Head and tried to chase down a fisherman in the Low Country. No one was injured, but a spokesperson from the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources explained it's likely the alligator associates people with food after being fed in the past, putting an exclamation point on a week of chilling gator encounters. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Ooh, Sam, thank you. Talk about a gator scare.
My goodness, so glad that boy is doing okay. His composure in the 911 call is unbelievable.
Must have been the adrenaline, so glad you're all right.
All right, coming up, we will hear from the wife and mother of 2 of the people who died in that sub-implosion while trying to explore the wreckage of the Titanic. But first, to put a little smile on your face.
Yeah, it's time for today's Daily Snapshot. It looks like a painting right out of the 17th century. Over the weekend, hundreds of visitors gathered at a castle in France to celebrate Grand Costume Day.
The event features elaborate costumes and activities like dancing and carriage rides around the castle. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. Climate change is causing storms to become more frequent and severe, and that could have major impacts on infrastructure. As local governments brace for these changes, officials say outdated rainfall records could cost them billions of dollars. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick explains.
All that money that's going into the infrastructure is being built to the wrong flood standard, meaning those roads will flood, those bridges will flood, and it is a big waste of money when it's a one-in-a-generational spend that we're actually using right now.
Currently, the only authoritative government source for precipitation data is from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. It's a model called Atlas 14.
This information is leveraged by communities and stakeholders all over the country to inform the engineering design of transportation infrastructure and other infrastructure all over the country.
But it has a major flaw.
It does not include any climate change information, and that's why we are looking to modernize it with NOAA Atlas 15.
But the updated model won't be done until 2026, after many of these infrastructure projects are underway or even done. For example, New Jersey's Route 18 rehabilitation, which received over $86 million in funding from the infrastructure law, is using the old Atlas 14 as a flood guide.
Where I'm standing right now, the believed 1-in-10-year event is actually a 1-in-4-year event, and over the next 30 years will go down all the way to a 1-in-2-year event, meaning every other year we would expect extreme precipitation to flood this location.
We're already seeing much heavier rain, snow, and flooding due to global warming, because when the atmosphere is warmer, it holds more water.
If you were building a road right now and you had to make sure that it wasn't going to flood, would you want to use Atlas 14?
I can't speak to how some of those engineering decisions are made.
Diana Olick, CNBC.
As more and more stores move out of traditional shopping malls, those vacant spaces are having to reinvent themselves, with some now transforming from centers of commerce into centers of community. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung takes a look.
It's a wild thought. Come to the Westfield Mall in Annapolis looking for shoes, and you might leave with a new feline friend or two.
They're bonded, so you need to take both of them.
It's a deal. It's a package deal.
That's right.
Kelly Brown helped open not a pet store, but an animal shelter at the mall during the pandemic. Since then, Paws at the Mall has found forever homes for some 1,600 rescue animals.
When you walk by, there might just be that one special animal that catches your eye. Hi, guinea pig.
The stores love it too. The shelter says foot traffic on this side of the mall has jumped 10% since they moved in. They're paying rents and filling empty space. The animal shelter here at the mall is what used to be a clothing brand Quicksilver location, and it's right across from what's now a library. It used to be a clothing brand store, Charlotte Russe, and an American Eagle. It's not a bookstore, but a public library. There's books for all ages, toys and play spaces for the kids too.
A lot of stores are closing, so I think having Anne Arundel County Public Library come in here has really revitalized this mall specifically.
Branch manager Rachel Myers says it goes both ways.
They're coming to the mall for so many other things, and they're becoming library users all the time, and that's really what we want, is creating more library customers.
Nationwide, about a tenth of mall space is currently empty, so they're turning to unconventional solutions. The future could look like Main Street, but inside, says expert Alexandra Lang.
You're going to see a lot more entertainment businesses like movie theaters, VR theaters, trampoline parks, maybe pickleball, climbing walls, other active uses.
It's happening already. In New Jersey, a Burlington coat factory is now a pickleball court. And in Idaho, the old Sears department store is now a charter school. The auto shop turned into a basketball court. All of it seamlessly embedded inside the Grand Teton Mall.
I think really the way to think about the mall of the future is what things make people leave their houses.
Brown says she's fielding calls from other shelters around the country. They want to try the mall too.
It's a win for the mall, it's a win for us, and especially for the animals.
An adorable solution that anyone could get behind. Brian Chung, NBC News, Annapolis.
Truly adorable. Thanks, Brian. Well, coming up, just call him a diamond in the rough. We'll introduce you to the pup now crowned the world's ugliest dog.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream. You see some of the options there. Peacock, Hulu, Pluto, Roku. The news continues right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
An investigation is underway in Newton, Massachusetts after 3 people were found dead inside a home on Sunday. Police have described the victims as elderly. All 3 appeared to have been fatally beaten and stabbed. 2 of the victims were reportedly planning to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary. Investigators believe this was a random attack.
At least 1 person is dead and several others are hurt after a 10-car crash on a freeway in California. The pileup happened Sunday night, closing the freeway in both directions. Some victims had to be pulled out of their cars before being taken to the hospital. It's not yet clear what initially caused the crash.
Delaware State Senator Sarah McBride has launched a historic bid to become the first transgender member of Congress. McBride is running to fill the lone seat in the House of Representatives for the state of Delaware. Back in 2021, McBride became the first trans state senator in American history.
And today, the U.S. Coast Guard is launching its highest level of investigation into the submersible tragedy in the North Atlantic. It's leading the international effort to figure out just what caused the catastrophic implosion just over a week ago. All 5 people on board the Titan were killed. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren joins us now with the latest. So, Kristen, I know the Coast Guard opened a so-called Marine Board of Investigation. What exactly does that mean, and how long could it take?
Right. So that's the Coast Guard's highest investigative body. It really is going to try to determine both what happened and then what happens next. So along with the NTSB and other international partners, they're going to be looking into what caused that catastrophic implosion. And then they can also recommend either criminal or civil charges and liabilities in the case. So a really important investigation. They're going to be looking at black box data that is from the Polar Prince, the surface vessel that was along with the Titan. They can hear what was said on the bridge of that ship as it was going on. They'll be looking at those text messages, and they'll be speaking with crew members as well, as that, the recovery down on the seafloor continues as well, trying to get pieces of that submersibles in clay.
Yeah, and Kristen, I mean, of course, beyond the logistics of the investigation, the families are still grieving. I know we're hearing from the mother of the 19-year-old who died on this trip. What is she saying, and what are others saying?
Yeah, her son and her husband were on board. She spoke with the BBC and talked about just the agonizing weight on board the Polar Prince. Both she and her daughter were on that vessel as the dive was happening and then as this massive rescue was going on. She talked about how she was originally going to go with her husband, and then COVID happened, and really just a tragic loss for her family. Take a listen.
He applied for a world record because he wanted to solve the Rubik's Cube at the deepest point. He said, I'm gonna solve the Rubik's Cube at 3,700 meters below ground, below sea at the Titanic. And he was so excited about this.
Yeah, so she's talking about her son, Suleiman Dawood there, the 19-year-old university student. He ultimately, she said, wanted to go with his dad. He took her spot that she was originally going to have, and he wanted to try and break this world record. And while Guinness didn't accept his application, he still brought it down and was going to try at depth. So just a tragic story.
Yeah, tragedy all around. Kristen Dahlgren, thank you.
The family of a Texas woman who was shot and killed by police while having a mental health crisis is planning to sue the police department. Melissa Perez was killed inside her San Antonio apartment on Friday. 3 officers are now charged with murder. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is following this for us. Dana?
According to the woman's family, she was on disability and had a mental health condition. Her daughter tells me she wishes the officers would have used other tactics to try to de-escalate the situation. A warning, some may find the images disturbing. 3 San Antonio police officers have been charged with murder and suspended without pay after killing a woman armed with a hammer inside her own apartment.
Hey, lady, get over here.
Just after midnight Friday, officers were responding to a vandalism call.
Get over here.
46-year-old Melissa Perez was suspected of cutting wires to a fire alarm system. Police followed Perez to her first-floor apartment, where they say she locked herself inside. An officer removes the screen to her open window. Perez hits the officer with what appears to be a glass candle.
You're gonna get shot!
Shoot me! You ain't got no warrant! Here's a wider angle of the confrontation. You ain't got no warrant! They say Perez then swung a hammer, shattering a window. Officers then fired the deadly shots. According to police, Perez was hit at least twice. Paramedics pronounced her dead at the scene.
It appeared that Ms. Perez was having a mental health crisis.
The police chief adding the officers' actions were not consistent with policy and training. Sergeant Alfred Flores and officers Eleazar Alejandro and Nathaniel Villalobos were suspended without pay and later arrested on murder charges. According to court documents, they have since been released on bond.
I'm just heartbroken. There's no words that can express the hurt this has caused my family.
The police chief vowing to thoroughly investigate. This week, the family plans to file a lawsuit against the police department. We've reached out to those officers for comment. We are waiting to hear back. Ellison?
Dana Griffin, thank you.
Turning now to the Parkland school shooting trial. Closing arguments are underway in the trial against the former school resource deputy on duty during the school shooting in Parkland, Florida. Scott Peterson is accused of neglecting to follow his training as a teenage gunman killed 17 people on Valentine's Day in 2017. Peterson faces life in prison. The Parkland massacre remains the deadliest high school shooting in American history. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is following the trial for us. So, Shaq, what have we heard so far today as both sides are presenting their closing arguments?
Hi there. Well, the jury is really hearing two different portrayals of Scott Peterson's actions during the Parkland shooting. I believe right now the prosecution is actually rebutting what we heard from the defense earlier today before a lunch break. But what the defense has been saying, and you're looking at live pictures from the courtroom right now, the defense has been saying that there was so much chaos and confusion on that day that Scott Peterson was receiving bad information. He didn't have the latest information as he was there on scene that day, and that is why he never entered that building. But the prosecution went point by point, listing what Peterson, they say, should have done and how his inaction, in their words, costs lives. Listen to a little bit of what we heard in the courtroom this morning.
And when the moment came and he was called upon to act, he made a choice. At 2:23 p.m., Scott Peterson chose not to enter, knowing that those shots were being fired, and at every time the trigger was being pulled, one of his students was dying. He chose to retreat, and then he instructed all responding officers to stay back.
Peterson was actually visibly emotional during some of those arguments this morning. This rebuttal that's going on right now is expected to last an hour, and then we'll hear jury instructions, and then this case will be in the hands of the jury. Again, Peterson is facing 7 counts of child neglect and 3 counts of culpable negligence. He's also facing a perjury count. If convicted of all those charges, he can face up to 100 years, nearly 100 years in prison, Clay.
Yeah, no, this has definitely been a case that so many people are watching, as that Parkland shooting was just devastating to the country and all of those students and families affected. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
The suspect in the deadly mass shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado has pleaded guilty to murder and hate crime charges. 5 people were killed at Club Q in November of 2022. Their killer is set to serve 5 consecutive life sentences in prison. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has been following this shooting from the very beginning. Steve, walk us through how we got to this plea deal. I think a lot of people hear that and they think, okay, does that mean he caught a break? 5 life sentences, that's a lot. But what led up to this deal?
Yeah, it does not necessarily mean he caught a break. Essentially, there were discussions, as we understand, going months before this hearing today. And as we know, with Colorado law, you have to inform the victims if there is going to be a plea deal on the day. Those victims obviously talked amongst each other. That's how we sort of knew this was happening today. This deal is essentially to avoid a trial for all parties involved. The overwhelming amount of evidence would have eventually delayed the inevitable, which would have led to a weeks-long trial where we're hearing these agonizing details, seeing security footage over and over and over again. And I think the victims simply did not want to go through that process. And so it led to what we saw today, which was essentially the arraignment heading right into the plea, heading right into the sentencing, heading right into Aldridge, who will now spend maximum consecutive sentences behind bars. And I think we've heard sort of mixed reactions from the families of the victims, but largely this was about avoiding what would have amounted to a lengthy trial and the build up to that, just getting rid of all of that. Now, this doesn't have any impact on a separate federal investigation. The FBI for months now has been doing their own investigation. That may lead to federal hate crime charges, which could lead to its own separate sentencing, including the possibility of a federal execution. But for now, this is the maximum life sentence that Aldridge could have gotten. Allison?
And Steve, you mentioned the victims and the families having discussions before this plea deal was announced. What else have we heard from their families and also from the people who were there that night and survived this attack?
Yeah, well, as I said, I mean, you know, the reaction's been a little bit mixed. And I want to say, first of all, I haven't spoken directly to these victims, of course, since this sort of discussion has been ongoing. You hear from some people who would have liked to seen the suspect sort of, you know, sit and face the music of a trial to hear the details. Whereas a lot of the other family victims really didn't want to go through that again, didn't want to hear those details, didn't want to have to go through the very public exposure that this trial would have put on them and their families. And then, of course, today, you know, maybe 20% of it was the actual proceedings and the arraignment and the plea. And a good 80% of the entire day was just victim victim impact statement after statement. These were agonizing, these were heart-wrenching, but in a lot of ways, these were cathartic. It was the families of people who had fallen, being able to sort of say their piece, get off whatever they needed to get off their chest, and talk about the community that has sprouted up after this tragic situation, this horrific event happened in Colorado Springs, and what they're doing now to sort of move on. Allison.
You're right. Steve Patterson, thank you.
Well, coming up, how an ingredient in energy drinks could be key to slowing down the effects of aging. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In today's daily health, the skincare industry is booming with anti-aging products and supplements. Some are backed by science, but as we probably all know too well, a lot of them are just fads.
It's true, but one new study published by the Science Medical Journal shows promising results for one particular ingredient. It mostly is found in energy drinks. Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. So, Dr. Azar, what is this ingredient and how does it affect aging?
So the ingredient is called taurine. It's actually an amino acid that is naturally occurring, for example, in foods like meat and shellfish and things like that. What they did in this study was that they looked at mice. And I just want to say at the outset that we don't extrapolate from mice to humans all the time, and we're not doing so now, but we're learning something about taurine, in that these mice who age get a low taurine level. And what they did was they supplemented taurine back, and they found out that the mice who got taurine supplements lived longer, about 12% longer if you were a female mice, about 10% longer if you were a male mouse. But even more than that, the supplemented mice had a lot of different things that were positive in their lives, such as less weight gain. They had improved bone strength, muscle strength, decreased insulin resistance, and improvements in immune function. So again, not a panacea, not the answer to the holy grail of how we can prevent aging, but definitely super exciting and really, really interesting. And now we need to see what happens in humans.
So, Dr. Azar, we know that a lot of energy drinks have this ingredient in it. We also know that a lot of energy drinks can be incredibly unhealthy. guessing we should not run out and stock up on Red Bull. But you mentioned there are some foods that already have this ingredient in them. Shellfish, one of them. What are some other ways that people can naturally get taurine in their diets?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to advocate for people taking or drinking energy drinks for this because of that added caffeine and sugar. And by the way, the dose that they used in mice is a lot higher than the dose that's available either supplement or in food for humans. So just word to the wise. But yes, in addition to shellfish, other fish like tilapia and tuna, as well as the dark meat of turkey and chicken, seaweed, eggs, all of those things, including dairy, also have naturally occurring taurine in them. And so again, it's always better to get your amino acids and your micronutrients in food if you can, rather than through a supplement, because you're getting all the benefit of those healthy foods as well.
Absolutely, and trying some new dishes too, which is always fun. Dr. Azar, we should preface this next question by saying aging is a natural thing, right? But since the beginning of time, humans have always searched for a fountain of youth of sorts. So when it comes to anti-aging supplements for the skin, which ingredients should people be checking for?
Yeah, so this is a list that I think dermatologists like and would agree with. And the first one on the list is probably the most important, and that's SPF. You want to prevent all the damaging UV light that you're getting anyway, SPF 30 or more. Things like collagen, vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, and retinol can all be really beneficial. Remember that a lot of these things can make you more sun sensitive, meaning you can burn more easily. Some are incompatible with pregnancy, so definitely stuff to talk to your dermatologist about before just applying these things. But a lot of things there can actually make a good bit of difference.
And Dr. Azar, for people who feel nervous about aging or worried about how it will impact them physically, maybe as well as emotionally, what's your advice for having a healthy, holistic approach for aging?
So it's kind of old-fashioned, but and I say this to all of my patients, a Mediterranean diet, which is good for your heart, is going to be good for your brain. We know that it can decrease the risk of dementia, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and limiting alcohol. Those are really the 4 big things. And maybe number 5 should actually be staying engaged, going out with your friends, being with your family, learning to laugh a lot. All of those things are good, but it's really, there's no magic bullet, guys. It's really a lot of common sense, but we just have to do them.
Absolutely, and it sounds like it's not just about doing things that, we talk about anti-aging. It's not just about how you look, it's about living a vibrant life and being able to move and feel good throughout it.
Exactly. And stay on top of things. Yes. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much. We appreciate your insight.
Thank you.
You bet.
Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has been diagnosed with breast cancer. A spokesperson confirmed she has already had surgery to treat the cancer per her doctor's advice. She is currently recuperating with her family. The 63-year-old British royal was formerly married to Prince Andrew, the younger brother of King Charles. She is widely known for her work as an author, television personality, and podcast host.
Well, we've got a lot more news ahead today.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you've ever taken a road trip through the South, then you've probably encountered a gas station chain called Buc-ee's.
Boy, have I. This morning, Buc-ee's officially cut the ribbon on the world's largest gas station. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is there.
The largest gas station in the world is open for business. Right next door to the Great Smoky Mountains, the newest Buc-ee's in Sevierville, Tennessee, is supersized, spanning 74,000 square feet, with 120 gas pumps, more than 350 employees, and a larger-than-life beaver mascot that can be seen for miles on the interstate.
Y'all, Buc-ee's is the mecca of the South.
Born in Texas in 1982, the Buc-ee's chain expanded across the South, becoming a freeway phenomenon, offering travelers more than just a spot to fuel up.
Let's see what all the fuss is about. What, in the Walmart gas station?
Y'all, I think I'm in love.
What's the best way to describe Buc-ee's?
Well, Buc-ee's is a travel destination.
According to a recent survey, these days many consumers are taking their time to enjoy the amenities that gas chains have to offer, spending anywhere between 16 to 24 minutes per stop. And some will even drive up to 20 minutes out of their way to visit a favorite station. Cleanliness, prices, food quality, and customer service keep them coming back.
Let's give it up for Angela!
Angela calls herself a true Southern girl and is now bringing years of experience in the kitchen to Buc-ee's.
My grandmother taught me to make all the good homemade fudge.
Her coworker Mindy worked 16 years as a teacher, leaving the classroom for a whole new experience.
I'm originally from Arizona, so when I heard it was coming in, I was like, what is a Buc-ee's?
This year, Buc-ee's took the top spot as Forbes Customer Experience All-Star.
Welcome to Buc-ee's.
Scoring points for their friendly staff.
Everybody's so nice. I love it.
Bathrooms, and their barbecue.
Chopped brisket on the board. Chopped brisket on the board.
We slow smoke it, we season it up, we inject it, and we get it out to the store. And we slice it up fresh for you right in front.
Randy Pauly is the director of barbecue operations, who handed me my own Buc-ee's badge.
All right, now we're
Now I'm official. An honorary pitmaster for the day.
And put me to work making their signature brisket sandwich.
Look at all that
this.
barbecue.
I can do this all day.
You got this. Look at that sandwich. I'm telling
Am I
you.
hired?
You're in.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Exciting times. America has crowned a new top dog. I don't know if you've heard about this. It has the world's ugliest dog? The title's world's ugliest?
And you might think that's something no dog or owner would want, but you'd be mistaken. This year's winner is Scooter. He made an appearance on the Today Show this morning, and NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz takes us there.
For 50 doggone years, Petaluma, California has boasted a certain kind of pedigree.
Can I have a kiss?
It's a lucky town where they crown the world's ugliest dog.
They're trying to do the updo.
A place where inner beauty is what really counts.
Look at how cute and ugly you are.
This was my first time as a judge at this year's competition.
Do you think you're ugly? You do think you're ugly.
Fortunately, there is no shortage of pointers from experts in what to look for.
When I'm sitting there at the judging sheet, I should put alien, check, hair coming out of the ears, check.
Yeah, teeth going on.
Snaggle teeth?
And with that, it was time to sniff out the competition. From the lovably loose-tongued prince.
When you saw his face, what'd you think?
I fell in love first sight.
To the 7-year-old Chinese crested with backward hind legs, aptly named Scooter.
Come on, Scooter, let's show the people what they came for.
Then there was this familiar furry face looking to be top dog.
Where's his head?
Four-time ugliest dog hopeful Wild Thing, who gives ferocious a whole new meaning.
We call him Glugly.
You call him Glugly?
Glugly.
What does Glugly mean?
It means glamorous ugly.
Ah, glamorous and ugly. That is a perfect description.
Finally, with a trip to Studio 1A on the line,
he's wearing a tux.
It was time for one last look at the repugnant pups.
I gotta say, it looks like an alien.
And after some big help from the crowd,
Wild Thing? How about little Scooter?
the decision finally unleashed.
The world's ugliest dog is Scooter. Scooter, you're going to New York.
Scotty Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, thanks so much for joining.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samar.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Monday, June 26, 2023, breaking news, chaos in Russia. The Russian mercenary chief speaking out for the first time since abandoning the mutiny that shook Vladimir Putin's government. The growing tension and what this means for the war in Ukraine.
Extreme threat, tens of millions along the East Coast in the path of dangerous storms. This as an oppressive heat wave is gripping the South. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is timing it all out.
Underwater mystery, the highest level of investigation now underway into that sub-disaster near the Titanic. What the mother and wife of two of the victims is now saying about the tragedy.
And family planning. With just 1 year since the Supreme Court overturned Roe, how adoption has changed in America.
We start today with the uncertainty spreading across Russia after an armed military rebellion rapidly advanced on Moscow over the weekend.
Yeah, that attempt was by a private army of mercenaries, the Wagner Group. It ultimately ended abruptly in a dramatic turnaround after a deal was reached between the Kremlin and the rebel group's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin. He said he waged the rebellion over what he believed were failures within Russia's military strategy in Ukraine. Russia's leader Vladimir Putin has not been seen publicly since this weekend's chaos, but the country's state media reports he will address the situation tonight.
Meanwhile, at the White House today, President Biden said he is receiving hourly updates on the situation and has been in constant contact with U.S. allies, among them Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky.
They agreed with me that we had to make sure we gave Putin no excuse. Let me emphasize, we gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
We have full team coverage of this developing story from across the region. NBC News correspondent Kelly Kobiea is in Kyiv, Ukraine. But first, here's Keir Simmons in Moscow, Russia.
Hey there, good day to you. It is a stunning development. The leader of the Wagner Group militia, Yevgeny Prigozhin, putting out an 11-minute audio statement in which he insists that his men, his soldiers, do not want to sign up to join the Russian mainstream military, in which he says that he did not intend to overthrow President Putin, but in fact is trying to help raise questions, though, about President Putin's special military operation in Ukraine, in which he says that the deal was done with the leader of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, included Lukashenko extending his hand and offering to find ways for Wagner to continue its work illegally. So while President Putin was seen today, he was seen in a video talking to young Russian engineers, not mentioning the rebellion, and a video that possibly was recorded before this weekend's events. At the same time, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner Group, making a statement insisting that he's holding the line on the position that he already held and making it from another country, from exile. It does set up some real challenges for President Putin. He has some very difficult decisions to make. So far today, we haven't really heard from him.
Keir Simmons in Moscow, thank you so much.
Let's bring in Kelly Kobiea, who is in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Kelly, Ukraine is in the middle of a counteroffensive. Any indication that this rebellion is impacting the way Ukraine's military is conducting operations on the battlefield, or is it just too soon to tell?
Allison, it is too soon to tell, I think. They haven't said that they've made any adjustments based on the turmoil that we saw unfold in Russia over the weekend. They have told us that they're making gains, small gains, but they are gains. A 9th village recaptured from the Russians, the Ukrainian military says, just yesterday, releasing video of that, of a flag raising today. But it's also important to understand, I think, that this is a very difficult task, this counteroffensive for the Ukrainians. The Russians have been digging in over the winter. They've had many, many months to dig in, to create trenches, minefields, tank traps, to really strong defenses, and it's going to take time, the Ukrainian leadership has said, to get through that, and they have been trying to manage expectations for some time. It could be that at some point down the road, this does have an impact, sheerly because of morale. And we've talked to a spokesperson for the Eastern Forces who said he believes that will happen, that this will have an effect on, a further effect on morale of Russian forces, and that may help them in the end on the battlefield. Ellison.
Kelly Kobiea in Kyiv. Thank you.
Well, right now, tens of millions of people up and down the East Coast are at risk of experiencing severe storms. This system moving east from the Midwest is bringing the threat of damaging hail and high winds. Just take a look at these tornadoes in Indiana on Sunday. The National Weather Service says there were 3 in total across the state. Meanwhile, in the South, particularly in the Lone Star State, brutal heat continues to bring dangerously high temperatures in the triple digits. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the forecast. But first, we're going to begin in a sweltering hot Houston, Texas, with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson. Hey, friend, I see you in the short sleeves. So how are people coping with the heat? And also, what are you hearing about the Texas power grid's ability to not crash? Because we know it's buckled before, right?
Yeah, as in Clay, it has buckled before. We all remember that winter freeze where it just completely went out, and it was miserable for so many people here. And this week, the Texas power grid operator has issued a weather watch saying that they do expect for there to be record demand, but that they are prepared to handle it. But of course, for folks who lived through that freeze, they are a little nervous. I asked one woman about that, and I want to play a little bit of what she had to say. Are you at all nervous about the grid?
I'm a little bit scared. that we would not be able to use our air conditioner. I think for the same reason we're taking precautions, not using like our electrical appliances as much during the day, and keeping the temperature at 76 as much as we can stand it, just so that we don't have to be victims of that this year.
And the city of Houston has opened cooling centers. And of course, there are folks who are coming out here. They've got their sunscreen on. They've got their water bottles with them, trying to stay hydrated, but also trying to get out of the house and sort of bear with some of this heat as we are waiting for the triple-digit temperatures to set in here in the afternoon. It is going to get even more hot than it already is. Clay?
Oh, boy, and I already see the little ones behind you playing in the water, so that's comforting, at least. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, when will we get a break from all this severe weather and extreme heat?
As the severe weather, we'll get a break soon. The heat, not so soon. So first things first, the most threatening weather out there is the severe weather. We have severe thunderstorm watches that go all the way from western New York through Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia area, now including Washington, D.C. and Fredericksburg. And just in the last few minutes, a new severe thunderstorm watch was issued down into areas almost all Virginia and North Carolina. So the strongest storms out there, and this is one of our first tornado warnings that we've had, is right along the Delaware River separating Pennsylvania and New Jersey, just north of Interstate 78 there. So we'll continue to track that. Other severe storms in this region, too, and a lot of lightning. It's just so humid that it's not taking much for these storms to fire up in a hurry, and they're going to continue until the sun sets later on this evening. So that's that area from Raleigh to Charlotte to Wilmington northward, that orange area. That's where we have the greatest risk of seeing the strongest storms. So how about the heat? This heat dome, we call it, has been sitting here for 2 or 3 weeks, just barely moving, and it's not going to move much this week either. Hopefully this weekend into the beginning of next week, they'll get a little bit of a break, but all of the red dots on here show you areas expected to break record highs in the next 3 days, from Tucson all the way to New Orleans and up to Oklahoma. And who's the hottest right now? Look at San Angelo, already at 108 degrees. Not far behind is our friends there in Del Rio. So, yeah, get in the water, AC, and just wait for that sun to set.
Absolutely. 108 is no joke. Bill Cairns and Priscilla Thompson, thank you both.
Republican presidential nominee Ron DeSantis says if he were president, he would change the citizenship rules for some people born on American soil. This is just one of several action items the Florida governor unveiled today on immigration, the first formal policy plan of his presidential campaign. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is with the DeSantis campaign along the border with Mexico in Eagle Pass, Texas. Gabe, you just spoke with DeSantis. Tell us, what did you hear from him about this immigration plan?
Hi there, Ellison. Good afternoon. Up over 100 degrees here in this part of Texas as well. And the governor is taking an aggressive stance on immigration, even more so, he says, than former President Trump. And that is what is significant here, as he tries to make some noise in the GOP primary race, where he has fallen quite a bit since his campaign launch last month, according to new NBC News polling. Governor Ron DeSantis is announcing several proposals, including, as you mentioned, different changes for immigrants here in the United States, but also saying that he will use the U.S. military, the Navy, the Coast Guard to block potential drugs and chemicals used to make fentanyl from entering Mexican ports, and saying that the Mexican government has at times not been the best partner when it comes to that. I spoke with him about several issues related to immigration and his stance, his standing in the GOP primary. Take a listen to some of what he told me just a short time ago.
You're already on U.S. soil once you're cutting through the wall. You have hostile intent because you're obviously running drugs. You absolutely can use deadly force. I mean, think about it. Right. If you were trying to do that, if you were go to some Texas rancher's property, break into their house, they're going to respond. We absolutely can respond if you're breaking into our country and sawing through a border wall.
Again, that is Governor DeSantis telling me that he would instruct his authorities, law enforcement authorities, to use deadly force to combat drug smugglers here along the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, for its part, the Trump campaign says that Governor DeSantis's platform, for the large part, appears to be much of a copy of what he put forward during his administration. But again, Governor DeSantis now facing a very uphill battle. He is nearly 30 points behind former President Trump in that new national NBC News polling, else.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. We hope there's some AC near you. We appreciate you and your team being out there despite the heat.
Turning now to some financial headlines. The Biden administration is spending billions on expanding high-speed internet, and actor Ryan Reynolds is investing in a new sport.
Morgan Brennan joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi. Well, good afternoon, ladies. The president outlining a sweeping $42 billion effort to outfit all of America's homes and businesses with reliable high-speed internet today. The spending will be based on a newly released map from the FCC that details the gaps in access. Texas and California, two of the most populous states, are set to receive the most funding. Hollywood stars Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney are setting their sights on Formula One. This is according to multiple reports. F1 team Alpine has secured a $218 million investment from a group of investors that includes the actors. French automotive company Renault Group, Alpine's parent company, said Monday that the group has acquired a 24% stake in the team. And Pizza Hut made quite the impression on some New York City subway riders by delivering pies underground. It was part of a promotion for the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, Mutant Mayhem, which hits theaters August 2nd. Basically, some of those riders texted an emoji of the turtles and had their pizzas delivered to them. All I can say is cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Sounds like, is that like the Hawaiian slice then? What is it, pineapple and ham?
That's what they say.
I guess so, yeah.
All right, Morgan Brennan, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, why pills may soon replace those increasingly popular weight loss injections.
Plus, what scientists say is decimating marine life up and down California's coast. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. On the West Coast, a mysterious bloom of toxic algae is wreaking havoc in Southern California. It's killing hundreds of dolphins, seals, and other wildlife off the coast, and experts worry it could have an impact on the seafood we eat. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson is following this for us. Steve, what do we know?
Yeah, Sinclair, rescue workers, volunteers, animal activists working around the clock because it seems like every hour there is a new call for an animal that is washed up, either dead or dying or very sick, and every single call makes it even more dangerous for humans. Here's why. Take a look.
The beauty of a California beach day, broken by the startling sight of sickness and death.
It has been quite awful. We've been seeing at least 2 or 3 of them wash up every evening.
Scientists call it a microscopic menace, toxic algae blooms poisoning the California coast.
Toxins build up in their system and can lead to all sorts of issues.
Along the Southern California coast, officials estimate more than 1,000 calls for sea lions and dolphins, either dead or showing signs of sickness.
It affects the brains and the heart, can lead to seizures, can lead to disorientation, aggression, as well as miscarriages and death.
Biologists say it's likely a toxic algae bloom called pseudonychia, which can be eaten by small sea creatures, then turned into a neurotoxin when consumed by larger marine life. The Marine Mammal Care Center says there's been 50 rescues in the past 2 weeks alone.
And behind me, another dolphin washed up on shore. Researchers now taking measurements, collecting samples, and waiting for test results to find out if it really is this algae. And if it is, it's more than just wildlife at risk.
The California Department of Health warning against eating sport-harvested mussels, clams, or scallops from Santa Barbara County.
I've never seen anything like this. To my recollection, this is the largest pulse of animals that we've had, at least in the marine mammal response side.
Scientists scrambling for answers with wildlife rescue efforts around the clock.
So the question you may have is, can't scientists just go in and remove what they know is the bloom? Well, first of all, they have to wait for these lab results to come back to confirm that that's what it is. And then even then, it's very difficult to pinpoint. So unfortunately, the best option is to just sort of wait this natural cycle out while all these animals continue to be sick and die. Sinclair?
Well, we know you'll stay on this one. Steve Patterson, thanks for that reporting.
Sinclair, there is a scary new video from on board a cruise ship in Florida where intense winds knocked down passengers and tossed furniture across the deck. And it all happened while the ship was still docked. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas has the details.
Passengers speaking out after these terrifying moments on a Royal Caribbean cruise ship hit by a freak storm while departing from a port in Florida as high winds turned furniture into projectiles. You can see here a lounge chair falling from a top deck, smashing into a stroller below, the woman running away with a child in her arms. The company says a sudden gust of wind slammed it during departure from Port Canaveral on June 16th. Passenger Jennifer Stansell was in the middle of the chaos.
Chairs started flying, towels started flying, people started scrambling. It happened so quick.
Those chairs are flying.
Royal Caribbean says no one was seriously injured.
I'm still going to cruise. I still love it.
Oh my God, that guy fell.
A freak storm putting passengers in danger and casting a shadow over a sunny summer vacation. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Miami.
Guad, thanks so much. Glad everyone is doing all right. Well, coming up, what the Coast Guard is revealing about the international investigation now underway into just what caused the Titanic sub disaster. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
In the last year alone, more than 100 schools across dozens of states have implemented some form of a book ban, largely aimed at books with LGBTQ+ themes. Now, some members of that community are taking to the road to fight back against those bans. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains.
This bus, once used to cart kids off to school, will soon be bringing books directly to them. Books they may no longer be able to find in nearby schools. It's called the Rainbow Book Bus.
Yeah.
Actor Adam Powell and historian Eric Cervini say it's their answer to school book bans spreading nationwide.
I think given the political context, we really wanted to get out on the road and go to the communities that are being most affected. So we decided to buy a 22-foot school bus and turn it into a traveling queer book fair.
PEN America, a nonprofit aimed at promoting free expression, found more than 1,400 incidents of books being banned in the most recent school year alone. Those bans spanning 66 school districts in 21 states. And the American Library Association marked the highest number of book bans or challenges on record last year, most of them written by or about people of color and members of the LGBTQ+ community.
Not everywhere has access to these books. And I know growing up, it would have been amazing to go to a library and just have a bunch of LGBTQ+ books and make me feel loved and supported in my community.
But turning their experience as independent bookstore owners into a queer bookshop on wheels did come with a few
sometimes things fall down.
Bumps in the road.
In the beginning, we thought we were going to take this little school bus, take some IKEA shelves, and just, hammer them to a wall, fill up some books, and just go.
Ta-da! Ooh, it is dirty. Look at that. It was surprisingly difficult in some ways and surprisingly easy in some ways. For example, buying a school bus is shockingly easy.
Okay. Okay.
There you go. But I think what really surprised us was just how many people came out to support us and offer their services either pro bono. We're working with this amazing trans LA-based architect here who designed the interior and made it so much more incredible than we could have possibly imagined.
Now they plan to take their colorful creation on a cross-country trek, including through Texas, where recent LGBTQ and drag events have been met by protesters, some of them armed.
I, as a drag queen, will be in drag. So yes, I do get nervous as we travel across the country for our safety. But, I think we're able to connect up to these LGBT centers, which we will be welcomed with open arms.
If other folks can survive and thrive throughout history, despite the dangers that we face as a community, then we can certainly take our little bus on a road trip.
While security is on their minds, the pair says the joy of spreading stories is on their hearts.
When you study our history as a queer and trans community, we have been through so much worse. We defeated those efforts. We can certainly defeat the hatred that we're experiencing now.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Well, today there's a new survey of the LGBTQ+ community, and it shows 79% would consider leaving their current job for one that offers better fertility and family planning benefits. This all comes as 20 states now require large employers to include fertility in medical benefits. 40% of the country's businesses offered some type of fertility benefits in 2022, and that is up 30% from 2020. But many of those very policies actually exclude same-sex couples. While nearly 2/3 of LGBTQ+ individuals plan to become parents, only 10% of employers offer surrogacy as a benefit. And for those that do, a $10,000 reimbursement is most common, according to experts.
The average cost of surrogacy has gone from $75,000 5 years ago to anywhere between $150,000 and $250,000 today.
We want to be able to have a family and raise our child and have that child be biologically related to us. And we have a right to do that.
Surrogacy costs can include agency and legal fees, compensation, expenses, and insurance for the carrier, plus all the extra medical costs gay men face since they cannot biologically carry a pregnancy.
Coming up, how formula racing is speeding into the future without ever stepping on the gas. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you again.
Yeah, so much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Welcome back to NBC News Daily.
The Coast Guard is opening its highest level of investigation into the submersible tragedy in the North Atlantic.
The U.S. is leading an international effort to figure out what caused the catastrophic implosion just over a week ago.
All 5 people on board the Titan were killed. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has been following this story from the very beginning and joins us now. So, Tom, the Coast Guard convened what it's calling a Marine Board investigation. Can you just walk our viewers through what that means?
Bottom line, this is the most serious and the most in-depth investigation the Coast Guard can launch when it has a situation where lives have been lost, as in this case. And this, whatever the results of that investigation find, they could then lead to either civil or criminal actions as well on the part of the government. Separate from that, we should not forget the Canadian Transportation Safety Board has launched its own independent investigation. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, their version of the FBI, has launched an investigation. So all of this together means there is a multi-pronged front on this investigation. And part of what they will focus on is, did the CEO of this company, of OceanGate, did the CEO essentially ignore warnings that the carbon fiber shell of that submarine could implode? And then, of course, that appears to be exactly what happened.
Tom, for the first time since this tragedy, we've started to hear from some of the families directly on camera of the victims here, specifically the wife and mother of 2 people who were on board, her son just 19 years old. What is she saying about her son and about her husband?
So that is her son. That is Solomon right there, 19 years old, a university student, and apparently a whiz at the Rubik's Cube. She said, Christine, the mom said, that contrary to what the aunt had said last week, that in fact Suleiman did want to go down on this voyage down to the bottom of the sea, and she gave up her spot for him to go. Take a listen.
I was really happy for them because both of them, they really wanted to do that for a very long time. So it was supposed to be Shahzad and I going down. But then I stepped back and gave the space to Suleiman because he really wanted to go. And I missed him. And I really missed him.
So the investigation continues now into why this submarine was ever, not a submarine, pardon me, a submersible was ever allowed to dive down towards the Titanic when it was truly not overseen and not regulated and not certified for that deep of a dive. Back to you.
Yeah, still so many more questions than answers. Tom Costello, thank you.
The family of a Texas woman who was shot and killed by police while having a mental health crisis is planning to sue the police department. 3 officers have been charged with murder in the death of Melissa Perez. She was killed inside her San Antonio apartment on Friday. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, San Antonio police released body camera video from this shooting. We do want to warn our viewers that many will probably consider this disturbing, but can you talk us through what we know and what we learned from this video?
Absolutely. So, Ellison, this started after midnight on Friday. Officers were responding to this apartment complex for a report of vandalism. They tried to stop 46-year-old Melissa Perez because they suspected her of cutting wires to the fire alarm system. In the video, she goes inside her apartment, according to police, locked herself inside. You can see the officer trying to lift the screen to an open window, and that's when police say she threw a glass candle at the officer. The officer waited for backup, and this is what unfolded next.
You ain't got no work. Go. Hey, watch out.
So according to the police chief, Perez was shot at least twice, and those officers were immediately suspended without pay and later charged with murder.
Dana, I understand you have also spoken with the family of the victim here, the daughter of Melissa Perez. What did she say about these charges?
Yeah. I mean, she's heartbroken. She felt that the officers could have done more to de-escalate the situation. Here's what else she had to say.
It hurts because she could have been here right now. She didn't have to die. You know, there was so many other things that could have been done. And now my brothers and me don't have our mom for the rest of our life. Like, it's gone. In that instant, they took that from us.
Now, Perez was a mother of 4. We're told that the family is planning to file a lawsuit sometime this week. We have reached out to those officers for comment, and Ellison, we have yet to hear back.
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you.
Well, today we're getting a first look at a possible defense for the man charged with killing 4 University of Idaho college students. Attorneys for Bryan Kohberger now say the state is, quote, hiding its entire case by not revealing details about just how investigators were led to Kohberger. One of the critical pieces of evidence in this case has been a knife sheath found at the scene. Prosecutors say the sheath had Kohberger's DNA on it. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos now. So, Danny, clearly it looks like Kohberger's team is really honing in on this knife sheath. Of course, it's not the only form of evidence here. So why is the defense so keen on DNA evidence right now?
The defense wants disclosure of what is called IgG or FGG. This is forensic genealogical evidence, and it's relatively new in the world of DNA evidence. This is not your O.J. Simpson trial DNA evidence. That kind of DNA evidence, STR DNA analysis, has been around for a long time, but it has much more limitations, and its use is really confined to law enforcement. When you use this IgG-type genealogical testing, that is something that law enforcement laboratories don't even have really the capability to run through their systems. What they do instead is they create a profile using private laboratories and actually searching through these public data, these public disclosure companies who allow them to create a profile. And really what the defense is saying that, hey, the state used this to create a profile that led them to essentially gave them a DNA tip as to find Kohberger. The problem is the state says, yeah, we use that, but we're not planning on introducing any of that. We're only planning on using the STR evidence, the old DNA, the old version of DNA evidence that we found on the knife sheath and that we compared to Koberger. That's it. We're not even going to deal with, the jury's never going to hear about this family tree genealogical evidence. Therefore, we don't have to disclose it. And the bottom line is the level of discovery that must be provided to the defense in criminal cases is actually much more restricted than folks think it is.
All right, Danny Savalas with that latest analysis. Thank you so much.
The suspect in the deadly mass shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado has pleaded guilty to murder and hate crimes charges. 5 people were killed at Club Q in November of 2022. Their killer is set to serve 5 consecutive life sentences in prison. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has been following this shooting from the very beginning. Steve, I want to start with the victims here, the families. They had to be notified that there was going to be a plea deal, right? What did they think?
Yeah, it's Colorado law that you notify the families that a plea deal is coming, so they're ready on the day of the hearing, ready with impact statements, ready to possibly hear what may be the sentencing guidelines, and that's exactly what happened. As we understand it, this was maybe about a month in the making, discussions between the prosecutors and those families, and of course the defense team, which culminated in this. And I think really the deal was about avoiding a lengthy trial, avoiding what would have been a lengthy buildup to a lengthy trial, and then avoiding all the details that would have come out during the trial. This was speedy. This was pretty factually sound as far as the prosecution was concerned. I think the defense realized that. So they took this plea deal, which essentially, again, eschewed the entire trial process. That means there is no right to an appeal process. That means there's no right of parole. That also does not have any impact on a coinciding federal investigation, though. We know the FBI has been investigating this as well for several months, including what could be federal hate crime charges, which could lead to the possibility of a federal execution. We don't know anything more about whether or not this state hearing will influence the federal investigation, but that's part of it as well. For now, families feeling sort of the catharsis of the speediness in which this happened, the hearing, right to the plea, right to the sentencing, right to Aldridge, who is now serving multiple consecutive life sentences behind bars. Allison.
Steve Patterson, thank you.
We're going to turn now to breaking news out of Russia, where President Vladimir Putin just addressed the armed military rebellion over the weekend.
Yeah, NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons is in Moscow and joins us now. Keir, Putin delivered these remarks through state media just a few moments ago. What did he have to say?
Well, it's pretty stunning, honestly. He didn't make any announcements, any changes. He actually doubled down on what he had to say on Saturday, condemning basically that rebellion that rocked Russia, describing it as a mutiny, a tragic mistake, calling on the members of that independent, that private army to join the Russian military, saying it would have ended in big bloodshed, that's what he was trying to avoid. It's most stunning, though, because it comes just hours. This was a 5-minute speech by President Putin. It comes just hours after an 11-minute kind of diatribe, if you like, by the leader of that independent army, the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, in which he backed away from conceding that his soldiers would join the Russian military. He basically defiantly defended what happened on Saturday, even suggesting that the march by his soldiers towards here in Moscow had exposed security failures in Russia, and in that sense been kind of a good thing, denied that he was trying to topple President Putin. So what you have now, in a sense, is a war of words between President Putin and this leader of a renegade group of mutineers, as President Putin would describe them. And frankly, where it goes from now is well, it's impossible to know.
And as Clay, it's so interesting looking at all of the photos, a reminder for our viewers of how close Yevgeny Prigozhin and Russian President Vladimir Putin have been over the years. A massive turn here. They were incredibly influential in terms of the fight in Ukraine, in the battle for Bakhmut. A lot to watch. Keir Simmons in Moscow, thank you so much. We appreciate your reporting.
Thanks, Keir. Well, up next, we're going to talk health. Weight loss pills may soon replace those increasingly popular injections. Coming up, what doctors say people looking to shed a few pounds need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, powerful weight loss drugs have surged in popularity, but now options for just how to administer these are expanding. Currently, most of them are given as injections.
Yeah, but now drug makers are working on an alternative with pills that could potentially be just as effective. That includes an oral version of Ozempic. Joining us now is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, how would these weight loss pills work, and how might they compare to an injectable?
And good afternoon. And these weight loss pills would work exactly the way the injections work, but taking a pill instead of injecting yourself once daily or once weekly. And so the big difference is here, when you're doing the injectables, it's a once weekly injection. It does not necessarily have to do anything with food, as your stomach doesn't have to be empty. And it is more expensive than the pills, which are taken either daily or twice daily. But some of them either require an empty stomach or not having eaten within a certain time period. But we do think they are going to be cheaper. The effects are almost identical, 15% weight loss at 68 weeks, which is pretty much in par with what the injectables are. So effects the same, the convenience much improved.
So, Dr. John, what do we know about safety? How safe would this pill be, and would they have the same side effects as, say, the injections?
And in the trials, it looked like the side effects were essentially the same, but a little bit more for the oral pills. And part of that could be because you're taking it on a daily basis. And you can see the side effects right there, mostly gastrointestinal type issues. 6% of participants in the trials did end up not taking it, stopped taking it during the trial because of these side effects. So, like I said, the side effects seem to be the same as injectables, but seem to be more so in people taking the oral pills. And again, probably because you're taking it every day.
Any sense, Dr. Torres, of how soon these pills might be available to customers, and any indication of what the price tag would be?
So as far as the price, we still aren't sure exactly how much it's going to be, but we do think it's going to be cheaper. Part of it's because of the way they're made and the way they're stored. As far as availability, there are 3 manufacturers right now that are looking at this. The one is in the lead, Novo Nordisk. They are looking for an FDA approval probably sometime this year. Lilly is in phase 3. They're just beginning that trial. Once they finish it, then they'll move on to FDA approval. And Pfizer is a little bit behind phase 2, and hopefully maybe next year.
All right, time will tell. Dr. John Torres, thank you so much.
Today, more than half of all U.S. states have laws restricting abortion access. Anti-abortion activists, they have long said that adoptions would surge if abortion was widely restricted.
So 1 year after the controversial Dobbs ruling, I spoke to adoption agencies about the state of adoption in the U.S. and one woman in Texas about her journey.
This is the moment Madeline Ballinger says she made the toughest decision of her life. The moment she chose to place her newborn son up for adoption.
You are so beautiful.
Madeline says restrictive abortion laws in Texas, where she lives, played a major part in her decision to carry her baby to term. The then 20-year-old was already a single mother of one son.
I didn't have a job. I didn't think I could do it at all. I just didn't think I could handle it.
Madeline considered terminating the pregnancy, but Texas had banned abortion at 6 weeks even before Dobbs.
I was already so stressed out, and I was just like, how am I supposed to make that decision in 2 weeks?
She made the final decision to sign the adoption papers 48 hours after delivery.
It's traumatizing, and it can be traumatizing for mama and baby.
Opponents of abortion rights have long argued that overturning Roe v. Wade would result in more adoptions. There is some anecdotal evidence that may be happening in some agencies.
Yeah, we've seen an increase.
The Gladney Center for Adoption, one of the largest adoption agencies in Texas, has seen domestic infant adoptions spike 30% from last year, and phone calls inquiring about adoptions up 55%.
Those are some big gains. Why do you think they're happening?
I do think part of it probably is from the Dobbs ruling. We have seen in conversations we've had with our expectant mothers, some have indicated that had they had an ability to get an abortion, or at least would have considered it had they chosen to do that.
The Adoption Center also citing the pandemic as a potential cause, but there is not enough data to know if this will become a national trend.
The answer is we just don't know yet. We hear from some of our members that their numbers are relatively unchanged, and others are seeing an increase either in inquiries or in placements. So I think we have more work to do to really get to a clear answer on that.
Madeline says restrictive abortion laws rob women of the ability to think through seismic life decisions.
It makes me angry for all the other women who are going through the exact same thing now.
But today, she says she's come to terms with her decision and is thankful she chose an open adoption.
Just seeing how happy he is, seeing how taken care of he is, that helps me cope a lot with the situation.
We've got a lot more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Portland, Oregon, race car drivers gathered over the weekend for a competition with a sustainable spin.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has a look at the all-electric race and the innovative technology that's driving it.
It has all the looks and feels of auto racing.
There's contact. Heidfeld's in the wall.
But not the sounds. This is Formula E. E as in electric. Among the 11 teams competing at the Portland, Oregon E-Prix, a legendary name in auto racing, Andretti Autosports. IndyCar champion Michael Andretti is CEO.
What's the attraction for you with Formula E?
What attracted me to it was the new technology. You know, racing is at the forefront of the technology, so we're seeing stuff that you're probably going to see in your road cars one day.
On the track this year, the Gen 3, billed as the fastest, most sustainable e-car yet. Alessandra Chiliberti is the technical manager.
So do you have two motors in this car?
Exactly. Enabling drivers to recharge the car through braking. Energy now captured from all four wheels.
We're not losing the energy, we're just storing that back into the battery for propelling the car.
Gone are the days when they had to switch cars in the middle of the race because the battery didn't last. Now the battery goes the whole race, some 53 minutes, at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour. Jake Dennis drives for Andretti.
Do you miss the sound of traditional racing?
No, you enjoy it. You enjoy having the peace and quiet, honestly. There's no noise, no vibration, super smooth. It's like a pleasure to drive one of these. You just hear the wind.
There are no gears and ideally no pit stops. Michael Andretti took me for a ride.
What should I expect?
I don't know. I never drove one.
Oh, I'm feeling real good about this.
We'll learn together. I needed a few more laps.
I think you did pretty well for your first time. But there's an even more important competition going on here, the race to sustainability. And everyone from the owners to the vendors to the fans can win.
Julia Paulet drives this effort. The car's electricity is generated from renewable energy.
Actually, this renewable energy here is coming from basically the waste cooking oils from your French fries that is turned into a biofuel that is called HVO.
A sport that CEO Jeff Dodds says is also a learning opportunity for fans.
They're seeing amazing racing brands, so they're seeing elite sport, but they're also seeing a platform to talk about sustainability.
To drive us into the future. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Portland, Oregon.
All right, thanks to Ann for that. Let's take a look at some other stories trending now.
Starting with the BET Awards, which celebrated 50 years of hip-hop just last night. Throughout the show, performers honored late hip-hop stars like Tupac and the Notorious B.I.G. The night also featured a tribute to the genre's most iconic moments, curated by Kid Capri. Busta Rhymes took home the Lifetime Achievement Award, and that's pretty well deserved.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Angela Bassett, another person finally getting some of her flowers. She is going to finally get an Oscar. The Academy announced that she and Mel Brooks will receive honorary Oscars at this year's Governor's Awards. Brooks previously won an award for Best Original Screenplay for The Producers back in 1969. Bassett was previously nominated for her portrayal as King Ramonda in Black Panther 2: Wakanda Forever. She did not win, which sparked some backlash. The Oscars are set for November 18th in Los Angeles.
That one is so well deserved. I'm so glad to see, as you said, her getting her flowers. Well, speaking of celebrities, an emotional night for legendary singer Elton John. He performed what might be his last UK show Sunday. The star took a moment to tell the audience how special it was to say goodbye to British fans at Glastonbury, one of the biggest music festivals in the world. He performed some of his greatest hits, including Benny and the Jets, Rocket Man, and Tiny Dancer.
Good songs, all of them. Taylor Swift, she is requesting, quote, kindness and gentleness from fans ahead of Speak Now Taylor's Version's album release in July. Swift urged her fans to be kind online right before performing her song Dear John during a concert on Saturday. Swift's request comes amid widespread speculation that her song is about fellow musician John Mayer.
And here's a face anyone could love. Meet Scooter, just crowned the world's ugliest dog. The 7-year-old Chinese crested dog beat 17 others for the coveted title. The contest has been held annually for nearly 50 years. So congratulations to that.
Congratulations to Scooter.
Rough title, but we'll take it. I'm Zing Clay.
I'm Ellison Barber. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
If it's Monday, Russia in crisis. President Putin speaks out for the first time since the abrupt end of the revolt that challenged his authority and had Russian mercenaries marching toward Moscow. Plus, NBC's first presidential poll since Donald Trump's federal indictment showing the former president expanding his lead over his Republican rivals, while DeSantis' standing declines. And our poll shows concerns growing among Democrats about President Biden's physical and mental fitness for office as the White House faces a fresh set of headwinds and headaches heading into 2024. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We begin today with the latest dramatic developments after this weekend's aborted rebellion in Russia. After Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the group of Russian mercenaries, led his troops on a march toward Moscow in an unprecedented challenge to Vladimir Putin's regime before abruptly turning around and seemingly agreeing to a deal sending him into exile. Now, moments ago, Russian state media played comments from Putin which it says he made from the Kremlin. Putin calling the revolt blackmail and vowing revenge against those behind it, but also praising the Wagner soldiers, calling the majority of them patriots.
The organizers of this rebellion cannot but understand that they will be brought to justice. Everybody understands that. This is criminal activity, which is aimed at weakening the country, which and this was a colossal threat. From outside, we are threatened.
Now, earlier today, President Biden addressed the situation for the first time, detailing how the U.S. and its allies are approaching the turmoil inside Russia with urgency and also caution.
I also convened our key allies on a Zoom call to make sure we're all on the same page. It's critical that we're coordinated in our response and coordinated in what we to anticipate. They agreed with me that we had to make sure we gave Putin no excuse. Let me emphasize, we gave Putin no excuse to blame this on the West or to blame this on NATO. We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
Now, President Biden says he reaffirmed the U.S.'s support for Ukraine during a call with President Zelensky yesterday. The Ukrainian leader's office, meanwhile, released video it says shows him visiting troops in the Donbas region in the midst of his country's counteroffensive. Whether this marks a turning point in the war remains to be seen. But what is clear, according to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Putin's air of invincibility has taken a major hit. Here's Blinken with Chuck yesterday.
Well, Chuck, if you put this in perspective, what we've seen is extraordinary. Think about it this way. 16 months ago, Russian forces were on the doorstep of Kyiv in Ukraine, believing they would take the capital in a matter of days and erase the country from the map as an independent country. Now, what we've seen is Russia having to defend Moscow, its capital, against mercenaries of its own making.
Today, we also heard from the Wagner Group's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, for the first time since he led that short-lived revolt. In an audio recording posted on his press office's Telegram channel, he says he acted to protect his fighters and not to oust Putin. Now, a short time ago, Senator Mark Warner told my colleague Andrea Mitchell that Prigozhin is now apparently in the Belarusian capital city of Minsk in a hotel without windows. The White House and State Department, though, say they have no confirmation of his location. Joining me now to discuss all of this, NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, who's live from Moscow. Keir, thank you so much for joining me. So what do you make of these remarks that we heard from President Putin? What were the key takeaways for you?
Well, I think it was an address to the Russian nation, but really aimed at an audience of one, or perhaps an audience of just a few. President Putin absolutely asserting himself, doubling down, if you like, on the comments that he made on Saturday. And remember why that's important, because later on the Saturday we saw what looked like this kind of a compromise where Yevgeny Prigozhin would be allowed to go to Belarus if his fighters joined, and this was the way it was reported, although it was hard to tell exactly what the compromise was, but if his fighters agreed to join the Russian military. Well, now President Putin again calling on those fighters to join the military, describing, as you mentioned at the beginning there, this as blackmail, once again calling it a mutiny. Why is that important? Well, in a sense, it's kind of like a war of words between President Putin and Prigozhin, because just a few hours earlier we had this 11-minute audio from Prigozhin in which he was insisting that he had not tried to topple President Putin, but though renewing his criticism of the Russian military leadership here, and suggesting even that his so-called march on Moscow was good because it had exposed security failures in Russia. So quite some statement from Prigozhin, and the answer very firmly from President Putin. We are hearing from Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, tonight, Kristen, that in fact President Putin is now locked in a meeting with law enforcement officers, including the head of the FSB, Bortnikov, and a number of others. That is a high-level meeting, and given what President Putin said today, or just said in the past few hours, you have to assume that one of the things they're going to be discussing is how to hold those responsible for this rebellion that rocked Russia over the weekend. How to hold those people responsible. Now, does that include Prigozhin? Is he now in Belarus? We don't know. And what does that mean for what was supposed to be part of this deal? Allegedly was that Prigozhin would not be prosecuted, would not be pursued legally. Once again, we just have to say there are so many questions, so many things we don't know, and where this goes from here is difficult to predict. But, you know, honestly, despite Prigozhin saying that he was not challenging President Putin, it was hard to imagine how the leader of Russia would be able to accept a challenge like this. And frankly, and his statement tonight indicates that he certainly is not.
Yeah, I think that is such an important point to highlight here. And it's just not overstated to say this is really the first real threat to Vladimir Putin's leadership and standing that we have seen, certainly in this moment. What is his standing right now? What did you make of what we heard from him? Is he someone who is on shaky ground, Keir?
Well, there's only one independent polling organization here in Russia, and it has shown President Putin's polling favorability numbers going up since the so-called special military operation in Ukraine. Perhaps you could easily argue, of course you could, that, you know, Russians won't answer even a sort of, you know, private poll, honestly. But from the conversations that I have with Russians, I do think that there is still huge support for President Putin. And I think actually you can see that in the fact that Yevgeny Prigozhin is saying, I'm not trying to challenge President Putin. I'm just trying to challenge the people around him. So that gives you an indication, I think, of where this country is. I do think that people are concerned about how long that so-called special military operation in Ukraine has gone on for. And, you know, former members of the Russian government tell me that the question, one of the questions people are asking is, you know, where is the end point? You know, at what point does it stop? Another interesting point to mention is that next year, next March, President Putin faces an election here in Russia, and he will take that seriously, and therefore, you know, he will want to try and find some kind of a resolution. That's a political pressure on the leader of Russia. It's so multi-dimensional, this, and I think we're going to be in for some more surprises as this plays out.
Oh, I think you are right. Keir, thank you so much for being there for us on the front lines. Please be safe. We so appreciate your incredible reporting, as always. We're going to get more on the situation inside Russia in a moment with former Ambassador McFaul. But first, I do want to bring in Kelly Kobiela, who's in Kyiv. So, Kelly, thank you for joining us as this situation unfolds. How is Ukraine reacting to the extraordinary developments that took place over the weekend?
Well, on one hand, you hear statements from President Zelensky and others saying that Moscow is weak, that Russia is weak, that the leadership is in chaos. But on the other hand, there is a real concern here that there could be some sort of large-scale attack, some sort of way of diverting attention to the turmoil that we're seeing in Russia right now. And actually, leadership here has been sounding the alarm now for several days about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a place that the Russians have controlled now for months and months, almost from the early days of the war, sounding the alarm that the Russians could mount some sort of attack there, create some sort of disaster, nuclear disaster surrounding that plant. In fact, the head of intelligence for the military said just yesterday, told the New Statesman, that the situation has never been as serious as it is now in relation to that plant. Today, Sergei Lavrov was asked about this in Russia, the foreign minister, and said, absolute nonsense, nothing's going to happen, it's all talk. But there is a real concern there that Russia could do something in this space to distract attention from what's happening in Russia.
Kelly Kobiela, as always, and to you, please be safe as well. Thank you for bringing us your incredible reporting from Kyiv. We really appreciate it. For more analysis on what's going on in Russia, I'm joined now by Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia and an NBC News international affairs analyst, and retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, senior advisor at Human Rights First and former commander of U.S. Army Europe. Thank you both so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Ambassador McFaul, let me start with you. What do you make of what we heard from President Putin in these remarks that he delivered?
I think Putin's trying to do what Prigozhin was trying to do 3 days earlier with the Russian conventional army. He's trying to divide the leaders of Wagner from the soldiers. He's saying to the soldiers, you were deceived by your leaders. They tricked you into doing this mutiny. Come back to us. Join our forces. But he's throwing the leadership under the bus. He's saying they were traitors, they led this mutiny, and trying to put a divide there. And that suggests to me that they're not having success in getting those Wagner mercenaries to lay down their weapons and join the conventional forces. Otherwise, why would he make such an extraordinary speech?
Ambassador, is Vladimir Putin weakened in this moment and by this, what was an attempted rebellion, but obviously was cut off?
Without question. I mean, anytime you have two different armies that are supposed to be loyal to the president threatening to fight each other, that's not a good look. It's not a good look that people on the streets of Rostov were cheering for Mr. Prigozhin and his soldiers. And then he took the hard decision, right? He did not escalate. I think this is very important to understand. He could have gone after them and used force. He decided to negotiate with somebody who only hours earlier he had called a traitor, and he thought it was all done. But tonight suggests it's not all done. And that's why he is going out of his way with this extraordinary speech to try to divide the Wagner soldiers from their commanders. And I don't know if he'll be successful.
Lieutenant General Hodges, weigh in on that point. What do you make of what we heard and the fact that he's trying to, as Ambassador McFaul has said, alienate and separate Prigozhin from his fighters? Will it be effective?
Well, first of all, everything that we've seen over the last 72 hours is not the kind of thing you would see from an army that feels confident that it is on a path to victory. So the fact that this has happened reveals enormous fault lines and friction between the different military forces inside Russia. They all hate each other. The regular army always has hated mercenaries as much as they hate Chechens and the FSB intelligence service. And so that really has come out. I think the ambassador is correct, of course, that President Putin realizes he needs those thousands of Wagner fighters. I mean, it will be a real challenge for them to replace the 10, 15, 20,000, however many there really are, the experienced soldiers. The Russians need them. And so there's a practical reason for this as well as for his own preservation.
And Lieutenant General Hodges, just let me follow up with you on that point. You talk about the divisions inside Putin's inner circle. This is something we've been reporting on since Russia's war in Ukraine first began. Is this something that exposes those divisions, exacerbates them? I mean, could this ultimately lead to a change at the top?
Well, the fact that Minister Shoigu is still the defense minister is a clear indicator that for now, President Putin values loyalty more than he does competence. I mean, it'd be hard to find a defense minister more incompetent than Mr. Shoigu based on how the Russian Ministry of Defense has performed over the past several years. The fact that they were unable to stop this 400-vehicle convoy that left Rostov, headed past Voronezh en route to Moscow, that there was nobody there to even stop them, tells you what terrible shape they're in. But maybe at some point, Shoigu is gone, Gerasimov is gone. But the problems that they have are so deeply embedded in the corruption of the culture that it's going to take more than just getting a really good Minister of Defense in there.
Yeah, Ambassador McFaul, pick up on that point. I mean, yes, Defense Minister Shoigu is still in his position of power, but do you think there are people behind the scenes who are angling for Putin's job, and do they see an opening right now?
There may be people thinking about it and thinking he's a bad leader. I think there are a lot of people in Russia thinking he's a bad leader and especially did a tremendous damage to Russia's economy, to its security, to its standing in the world by invading Ukraine. That said, I don't see any indications that there's another Prigozhin-like figure waiting to overthrow Putin. Tragically, I think Putin will hold on for much longer than this. But make no mistake, he's holding on as a weak leader. This is an extraordinary set of events that he's never faced before in his 23 years of ruling. And that today, he had to double down with a second plea. He's begging these soldiers, and I don't want to call them soldiers. That's an insult to real soldiers. He's begging these mercenaries, these thugs, these killers to lay down their weapons and join him because they haven't done it. They didn't do it when he cut that first deal with Prigozhin. That's a sign of desperation from Vladimir Putin, not a sign of strength.
This is taking place against the backdrop of Ukraine's counteroffensive. It has only recently gotten underway. But General Hodges, what are the implications for Ukraine here? Obviously, President Zelensky, we heard an emboldened message from him over the weekend.
Well, of course, anytime your opponent is having real difficulty with their command structure and there's chaos and people don't trust each other, this is a good thing for Ukraine. I don't expect the Russian army is just going to collapse now, but I think the divisions that have been exposed, and by the way, I think Putin does not know who to trust right now. There's a lot of military that should have been out in the streets, immediately to defend the country, to defend the regime, and they pretty much sat on their hands. The fact that Rostov was taken so quickly and easily, I think a lot of people have been exposed here. So there's going to be some opportunity, I think, for the Ukrainians through the use of information. Mr. Reznikov has already been reaching out directly to Russian soldiers saying, you don't have to die here. The real enemy is back in Moscow. Leave or surrender, and you will live. So I think that's part of what's going on here. But at the end of the day, the Ukrainian forces are going to continue their counteroffensive. The main attack has not started yet. They're still working to create vulnerabilities. When they do find those, then I think you're going to see a very strong armored force exploit those vulnerabilities.
Ambassador McFaul, could this be a turning point in the war in Ukraine, given that the counteroffensive is underway? What do you make of this moment?
It could. I don't think in the immediate run, but maybe in the long run. And the thing that I would be most concerned about if I were Putin is what is the morale of those soldiers dug inside Ukraine? Because Prigozhin made a very dramatic speech telling them that they'd been deceived, that there was no threat from NATO, there was no threat from Ukraine. Your commanders have deceived you. And if you're sitting there watching this fiasco, you're sitting there watching where your commanders did not take charge. They did not fight to crush this mutiny. They dealt with it. They did a deal with them. You've got to be wondering, why am I here? And I think, to General Hodges' point, that is the messaging that the Ukrainians, President Zelensky himself did it. That's a message that they want to be stressing. I think that could be the pivotal point, not the actual ability to fight, but the will to fight. If it doesn't look like your generals are backing you, why should you stay the course?
All right. Well, just incredible analysis. Thank you both, Ambassador McFaul and Lieutenant General Hodges. Really appreciate it. Coming up, former President Trump expands his lead over Ron DeSantis and the Republican field, even as he faces a second criminal indictment. The biggest takeaways from our brand new NBC poll and what it means for the race for the White House next. Plus, amid rising concerns among voters about President Biden's fitness for office, I'll speak with a key Biden ally and congressional leader ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm probably the only person in history in this country that's been indicted and my numbers went up.
Welcome back. That was former President Trump speaking to a group of evangelical voters over the weekend as new polling from NBC News shows him expanding his lead in the Republican presidential primary. And joining me now at the big board with the story from our new NBC News poll is NBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, it is great to see you. So he was right there. His poll numbers are expanding. What are you seeing in our latest polling? This is remarkable.
Yeah, our latest polling, and it's consistent with a lot of the other polling we've seen out there, so it doesn't seem to be an outlier at all. But this is the state of the Republican race in our new NBC poll right here. And you see Donald Trump running with an absolute majority, with 51% in this crowded Republican field right now, nearly 30 points ahead of his nearest competitor, Ron DeSantis. Nobody else even in double digits right here. The last time we took a poll, a national poll of the Republican electorate, was back in April. Back then, Donald Trump in our poll was at 46%. So he's actually moved up 5 points since then. And, you know, just as interestingly here, when you ask folks their positive, negative view, again, these are Republican voters here, but you ask them, do you have a positive or negative view of the candidates? There are some Republicans, just about between 1 in 5 and 1 in 4 with a negative view, but 2 out of 3 Republicans, a very positive view of Donald Trump. You see the others here. DeSantis is popular, but he's just not attracting the support that Trump is. And in fact, we asked folks, take all the other names out of this. If it's just Trump and it's just DeSantis, the only two who are registering in double digits right now, who would you support? Emphatically, Republicans say Trump over DeSantis.
Wow. And again, as Mr. Trump says, this comes after his indictment, his second indictment. Steve, does our polling show anything, or I should say, what does our polling show about the extent to which voters care about this latest indictment?
Yeah, it's very similar to what we saw back in the spring. We asked it after the action in New York, the legal action taken against Donald Trump in New York, and we asked Republicans basically two different possibilities here. We asked them, we said, one, given the investigations, is it important to nominate a candidate who won't be distracted, or someone who can focus on beating Biden, or are the investigations politically motivated attempts to stop Trump? No other candidate is like Trump. We must support him now to keep his opponents from winning. And you see it was 68% choosing that second option. So we said back then, keep an eye on that number, because that could set the tone for any future legal actions against Donald Trump. And we've seen another legal action. This indicated back in April the possibility that, hey, there would be, there would be a rally around Trump effect if there was another legal action. And it appears there was. Yeah, and just to be very clear and to put a fine point on it, there's not a whole lot of good news in this poll for Ron DeSantis, is there? No, as we see, DeSantis nearly 30 points behind Trump. Our poll back in April had him about 15 points behind Trump. There was other polling at the start of the year, just coming off those 2022 midterm elections. There was other polling, national polling, that actually had DeSantis ahead. But just take a look at this right now. This is with all voters, general election voters here. You see none of the principles here. Joe Biden is not popular. Donald Trump is really not popular, 56% with a negative view. But DeSantis getting known outside the Republican Party now. More than 3 out of 4 voters have an opinion of him. 46% negative on DeSantis. So he's fallen 30 points behind Trump. And one of the arguments that DeSantis folks want to make is that he's more electable than Trump. He does do a couple points better in our poll against Biden, but you see those negatives are getting awfully high there to be making an electability argument. All right, Steve Kornacki, it's just fascinating. Thank you so much for breaking all of those numbers down for us. Good to see you. With me on set now to put these numbers into perspective is Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Amy, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Good to see you, too. Let me give you one more figure. 77% of GOP primary voters say the federal charges against Trump in the classified document case give them either
minor concerns or no real concerns at all.
That's right. Because if you believe that these are politically motivated, then which I think pretty much, as we've seen over and over again, Republican voters believe that Donald Trump is being persecuted, whether it's by the media or by the justice system or overzealous prosecutors, and that you can't take any of this seriously because he is just always going to be this target. And this is the challenge, right? If you'd say, well, now what do you do if you're an opponent to Donald Trump? You're Chris Christie, you say, well, I'm just going to keep going after him, saying he's not electable, he is not a moral person, he is a loser from losing 2020, 2022, he's going to lose again. If you look at those polling numbers, those don't even really tell you that, one, he would definitely lose. Steve is right, he's a little bit behind, but not much further behind Biden than, say, where DeSantis sits. And more important, Republican primary voters, that's not a message that they want to hear. They're not at all interested in that message.
That's why you see so many of Trump's challengers holding their fire.
Yeah.
I want to delve into what's happening with DeSantis because it really is fascinating. Our polling shows that he is running strongest against Trump with moderates, college-educated voters, and Republicans who say they're not part of the MAGA movement. And yet, DeSantis is trying to run to the right of former President Trump. Is that a flawed strategy? Is it a mismatch in his messaging?
Right. Or that the only people right now who are committed to voting against Donald Trump are the people who were always committed to voting against Donald Trump, and they've been looking for a vessel. And he is an acceptable vessel in the sense of, well, at least he's not Donald Trump. The question is, how do you win over those other voters who still like Donald Trump, who think he's being persecuted, who think that he is still the right person for the job, who think he can beat Joe Biden? How do you get those voters? That is really, really the key question, because right now, DeSantis, again, as Steve pointed out, it's not that he's been disliked. It's just among Republicans. It's just that he's not really standing out that much. I don't think Republican voters are looking at him and going, you know, you're right. This is a much better pick for me. That he's much more, there's something about him that is more compelling than Donald Trump. Donald Trump will always be the most compelling candidate. So how do you eat into that? It's very tough to do.
Yeah. President Biden still beats former President Trump narrowly in a head-to-head matchup. And I've been talking to a number of Democrats who say, we need Trump to win if we're going to win the White House. Is that a flawed reasoning? I mean, especially given what we saw in 2016.
That's right. If your entire rationale is we win as long as the alternative is much worse, then that works if the alternative is actually that candidate. The challenge that Biden has is the economy, Russia, all these big issues, they're important. But his age is the issue. And that is not going to go anywhere between now and then, right? You can't change that. You can't suddenly make people all of a sudden feel better about the fact that you have an 81-year-old who will be, if he wins a second term, in his mid-80s to late 80s by the time he leaves office. That fundamentally is what is holding, I think, Biden's numbers down. And even with Trump on the ticket is a weight.
And voters' concerns about his fitness for office going up in our poll.
Right.
Amy Walter, thank you so much. Great to see you. Up next, what Ron DeSantis told NBC News when we asked him about his decline in our new NBC poll. We'll bring that to you. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made his first formal policy announcement as a presidential candidate this morning, unveiling a slate of aggressive border policies at an event near the border in Eagle Pass, Texas. The policy, dubbed No Excuses, would send military resources to the border. It would end birthright citizenship and turn back migrants as their asylum claims are being processed. As we showed you earlier in the hour, the announcement comes as DeSantis dropped nearly 10 points among GOP primary voters in our new NBC News poll. Joining me now to discuss this and his interview with Governor DeSantis, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who joins me from Eagle Pass, Texas. So, Gabe, you talked to Governor DeSantis this morning. What did he say? What were your big takeaways from the border plan?
Hi there. Hi there, Kristen. Good afternoon. Greetings from a very warm Texas. Governor Ron DeSantis feeling the heat here. It's over 100 degrees, but he's also taking that much more aggressive stance against former President Trump, attacking him on his signature issue. And yes, as you mentioned, some of those details of his proposal, it also talked about ending birthright citizenship, reinstituting that controversial Remain in Mexico policy. But Kristen, some of DeSantis's critics say that these proposals are mirroring what former President Trump has advocated for all along. But the governor told me this isn't about necessarily disagreeing with those policies. It's pointing out, as you mentioned in his tagline, no excuses. What he is arguing is that former President Trump may have promised a lot, but did not deliver on all of it. And that's the argument he's trying to make to these GOP primary voters, Kristen.
And Gabe, I know you also asked him about the fact that he dropped 10 points in our latest poll, as Steve Kornacki just showed us. What was his response to that?
Well, that is a big question right now. While he would do better than former President Trump, according to that poll, against a hypothetical matchup against President Biden, he would need to get through Mr. Trump first in that GOP primary. I asked him about that. Take a listen. How do you explain to your supporters and your donors that since your campaign has launched, you've dropped 9 points?
So two things. One, I think if you look the swing states, Biden beats Trump in the swing states, and I beat Biden handily in the swing states. That's ultimately the election right there. Who's going to win Georgia, Arizona? Obviously, I'll win Florida if I'm the candidate in Texas, Wisconsin, those states. You've got to be able to do that. If you don't have a path to do that, then nominating doesn't make sense. There's other polls in the primary I've grown. I think at the end of the day, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're doing everything we need to do in these early states.
A marathon, not a sprint, Chris. And another thing about his immigration proposals that struck me, he really tried to hit today this idea that if someone is trying to get into the U.S., and we're here, right here at the Rio Grande, if somebody's trying to cut through border wall, he is saying he wants the law enforcement down here to be able to shoot on sight and use deadly force to combat drug smugglers. I know that came up during the Trump administration, but again, Governor Ron DeSantis trying to make the case that he will do that, and he's unapologetic about it. The Trump campaign, meanwhile, I talked to them a little earlier today. They're trying to make the case that, look, again, this is a copy of what former President Trump said years ago, and they look at Governor DeSantis or are trying to paint him as a Fisher-Price candidate, essentially, that not the real thing, that they think former President Trump is best positioned to deliver on that issue of immigration, which is so critical to these GOP primary voters, Kristen.
Gabe, very quickly before I let you go, Governor DeSantis is basically saying, look, I'm running to the right of Trump on a whole host of issues, whether it's immigration, abortion, the culture issues. And yet, if you look into our poll, the voters who are most attracted to him among GOP primary voters are moderates, are people who've rejected the MAGA message. So is he standing by his messaging?
Well, at this point, look, he is laser focused, as his campaign sees it, on these GOP primary voters, as you mentioned. Now, that polling is incredibly interesting, and it really should be interesting how it plays out over the coming weeks, whether he can somehow go to the right of Trump, but also attract moderates. It's unclear. I will say this, Kristen, during his actual speeches, he is very careful not to attack former President Trump directly. But in these interviews, yes, he is going to the right of Trump. So it should be interesting how this plays out in the coming weeks, Kristen.
Yeah, we'll see if he sharpens his attacks as we get closer to those all-important debates. Gabe, thank you so much for that and for bringing us your interview. After the break, with the fate of the Democratic Party on the line, 7 in 10 voters now say they're concerned that President Biden may not be fit for another term. Congressman Jim Clyburn, Biden campaign co-chair and a member of the House Democratic leadership, joins us ahead. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Meet the Press Reports breaks them down. Join Chuck Todd every week.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
With expert analysis and in-depth discussions, exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports, Fridays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now and on demand on Peacock and YouTube.
Welcome back. Republican presidential candidates have signaled that support for Ukraine is not a priority for their campaigns as Republicans in Congress continue to balk about extending U.S. funding for the war. On Meet the Press yesterday, Chuck asked Congressman Don Bacon if Putin's weakened position and this weekend's Wagner Group rebellion is likely to have an impact on the overall GOP position. Take a listen to the exchange.
What do you say to your House Republicans who have been a bit soft on Putin after what we saw over the weekend? Do you think this will change some minds in your conference?
Yeah, I think it's the minority of the Republicans who have been weak on this. I think the majority of us believe that we have to stand by Ukraine. You can't let a bully do what Putin's doing. If you don't stand up to the bully will come back. And it won't be just Ukraine. It could be the Baltics or other countries next. And I think what we saw this weekend was how fragile Putin's leadership is right now, how fragile the military is, the Russian military.
Joining me now on set is Benji Sarlin, Washington bureau chief for Semaphore, Democratic strategist and NBC News political analyst Juanita Tolliver, and Republican strategist and NBC News political analyst Rick Tyler. Thanks to all of you for joining me on this Monday. Benji, let me start with you. What do you make of what we heard from Congressman Bacon? Because the reality is you do have a number of members on Capitol Hill, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, saying they're not going to write a blank check.
With the debt ceiling out of the way, this really is emerging as, I think, the next major conflict for this Congress, maybe the defining fight for this Congress. And you could tell how torn they are by McCarthy himself, who has seemed to sort of bend a little back and forth on how much he wants to say he'll support Ukraine aid versus how much he wants to qualify with no blank check versus the biggest challenge out of this debt limit agreement, how it conforms to these new spending caps that they've agreed to and whether they have to, for example, pay for it by taking money elsewhere or elsewhere in the defense budget. So there's no answer to this that's going to satisfy everyone in the Republican caucus. It's just completely impossible. So we're really going to see, it's going to be up to McCarthy here to find some kind of consensus for it.
Rick, weigh in on this. And is there a political risk here? I mean, I've spoken to a number of Republicans who say, you know, we used to be the party that put strength and foreign policy first, and that this feels like a step back from that.
It does, but you have to consider the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan have changed the mood of the country. But more Republicans need to speak out about defending Ukraine because Putin will not stop in Ukraine. I speak to my colleagues in Poland, in Estonia, and Latvia, and they're right on the NATO front line, and they understand that a weakened NATO is a dangerous world and that we will pay in blood and treasure in the future. Right now, Ukrainians are firing American-made weapons that are working in the field. And as long as Ukrainians are firing those weapons and Americans are not firing these weapons, we should get those weapons to them as quickly as possible. My only criticism about Biden actually and his whole policy is that it's a little too slow. It needs to move a little faster. But he has been excellent on this because he understands, and he also, I think he does understand. I don't know why he said what he said today. I don't think I would advise him to say that. But he understands the precarious leadership of Putin. Putin's in a very precarious situation. Wagner is not a good, they are not good guys. They are very bad guys. But the fact that they were fighting each other shows you weakness attracts aggression. And if we show weakness, Putin will be the aggressor. Putin has shown weakness because he's losing, and that has invited aggression, and I don't think he's the only one.
Let's talk about our poll. I want to delve into it. It shows former President Trump gaining after 2 indictments. Juanita, what do you make of this? I mean, he is, at this point in time, the strong frontrunner in this race, and it sure does look a lot like 2016.
It looks a lot like 2016, but the other thing I noticed about those numbers is the inverse relationship with Trump up 5, with DeSantis down 9. And that just shows that the GOP primary voters are doubling down on Trump. But you know who isn't is independent voters. And when I zoom out to the numbers around the general electorate and showing that Biden's up, what, 4 points, you know, within the margin of error still, but still up on Trump, it shows that those independent voters are moving away from Trump. And 55% of independent voters, according to this poll, are concerned about these indictments. I only expect that number to keep going as we expect more indictments from DOJ or Georgia.
Yeah, Benji, it also shows that concerns about President Biden's fitness for office have increased amongst voters. I mean, do you think Democrats are making a miscalculation by saying that Trump is their best bet? Because I've heard a number of Democrats, as I was just discussing with Amy Walter, come up to me and say, yeah, we really want to face off against Trump. Is that a miscalculation?
So I'll add this important caveat here. There's a lot of attention paid to Democrats and liberals and media figures and commentators' perspective on who they prefer. You know, do you want DeSantis or Trump? It doesn't matter much. This is ultimately up to Republican voters. There's not really a concrete thing that Democrats can do to influence it. But I do think it does get to an interesting debate here, which is, I mean, I think if you ask practically any Democrat, they will say, yeah, Trump can win. We should not act as if this is in the bag. You know, the polling on the face is telling you that this is a completely competitive election, perhaps even more competitive than the last one. So definitely no one should take anything for granted, I don't think.
Rick, weigh in on that. I mean, do you think that Trump is capable of winning the general election? How much concern is there about electability?
I don't, because I don't think the country is ready to go back to the chaos of the Trump administration. But what I see in the polls is two things. And the first is that the Republicans do want an alternative to Donald Trump. And for a while, they thought that was DeSantis. And the Republicans made a summary judgment, okay, not him. The others are much, much lower in the polls, which actually is kind of a good sign, because they have just entered the race and people have not made a judgment about this. Remember, this is 57 races, 50 states, 6 territories, and 1 convention that decided. But the other thing I see in this polls is that people, and this is very dangerous, by the way, people do not trust our institutions. This is not a judgment on Trump. This is a judgment against the Justice Department. This is a judgment against election officials. And that's very dangerous when a democracy is undermining its institutions and people don't have trust in them. That's a future I don't want to contemplate.
And Juanita, that's obviously something that President Biden has spent a lot of time talking about as well. But how concerned are Democrats when they see these numbers, when they see the fact that voters are increasingly concerned about his fitness for office?
I think it raises enough concern for them to go back to the reality that this is going to be another choice election. And so when they say they want to take on Trump, they know they can stand those two records side by side. They can show a clear juxtaposition like between these two men as individuals and as candidates and potential leaders for this country, and all the threats that come along with Trump.
Well, listen, 55% of Americans think that Trump is also unfit in some way or have concerns about his ability to serve. So that's not a good sign.
One of the fascinating things, and we've been talking about this throughout the show, is this idea that the voters, the GOP primary voters who prefer DeSantis are the moderates, are the ones who've rejected the MAGA messaging, Benji, and yet he's trying to run to the right of former President Trump on issues like immigration and abortion. Is that a failed strategy, or is that not the best strategy, I should say, at this point in time?
Well, here's the good news for DeSantis, is that this is how the strategy in theory is supposed to work, at least half of it, which is that you run to Trump's right, you try to peel off some of those MAGA voters, and then the remaining moderates in the party are so sick of Trump that even though you've moved so far to the right, even though you're trying to outflank Trump on the same issues, they'll feel absolutely compelled to go with you anyway. So the good news for DeSantis is some of them are still taking that approach and saying, yeah, DeSantis may be too far right to my liking, but he's the only ticket out of this ride.
Yikes.
The problem is everywhere else right now. Trump cannot seem to get a parade behind him from these voters.
Real quick, though, look, too many of these candidates have this hope that somehow Trump will fall apart and they'll be the choice.
It's not gonna.
Hope is not a political plan. No. That doesn't work. Christie's actually the only one, and maybe Asa Hutchinson were saying, you know, I got to turn the tables. I may not have a chance, or it may be slim, but at least I got to turn the tables, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, they're the only two candidates.
And Christie's up 5 points.
Yeah. All right, guys, thank you very much. Great conversation, Benji, Juanita, and Rick. Still to come, my one-on-one interview with Congressman Jim Clyburn. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery.
All right, it just need to.
Welcome back. President Biden often responds to questions about his age and fitness for office and ability to serve a second term with a quick comeback, "Watch me." But as we talked about with the panel, our new NBC News poll shows voters are doing just that, and they're still worried. A whopping 68% overall say they have major or moderate concerns about President Biden having the mental and physical health to be president. That's up 17 points from October 2020. And take a look at this. Those doubts are rising among Democrats, with 43% calling the president's fitness for office a concern, up 22 points since 2020. Joining me now is the Assistant Democratic Leader, Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. He's also a national co-chair for the Biden campaign. Congressman, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, Congressman, you see those numbers. Why do you think that concerns are increasing about President Biden's fitness for office?
Well, I think that we all are concerned about the aging process. So much about it is unknown. But we all realize that when we are making choices as to who to vote for, we compare the candidates to each other. As long as we're talking about this in sort of a generic sense, then that's going to be a problem. But I think that when we get down to the nuts and bolts, people will compare the two candidates. They'll look at their programs for the future and make decisions. And I think if that were to occur, I feel pretty good about Joe Biden and his chances of success in the next election.
Congressman, though, how concerned are you that the problem seems to be growing for voters? It's not just that it's a problem, it's an increasing problem for voters. Is the president doing enough to counter the narrative that he's unfit to serve?
Well, you may recall some time ago, I said then I thought that age would be a concern, but that the president should confront it head on and dismiss it head on. And I think he can do that.
Congressman, does he need to do more than just say, "Watch me"?
Well, I think that we want to watch him, but I think people tend to feel that levity is sometimes a pretty good way to deal with it. I remember the way Reagan dealt with it when he was being confronted with that question with his opponent. And I think a similar way of dealing with this would be good for Joe Biden.
I want to read you something that Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz said about the disconnect between the White House and the American public. He says they're having a challenging time connecting the achievements of the Biden administration, whether it's the infrastructure bill or the IRA or the CHIPS Act, connecting it to real lives and real job creation. The president's approval ratings in the low 40s right now, Congressman. Do you agree with that assessment? Is the president failing to sell the American people on the policies that he's passed?
I think Tim Walz is on the money with that. Look, I'm here in South Carolina. I'll be meeting tomorrow with Secretary Granholm to discuss electric buses and automobiles and battery plants, all that are being constructed here. A whole new automobile coming to South Carolina. And the next day I will be with Secretary Buttigieg. He just announced today a $29 million program for North Charleston. These are things that this president's doing because this state needs it. And he's vowed to be a president of all the people. And he's demonstrating that time and time again. And I just believe we do have to do a better job of getting that message out to people so they'll know exactly what this president is doing. I don't think we're doing a good enough job of that I think Tim Walz is absolutely correct.
Let me ask you about this head-to-head matchup between President Biden and former President Trump. President Biden is up 4 points. And as I've been saying, I have had Democrats come up to me saying that Trump is going to be the best challenger for him in a general election. Do you worry that some Democrats are repeating the mistakes of 2016 and underestimating Trump?
Yes, I am concerned about that. I don't worry about it a whole lot, but I am really concerned that we have to be careful with this. You know, I'm a history guy, and I know the history of these kinds of things. I remember us coming up short on Ronald Reagan when we thought that nobody would elect a movie star to be president of the United States. And look what that got us. So we have to be very, very careful about this. So many people the last time out thought that Trump had no way of winning the nomination, and he did. And he went on to win the presidency as well. So yes, I'm concerned about that.
Do you think that it's Democrats underestimating former President Trump? Or are you concerned that the president himself is underestimating Mr. Trump? Tim Ryan is warning that the White House may be underestimating the threat.
Well, I don't think the president is. I talk to the president often, and I can tell you he is not spending one moment underestimating Donald Trump or anybody else. He is fully prepared to go to the American people with his record against that of the Republican Party, irrespective of who their nominee may be. Now, in spite of all these numbers, I'm not in the camp yet that feels that Trump is going to be the nominee. He may be. I'm not there yet.
You say that just because it's still early? Because he is running away with
it's still early, and because there's so much out there for people to be concerned about. We've seen his numbers decline, and I think they're going to begin to tank.
Congressman, let me very quickly ask you, Hunter Biden, as you know, accepted a plea deal for failing to pay his taxes over the course of 2 years. He attended a state dinner last week, a state dinner that was also attended by the Attorney General. Was that a mistake? Should Hunter Biden have decided to stay home and not attend that state dinner?
Absolutely not. I'm a father of those. Of course, I have 3 daughters. But let me tell you something. I'm not going to stop being a father to those 3 daughters.
But was it a problem of optics?
I'm sorry?
Was it an optics problem for him to be there?
Well, it may be an optic problem for some people, but for me, it was not a problem. It was him being a dad just a few days after Father's Day.
Okay. Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for joining me to discuss all of this. We really appreciate it. Good to see you. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with breaking news out of Russia, with a clearly angry Vladimir Putin telling his people that blackmail is doomed to fail. His first comments about that near civil war led by a mercenary fighter who's now no longer in the country, we think. That is one of many questions tonight about what happens to Putin and what this means for Ukraine. We're live with team coverage from Moscow and from Kyiv. We're also live in Houston with record-breaking heat for the 3rd week in a row. The flashing red light now, with the electric grid getting pushed to the brink, and ominous storms on the way, adding another layer of danger. Then a potentially precedent-setting case. Can a former police officer be held responsible for not acting fast enough during a school shooting? That's the allegation facing Scott Peterson in Parkland, with his future in a jury's hands right now. Plus, how Shein is defending itself tonight in the face of new controversy over its fast fashion working conditions and a trip they just gave to a bunch of influencers. And why a Marvel hero and a comedy star are teaming up to funnel millions of dollars into Formula One's version of the Dallas Cowboys. So is that going to help win F1 new fans in the U.S.? That's later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and in just the last couple of hours, we are hearing from an angry Vladimir Putin, for the first time talking about the first very real and very serious challenge to his power in more than 2 decades. His message? That he is still very much in charge.
Any kind of blackmail is doomed to failure. This is criminal activity, which is aimed at weakening the country.
Okay, so that's what he's saying here. As far as threats, nothing concrete from that. He is pushing fighters from that mercenary rebel group, the Wagner Group, to either join the Russian military officially or to go home. But he never mentioned by name the man at the center of this attempted rebellion, Yevgeny Prigozhin, which leads us to the first of 4 huge questions for what comes next. What happens to Prigozhin? We heard from him today, too, for the first time since this moment on Saturday. Look, when he was surrounded by fans, basically, leaving the Russian city that his rebel fighters had taken over for just about a day. In a new audio message out on Telegram, Prigozhin says the rebellion was meant to show his protest against essentially how the Kremlin's military leaders are running the war in Ukraine and not meant to topple Putin altogether. Here's the thing. We can't say for sure when or where Prigozhin actually recorded this audio clip. The chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, says Prigozhin's believed to be in Belarus after making a deal. He says in a hotel room with no windows, by the way. But that's not what our Andrea Mitchell is hearing from the State Department. Listen.
Do you have any indication that that's of that as well?
I don't have any assessment on his location.
So that brings us to our next big question. What does the U.S. do next? President Biden may announce a whole new aid package to Ukraine soon, and he's preempting Putin's push today to try to blame the West in a call with allies. Listen.
We made clear that we were not involved. We had nothing to do with it. This was part of a struggle within the Russian system.
Next up, how does this near civil war affect Russia's invasion of Ukraine? Remember, Prigozhin's fighters had a huge presence on the battlefield in the southern part of the country. So are those fighters just going to join up with the Russian military as Putin seems to want, or not? And perhaps the biggest question of all, what happens now to Putin himself? Is his leadership weakened? By how much? We're going to get to Raf Sanchez in Kyiv in just a minute, but I want to start on the ground with Keir Simmons, who is reporting live for us in Moscow with reaction from the Russian side. So, Keir, tell us more about this sort of late-night, late-breaking speech from Vladimir Putin. He doesn't sound like someone who's too worried by this attempted rebellion, at least from what he's saying.
Well, that's right. I mean, he's asserting his authority in no uncertain terms, Hallie, describing this as a mutiny, as blackmail, even as fratricide. His words for the leaders of this rebellion, if you like, are stark. Just to read a little bit over you. The organizers of the rebellion, betraying their country, their people, betrayed those who were drawn into the crime. They lied to them, pushed them to their death under fire to shoot at their own. So a clear message from President Putin. I think also trying to put clear blue water, if you like, between the leaders, as you mentioned, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of this group, the Wagner Group, and the men themselves, saying that those soldiers should join the Russian army, but that they are also able to go back to their families or to go to Belarus. I think continuing President Putin to try to avoid a confrontation between the Russian army and these renegade soldiers, this militia, because I think he realized over the weekend, by his own account, he realized over the weekend that would be bloodshed and a terrible thing, honestly. He talks about, you know, the worry of Russians fighting Russians and says that he held off doing anything in order to try to avoid that. But as you mentioned, I mean, really, this statement was from President Putin was an address to the nation, but really designed for one person, and that was the man he didn't mention, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who gave that audio message earlier in the day where he seemed to double down himself, offering no concessions, saying his men mostly don't want to join the Russian army, and saying he doesn't plan to disband his militia. So, you know, a war of words, really, between these two men, and quite extraordinary tonight.
Give us a sense, Keir, as you have made your way now back into the Russian borders, as you are live for us tonight in Moscow. Are people talking about it there? How is this playing on state media? What's the sense that you're getting from being on the ground?
Yeah, you're not going to see Yevgeny Prigozhin on state media, certainly not those pictures you showed earlier of the Russian public cheering and even taking selfies with him at Rostov, which is, you know, just under 700 miles, 600 miles from here in Moscow. That is not something that the Russians are being fed, if you like, or certainly not getting access to easily. So listen, the Russian people, I mean, you can see behind me, Moscow is looking fairly relaxed. It's kind of, life back to normal. We did go out today and speak to people on the street, and a number of them did say that they were frightened over the weekend, but many really just kind of describing just not really knowing where this goes from here. And I think in many ways that is an honest assessment. We really don't know what the next few days, next few weeks, even next few months hold. Clearly, the Kremlin determined to reassert its authority. But again, how this plays out in the coming period, very difficult to assess.
Keir Simmons live for us tonight in Moscow. Keir, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you so much. I want to get to Raf Sanchez, who's live in Kyiv. So, Raf, Keir has laid out the perspective from where he is. Talk to me about where you are, because we know President Biden has kept in close contact with Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine.
Yeah, Hallie, I would say officials here in Ukraine very closely following what's happening in Russia, looking for every opportunity to try to exploit it to their own advantage, be it on the battlefield, be it politically, be it diplomatically. We saw President Zelensky today making a surprise trip to the east of the country. He met with Ukrainian troops who were taking part in the counteroffensive. And Hallie, the visual contrast between the Ukrainian and the Russian leaders today could not be starker. Zelensky, in his trademark camouflage T-shirt, unshaven, with the troops, taking selfies, wishing one soldier a happy birthday. Vladimir Putin, remote, distant, behind the walls of the Kremlin, far from his people. And the Ukrainians have been such masters of the public diplomacy. You can bet that this was thought out. In terms of the battlefield, we spoke to a Ukrainian military officer today. He told us he feels, even though the rebellion appears to be over, even though the Russians did not end up in an all-out shooting match with the Wagner mercenary group, he is convinced that this is going to damage morale on the Russian side. It will impact their performance on the battlefield. He said to us, if you are a Russian conscript sitting in a cold, wet trench in eastern Ukraine right now, you are seeing your leaders fighting amongst themselves. You've listened to that audio note where Prigozhin absolutely demolished Putin's rationale for the war, that you are wondering, what are you fighting for?
So, Raf, when will they know, right? In other words, at what point will they know if, in fact, there is a morale issue that's going to have an impact on the battlefield? Because right now, as Ukraine has put on this counteroffensive, they've advanced in terms of taking back villages, they say, but it's not as though they have huge swaths of land to point to at this point.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Ukrainian officials from President Zelensky on down will tell you this counteroffensive has gone slower. It has been more difficult than they were hoping. They are facing entrenched Russian forces behind fortifications, behind belts of landmines. Ukraine, despite having these fresh troops, these new Western weapons, they've struggled. They've liberated, they say, a string of some 9 villages in Donetsk and in Zaporizhia. But exactly as you said, they have not yet claimed any major cities. One of the real struggles, Hallie, is they cannot compete with Russian air power. The Ukrainians have this kind of aging fleet, Soviet-era helicopter gunships and aircraft. The Russians have a pretty large, pretty advanced fleet of warplanes at this point, and the Ukrainians are really struggling. That's why they say they so badly need those American-made F-16s. So we will see if the chaos on the Russian side does lead to some kind of advantage that the Ukrainians are able to exploit. But so far, Hallie, the Russian lines are holding, and Ukrainian progress has been slower than they would have hoped.
Raf Sanchez live for us in Kyiv. Raf, thank you. Back here at home, we are watching extreme heat and some super strong storms across the country tonight, with a start to the summer that has been damaging and dangerous for millions of people. Look at what's happening along the East Coast. 65-mile-an-hour winds in some spots, downpours, big hail. And in the South, especially Texas and Louisiana, that record-breaking heat, oof, it is not letting up. Look at these numbers for what it feels like when you go outside in those spots. 109 in New Orleans, 111 in Dallas, 115 in Corpus Christi. As we are now learning, the National Weather Service is confirming 3 tornadoes touched down in Indiana Sunday, including this extraordinary look at one you're seeing right here. It turned deadly killing one person in the town of Greenwood. Their home was destroyed while they were inside. You can see the rest of the damage here. Roofs ripped off, windows blown out, whole town basically leveled. I'm joined now by NBC's Priscilla Thompson and meteorologist Bill Cairns. Priscilla is on the ground for us in Houston, and it is just hit after hit for folks down south where you are, Priscilla.
Yeah, Hallie, this is a historic heat wave. We are talking about 80 potential temperature records that could be shattered this week. Texas may tie with its hottest temperature ever in the history of the state. And so we're talking about really high temperatures. But I will tell you, in talking to folks here in Houston, they're kind of taking it in stride. A lot of folks from here have lived here a long time, say that they're used to the heat. Yes, it feels hotter than normal, but they feel like they're prepared to handle it. Now, where the concern comes in when you talk to folks is about the power grid and whether that is going to be able to handle the increased demand as we see these record-breaking temperatures. I want to play some of my conversations with folks about that.
I'm a little bit scared that we would not be able to use our air conditioner. I think for the same reason we're taking precautions, not using like our electrical appliances as much during the day.
There's kids, there's families, they need to spend time together, so I think it would be nice if it doesn't go down.
Now, the Texas power grid operator has acknowledged that they are expecting record demand this week. But for now, conditions are still looking good. According to their website, they say they believe they will be able to meet that demand. But they have issued that weather watch, just warning folks about that. And so you see a lot of folks trying to get out of the house, out of the AC, and keep cool, but also not using so much of that power reserve.
Right.
Hallie?
Well, that splash pad behind you is certainly one way to do it. You can see why it's packed. Priscilla Thompson, thank you very much. Let me bring in Bill Cairns now. You've got millions of people looking at extreme heat or severe storms and people getting it the worst on both those fronts. Talk us through it.
I think the severe storms is the immediate impact. We had a couple tornado warnings an hour or two ago in areas of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, of all places. Nothing confirmed, but we have severe thunderstorm watches that go from Syracuse all the way down through Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Richmond, and a new one just issued for areas of North Carolina. So these storms will be rolling towards the East Coast till the sun sets. After the sun sets, the storms will begin to weaken. So some of the worst storms have been just north of Philadelphia and just west of the New York area. That's where those tornado warnings were. And those storms are continuing to produce a ton of lightning. The Washington, D.C. area, as of now, you're all good. So at least you have another hour until the storms maybe arrive, maybe 2 hours. Right now, Charlottesville has a severe thunderstorm warning. So these storms that are coming out of the mountains will eventually move in between Richmond and D.C. Again, maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock. And as far as the heat goes, this heat dome is just sitting here. It's just baking day after day. This is what, week 2, week 3 in some cases. Every red dot on this map shows you a predicted record high from Tucson all the way to New Orleans, back up to areas around Oklahoma. And current temperature, here's a stat for you, Hallie. San Angelo, before this year, the hottest temperature ever was 111. This is the 4th time already they've been up to 111 this month alone.
That puts it all in perspective, Bill, when you talk about that heat dome that is just baking parts of that state. If you go a little further north, it's not the heat, it's not the humidity, it's the smoke, right? It's the bad air quality that's going to be affecting folks in Wisconsin. Here we are talking about this again because of those Canadian wildfires, the worst wildfire season there that we've seen. That smoke's coming in. It's Chicago tomorrow that's going to get slammed. Is it going to be like what we saw in New York a couple weeks ago? Give us some perspective.
The smoke forecast really depends on if it's going to be at the ground, like what we saw on the East Coast in New York, or if it's going to be more aloft where it kind of blocks the sun out, or maybe somewhere in the middle. It does not look to be down towards the ground in Chicago tomorrow. You will see smoke. I don't think it'll be strong enough to smell it in the air. That's kind of when it gets really bad. So here's the forecast. Here's what's going on right now in Canada. Today, here we are, June 26th. They just tied their all-time record for the most acres burned in a year. We're not even halfway done with this year. That's how out of control, off the charts this season has been. And so as we continue to watch the smoke plume, as we pause this tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Again, this is from the Quebec fires. The smoke's actually blowing back here towards Green Bay, down through Wisconsin, into Chicago, and then it's going to hook a little bit into the Ohio Valley. So that's as we pause there. Let's pause this at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Notice Michigan bad air quality, and also this little band here coming right over to the Ohio River. So the states that have have the worst air quality today and into tomorrow. All our friends from Green Bay to Milwaukee, all of Wisconsin, the Upper Peninsula, all of Michigan, and northern Indiana. So you can kind of get it. So it just depends on which way the wind's blowing. And you will notice, Hallie, that over the weekend, the winds were strong, blowing the Quebec fire smoke all the way over towards the United Kingdom. So it's pretty amazing. And these fires have been burning really fast over the last couple of days. Look at over 3.5 million acres burned just in the last week. And I can update that number. That 17.8 is now up to 19 million acres total this year. Again, this is the worst fire season they've ever had, and that's for the whole year.
And it's not even July yet. Bill Cairns, Bill, thank you very much. I'm sure this is not the last time we'll be talking about those smoky conditions. Appreciate it. Let's take you down to Florida, where it is Florida man versus Florida man when it comes to immigration tonight, with former President Donald Trump going after his closest Republican rival, Governor Ron DeSantis, about his immigration plan, with Mr. Trump basically calling DeSantis a copycat, saying that DeSantis is just rehashing Trump administration policies. The new immigration plan DeSantis is rolling out today includes, in his campaign's words, stopping the invasion, building the wall, holding cartels accountable, and working with states to enforce the law. As he's in Texas, you see him here touring the border. All of it coming as some brand new NBC News polling shows him losing even more ground to the former president, now down 29 points. At the same time, Mr. Trump is closing in on President Biden in the polls, down just 4%. To put that in context, what you're looking at, this is tighter than what the polling was between the two of them in the run-up to the 2020 election. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Eagle Pass, Texas, with Governor DeSantis. So there is some daylight between Donald Trump's poll numbers and Ron DeSantis's poll numbers. I know that you had a conversation with Governor DeSantis today, and I was so intrigued by his response to you, because all along I have heard from sources close to him that their strategy is going to be to paint Ron DeSantis as a winner who can win elections and win culture war fights, and Donald Trump as a loser. DeSantis didn't go so far as to call Mr. Trump a loser today, but he alluded to it. Gabe, tell us more.
Yeah, Hallie. Well, it is very warm here in Texas, well over 100 degrees. Ron DeSantis clearly feeling the heat. And as you mentioned, it's an understatement. There is a lot of daylight in between former President Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis when it comes to those poll numbers. He's down nearly 30 points, but that is a national poll, Hallie. And what Governor DeSantis told me today, look, he is focused on that state-by-state polling and trying to really focus on those early voting states. And he thinks that by focusing on an issue like immigration, going to the right of former President Trump on immigration, when you think about it, is incredible, considering that it was Mr. Trump's key signature issue. The governor is really making a point of this. Take a listen to what he told me when I asked him about those sagging poll numbers.
He's one of the most famous people in the world. Everyone knows him. But I think the most important thing for Republican primary voters is, okay, you got to win. If you don't win, it doesn't matter. And then once you win, you know, who has the record of delivering? And I think we did that in Florida as good as anybody.
And you mentioned this in your introduction, Hallie, but let's take a look at some of those things in this new policy rollout, this immigration policy rollout that Governor DeSantis just rolled out today. For one, he wants to bring back that controversial remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers. He wants to end catch and release policies. He wants to finish building the border wall. By the way, he did not say that Mexico will pay for the wall. He said he'd try to get money from Congress to do it. He also said he'd work with Panama to close the Darien Gap to migrants, that he would use the Navy and the Coast Guard to block fentanyl deliveries, and he would take more aggressive actions against drug and human smuggling cartels. And Hallie, that is something that's getting a lot of attention today. Governor DeSantis today saying that and he told me in the interview that he was okay with using deadly force against anyone who cut border fences here in the U.S. to try and get into the U.S. and smuggle drugs. So he put it out there. Again, the former President Trump brought up that several years ago, and it received a lot of controversy back then. As you said, Hallie, the Trump campaign basically calling DeSantis a copycat here.
He is talking about his immigration plan federally if he were to take the White House here. But on the state level, where he, is in Florida, the state that he runs, there's this new law set to go into effect just a few days from now, July 1st, that would require employers to verify the citizenship status of their workers. There are critics who say this is going to be a gut punch to the migrant workforce in Florida, along with the economy. You've got Florida truckers reportedly threatening to boycott in just a few days over this law. How much could this backlash affect DeSantis when he's talking about immigration, Gabe? Does he seem concerned about it at this point?
Well, as you said, Hallie, he wants to make this a federal use of E-Verify. He wants to expand that on the federal level. Over the past several weeks, really since his campaign launch, this issue has come up. This issue of this E-Verify that was passed in Florida that takes effect July 1st. His campaign strongly says that it will not, that those protests will not materialize on a large scale. They keep pointing back to his record, and they say that his economic record in Florida, the unemployment rate in Florida, he is standing on that record as he's running. There were several weeks ago, there was concern that there would be widespread protests. Those didn't really materialize. We have spoken, though, with several undocumented immigrants in South Florida who did tell me that they were considering leaving the state. Some of the businesses down there are concerned. It'll be something we have to watch in the coming months, but Governor DeSantis and his team think that is not, they feel very comfortable in making that argument. They think that E-Verify and illegal immigration, they feel that plays well with the GOP primary voters that are trying to court. And so they're downplaying those concerns of any worker shortage or trucker boycott in the coming weeks, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez live for us there in Eagle Pass, Texas. Good to see you on the campaign trail already. Gabe, thank you very much. Here in Washington, you've got the Supreme Court clearing the way for Louisiana to redraw its congressional map. And listen, this is a big deal, right? This is a big deal because it makes it easier for Louisiana to now get a second mostly black congressional district right before the 2024 election. And that could affect the very close majority Republicans have in the House of Representatives in Congress. So here's the deal. After the 2020 census, a bunch of states had their congressional maps redrawn, including Louisiana. And the lawmakers there, mostly Republicans, drew up some new boundaries and put white majorities in almost all 6 of the state's districts, even though black people are a third of the state's population. That is set to change, with Louisiana's Democratic governor saying today this is about simple math, basic fairness, and the rule of law. I am confident, he says, that we will have a fair map in the near future. Ryan Nobles is joining us now. This is why it matters, Ryan, because of the building that you are standing in, right? There is a razor-thin majority in the House of Representatives. New York lost a seat in Congress after the 2020 census. Like, these margins make a difference here. That is the impact of what's happening in Louisiana.
Oh, that's exactly right, Hallie. Every seat matters, and when you start to carve these districts in a way that you could essentially see different representation, it's going to make a big difference overall in the number of Republicans versus the number of Democrats. And what's interesting is that Democrats really felt during this last redistricting process that they really lost ground. They lost ground in the South. They lost ground in places like Florida, places like New York. But it's really been this conservative Supreme Court that has taken a step in the opposite direction, saying that there does need to be these districts where clearly African Americans are going to have another voice. We saw it play out in Alabama, now happening again in Louisiana. The question, though, is will they be able to get these districts redrawn in time for the 2024 election? That's going to take a lot of work. It could mean more court battles in the future, but Democrats here in Capitol Hill are calling for that process to happen as soon as possible.
What about lawmakers from Louisiana? What are they saying?
Well, lawmakers from Louisiana, you saw the governor, he specifically said it's time for them to begin the process of redrawing the maps. But Democrats writ large are already calling for this process to move forward. Joe Morelli, who's the chair of the administrations committee, he's actually from New York, but he is someone who's responsible for the administration of elections. He says that House Democrats are committed to passing the Freedom to Vote Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which together would restore the Voting Rights Act and establish a national standard that we ensure safe, accessible, and transparent elections for all voters, regardless of where they live. So Democrats would like to take it a step further beyond just these court cases and establish part of this and codify it into law to make sure these majority-minority districts are protected. To that end, Hallie, Democrats are going to hold a field hearing in Alabama, one of the states where the Supreme Court has recently ruled on this issue, this week to specifically talk about it and talk about how this impacts voters in places in the Deep South.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much for that. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to, including word in just the last little bit that a Florida jury is deliberating as we speak in the case against the former sheriff's deputy accused of not confronting the Parkland school shooter. How this could set a new precedent, potentially, coming up. Plus, Fox News is naming their replacement for Tucker Carlson's primetime spot.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
If you've ever wondered what it would be like to live on Mars, 4 people are about to find out, even though they're not going into outer space. We're going to explain in the 5 things in just a second. But first, you are about to be looking at a Florida courtroom at Scott Peterson on trial in an unprecedented case now in the hands of a jury. As prosecutors, in just the last few hours, are accusing this former sheriff's deputy of failing to do his job to protect students and teachers in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland.
His job was voluntary. He wasn't forced to be there. He understood the risks. He was extensively trained for them. And what was expected was for Scott Peterson to value the lives of those children as much as he clearly valued his own.
The state says this security video shows Peterson staying outside during that 6-minute mass murder in February of 2018. He faces 11 charges, including felony child neglect and culpable negligence, and if convicted, could serve life in prison, all of it connected to the 10 people killed or hurt on the 3rd floor of that school. It is a case that could set a new precedent. This is the first time ever that an American law enforcement officer is on trial for charges connected to a school shooting. Peterson did not testify. He's pleading not guilty to all the charges. Shaq Brewster is following the story for us. Lay out how Peterson's team is explaining his defense, Shaq.
Well, Hallie, they're saying it was confusing, that it was chaotic, that he didn't know where the bullets were coming from, where the shooter was at that moment. You heard his defense attorney come and say that, yes, he cared for these kids. He didn't make a decision to stay out of the building, but the chaos of the moment is what led to what we saw on that video. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from his defense attorneys in the courtroom earlier today.
He knew where the shooter or shooters were located. That's not what the evidence showed. Saying it's so, don't make it so.
Now, you also heard them say that Scott Peterson didn't receive the information that other officers received once they arrived at the scene. But again, prosecutors hammered away at the defense. They went point by point and said that Scott Peterson made a decision not to enter that classroom or not to enter that building, and that decision not to enter cost the lives of kids, students, and also their teachers, Hallie.
I think it's important to center the victims here, right? The lives lost. 17 people killed, 14 students, 3 teachers and staffers. We know a lot of their parents and survivors of the attack have become outspoken advocates for changes to the country's gun laws, for changes to the state's gun laws. The courtroom has been totally packed for this trial. I think we have some video to show that here. I mean, every seat's been full. What could it mean more broadly to have a potential precedent here? We talked about how we have not seen this before. A police officer on trial for a school shooting, Shaq.
And that's the exact point. I mean, usually when we're talking about police officers who are facing trials, you're talking about a decision or an action that they took. In this case, we're talking about indecision and inaction, that the fact that the officer did not go into the building as those shots were being fired. Prosecutors saying that's not what officers have been trained to do ever since the Columbine shooting, that you're supposed to go to follow the bullets. One thing that you heard from prosecutors, they said they likened it to the Nike logo, and they said you just do it. You just go in and save lives. So the fact that this is somewhat novel, that is a hurdle for prosecutors as they came into this trial, but it's something that if you listen to legal observers, they are watching extremely closely, because this could change what officers are liable for legally when addressing not just mass shootings and school shootings, but really when doing their job, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster, thank you very much for that update. We're obviously going to be keeping an eye on this as the jury continues to deliberate. If there is a verdict, obviously tonight, tomorrow, whenever, we'll bring it to you live. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the shooter accused of killing 5 people at a gay nightclub in Colorado last year has now been sentenced to centuries in prison today. He pleaded guilty to dozens of murder and attempted murder charges, part of a deal with prosecutors to ensure he will not have the possibility of parole after that Club Q shooting. Number 2, a new study says 2022 was the deadliest year for pedestrians in this country in 4 decades. Something like 7,500 people were hit and killed by cars last year, 20 people dying every day. Why? Well, the organizers behind this study say the infrastructure, like the roads, are just not safe. SUVs are getting more popular. There's been more distracted driving. All of it, they say, is contributing to that spike. Number 3, the replacement for Tucker Carlson in Fox's primetime lineup. This guy, Jesse Waters, taken over that time slot. This is from an announcement from Fox today. That's after Carlson, remember, was dropped from the network after that big settlement with Dominion Voting Systems. There's some other primetime lineup changes, too. All of it set to take effect in just under a month from now. Number 4, an update on that alleged Russian diplomat we told you about who was squatting in Australia. He's being ordered to leave after the country's highest court ruled Moscow didn't have any claim on this site. A lawyer for Russia said the man had been living there as a security guard to protect the compound. Number 5, 4 volunteers have entered a Mars simulation in Houston. So they're going in to see what life would be like on the red planet. Guess when they're coming out? Like not for a year. It's all part of this NASA experiment to test how do people deal with isolation? How would that work if there was a future mission to Mars? They're going to put these folks smiles and waves now. Let's see how they're doing when they come out. They're going to have a lot of tests about like what happens if you limit their resources? What if equipment fails? What if there's other issues going down? So we'll see how that goes. So listen, in just the last couple of minutes, we are getting some new reaction from Shein after a group of influencers faced backlash for going on a brand trip with the company, which, as you probably know, has been under fire for a while now over alleged human rights abuses. A lot of people buy Shein because it's cheap, fast fashion. It's fashionable stuff you can get for not a lot of money. But some of these social media stars posting glowing reviews after touring Shein's facilities in Guangzhou, China. Listen to how influencer Dani Carbonari talked about the trip.
China trip has been one of the most life-changing trips of my life. Shein is just such a developed and complex company, and it was so beautiful to see firsthand.
So that post is not on Carbonari's Instagram page anymore, but there's lots of comments on her other posts saying she's tone deaf, saying she made a mistake and should take accountability. Shein, just in the last few minutes, is telling NBC News in part the company is, in its words, committed to transparency, and this trip reflects one way in which we are listening to feedback. The backdrop to all of this, what's happening here in Washington and beyond, with concerns from Congress and others that Shein's low prices come at too high a cost for the environment, for the workers, for designers. We've reached out to those influencers for comment, haven't heard back, but I want to bring in Matt Bradley for more. Hey, Matt.
Hey there. So, I mean, what we're talking about here is a company that offers really good products, really attractive products at an extremely low price. So if you're a fashionista, you definitely know about Shein. But the real dust up here with all of these influencers is that they were given a trip. They were given a paid trip all the way to Guangzhou, China. And the reaction, a lot of people on social media are saying, is tone deaf. And you mentioned that reaction that we just got from Shein just within the last hour or so. And, you know, they said that this was a genuine experience, that they're learning. They also said that all of those people, that these influencers have gotten so much heat online for speaking to and kind of reporting on, that these were authentic people with authentic stories. And Hallie, I got to tell you, I mean, I believe that. I'm sure that these were real people who told real stories. But the problem is with a junket like this, and we call it a press junket or something that's paid for, is that you are at the mercy of the company that's showing you around. So yes, you might be meeting real people. They might have real stories and they might be able to defend their company. But the fact is, you're there at the pleasure of the company. They get to decide what they show you and what they don't. And that's what I think a lot of these influencers who visited China, you know, they might have been a little bit in over their head when it came to actually reporting on this kind of thing. And I know you and I, Hallie, we get offered trips like this all the time. I don't often report on fashion, but the fact is, we get offered trips. Everybody's got their hands out. They want that good publicity. And the reason we don't do them is because we are at the mercy of the people who are funding and paying for those trips. They get to show us whatever they want. And that's why they're facing all this online anger.
Matt Bradley, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. When we come back, a woman in Texas just got charged with killing her Uber driver. Why police say she thought she was being kidnapped. Plus, there's this new weight loss drug showing some potentially promising results. Why experts say it could be more effective than what's on the market now. Coming up.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this? Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime, summertime. This is how we do the summertime.
To a bizarre story out of El Paso where a woman's in jail tonight accused of shooting and killing her Uber driver. because police say she thought she was being kidnapped and taken to Mexico. Police say Phoebe Copas, who's from Kentucky, was visiting her boyfriend in Texas, and that she was picked up by Daniel Piedro Garcia for an Uber ride. This was in far southeast El Paso. You can see here, El Paso is just across the border from Juarez, Mexico. Well, Copas, police say, saw highway signs for Mexico. Again, it's right on the border there, and allegedly thought she was being kidnapped. That's when police say she got a gun from her purse and shot Garcia in the head. El Paso police say tonight the investigation does not support that a kidnapping took place or that Piedro was veering from Copas's destination. Marissa Parra is joining us now. And the details here, Marissa, that are coming out, tell us more about them.
Yeah, so we'll start with the victim here, Daniel Piedras. We understand that he was on life support after the incident up until this past Wednesday when he died. And his family had a chance to speak with El Paso Times, and they said in a statement, in part, quote, that he was a kind, hardworking, and caring man, one who is dearly missed. Now, the woman at the center of this, Phoebe Copas, she is now charged with murder, and she's being held on $1.5 million bond. That is an escalation from when she was first booked in jail, by the way, Hallie. Now, since 2015, it's also worth noting, Uber has banned firearms for both drivers and for passengers, clearly to avoid incidents like this one.
You talk about what Uber's done. They've been under pressure. We know this, and we've reported on it to make sure that people in its cars are safe, meaning passengers. What about for its drivers?
Yeah, so I'll start first with Uber's statement in regards to this. They said in part that they are, quote, horrified by the rider's actions that took the life of the driver. They said they've been in touch with his family. And they also added that they banned the rider, Phoebe Copas, as soon as they were made aware of the incident. Now, obviously, Copas remains in jail right now, but they added that they've been working with police. That is how and why police were able to reach the conclusion that the driver was, in fact, not attempting a kidnapping because they were able to look at the route that he was taking. And that's something that was actually referenced in the statement from the union representing drivers. Take a look at this. This is in part. It says, of course, their hearts go out to the family of the driver. They said if riders have a question about their route, they can easily check it in the app. There are many in-app safety features to protect passengers, but instead this reckless passenger chose deadly violence. So something that I've covered quite extensively over the years is Uber driver safety, Uber passenger safety. We know there have been a series of laws. There have been a series of incidents that have spurned these laws. And some of these incidents have more simple solutions than others. This one's a little bit more tricky, right? Because even though there is this rule that says not to bring a firearm, obviously they didn't know until this unfortunate moment that she had a firearm in the car, Hallie. But I will just add, in the GoFundMe that has been provided online to try to raise money for funeral expenses, there were a lot of drivers sharing their own scary experiences and just trying to put out the reminder that a lot of them, they go out to work and they never quite know if they're going to make it home that night.
Marissa Parra, thank you very much for that reporting and the details on that story. Appreciate it. Coming up, we've got some breaking news coming into us out of Idaho with a new filing from prosecutors in the case against the suspect in that quadruple murder of 4 students. Plus, a murder manhunt in Massachusetts. One community's on edge after 3 people were found killed in their home. What police are saying now. Plus, down in Fort Myers, why the EPA says some people there could be at a higher risk for cancer. That's later in the local.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Eli Lilly coming out in just the last hour with what could be one of the biggest headlines yet in this whole discussion around weight loss drugs in this country, because its new drug could be more effective than the others. We're talking about retatrutide, which apparently helped people lose something like 25% of their body weight in a clinical trial. That's the equivalent of like 60 pounds almost. You inject it. It's not a pill. It's an injectable, just like Wegovy, made by Novo Nordisk. Even as big companies are racing to be the first one to market with the pill version of these new kinds of drugs. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So how is this one different than the others that are out there already?
Well, first of all, good job pronouncing it, Hallie. It's not an easy one. It's a mouthful. But what anchors all of these drugs is, of course, this thing GLP. That's Ozempic and Wegovy. And we know that that works by suppressing appetite, reducing cravings. It slows how quickly your food is leaving from your stomach. And then on top of that, the Mounjaro group of drugs added on a different hormone, which is called GIP, and that helps with sugar breakdown. And then this one, this retatrutide, tacks on another hormone called glucagon, and that one helps to improve metabolism and decrease appetite. So it's one of those situations where more of a thing is actually a good thing, with these hormones working just really in concert with one another to suppress appetite and you know, reduce these cravings and really change sort of the metabolic profile of a patient in addition to having them lose weight.
This one you inject. There has been, as we talked about, this sort of race that's building to have people not do that and to take a pill instead. I think drug makers think people are more likely to take a pill than to stick themselves with a needle, right? Are we learning anything new about the possible side effects in pill form versus injectable? Is there a difference other than how you take it?
No, I mean, so far, other than to say probably with the pills, there's probably you're going to see a little bit more of the main side effect, which is GI. So that includes nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, constipation, some belly pain. Anything taken by mouth is always going to potentially have more side effects, Hallie, than with injection. And you said it. It's going to be a race to see who gets there first. Novo, Lilly, and Pfizer together have 4 drug candidates that are doing really well in clinical trials. Novo Nordisk, that's the maker of Ozempic and Wegovy, is hoping to get approval by the end of 2023. That means hopefully coming to market in early 24. And Lilly, which just announced its new injectable data today, has a drug that is going into stage 3 that looks incredibly promising. They all do. The pills, basically, the weight loss is on par, comparable to that of the injections, with, of course, not having the injection itself, which for a lot of people is certainly an issue. And it can be easier to take a pill every day. For some people, it could be harder. They could forget. But for a lot of people, I think it's going to streamline primary care practices as well.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you very much for that. Always good to see you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, police in Massachusetts in the town of Newton are telling people to stay alert and stay vigilant because they're on a manhunt looking for a suspect in an apparent triple murder. Investigators say they found 3 older people dead in a home with signs of forced entry, stabbings, blunt force trauma. The district attorney says she cannot remember any other triple murder in the town's history. Out of our West Coast Bureau, California officials say they've recovered human remains near the mountain range where they've been searching for this missing actor, Julian Sands. The remains were taken to the coroner's office for identification to try to figure out the cause of death. Sands was first reported missing back in January. He was out on a hike. And out of our Southeast Bureau, hundreds of people living in Fort Myers, Florida, might be at a higher risk of cancer because of chemical emissions. The EPA says anybody living within about a mile of the American Contract Systems facility, that's what it's called, they're breathing in some levels of a chemical the plant uses to sterilize equipment. They're working with the plant to try to cut back on the risk, but a local doctor who studies this says people shouldn't panic and that the risk is relatively low. Still to come, the big names putting big money into Formula One. Next.